situation for immigration purposes because this wasn't even an illegal. This was a
So
U.S.
and I
citizen
just wanted
and
to
a
ask that
mother.
because the same way you didn't want us to paint intentions on her, I just wanted to reverse that a little bit because
Yeah, no, and
here it is.
from her
and that's
standpoint, I think she was freaked out, and I
you
think she
told me
made absolute mistakes, and she should have been arrested. I 100% agree with that.
you're this cop. Here's the car. We're playing in a full speed.
I don't like that clip.
We're gonna
I think
go.
that clip's misleading.
Agent was hit by the
well,
SUV.
we have to
No,
work
no.
with what's
we're
in
That's
going in-
convenient.
how
Okay,
the
whatever.
car was
Sure,
going.
yeah.
Going to because that was the thing about the speed of the car.
But you keep
Is-
putting me in this situation. I can't.
No,
you
no,
gotta
I'm
give
just
me a
asking. No,
different
no.
situation.
We specifically were talking about the speed of the car, and I said fast moving speed. You said
Oh,
no,
oh,
not
sorry,
fast
okay,
moving
okay,
speed.
okay.
That's what I was saying. I was like, all right, let's see.
Oh, sorry.
Is it
I know we're all
reasonable
over,
to
so I'll
consider
shut up.
speed
Go ahead.
fast?
I know you're.
No,
yeah.
no, I'm just saying it's reasonable.
Thank
to
you.
think that's I'm sorry. No, it's actually my fault because I didn't clarify. That's what we were looking at this clip for. But
We
hit
pivoted,
by
and
the
I forgot. I was
SUV.
talking about
Just
the
speed.
high ram of speed.
Yeah, and
so
you can see it's accelerating.
It is
Definitely.
not, but not at a high speed.
Well, I mean,
well, but somebody doesn't
5
know
feet.
you.
It's a 4,000-pound vehicle.
I said she should be
Agent was
arrested.
hit by the
I said it's
SUV.
wrong.
Often
Stop telling me I'm not
That's a
saying
lot
that.
of speed.
But it's not at a high speed. It is not like.
right. You know what?
That's what everyone's trying to
I'll
paint
even
this
say
as.
that they're not moving at 90 miles an hour. Is it? It's
They
a high rate
couldn't
of
be.
speed. It's a high rate of speed when you have people around you.
It's
That's
moving
what
forward.
I'm
It's
saying.
accelerating.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so good. And you're saying, even in this situation, you would not have had any fear. You would have been.
No.
It would have been cool.
I put myself in front of that car. I know I put myself away from that car,
and
and
that's
I
a
would have
val-
then had more
that's valid.
cause to arrest her, and I would have known that, and I would have known that I didn't really need to resort to pulling my gun. Honestly, and the fact that officers aren't thinking like that terrifies me, and I can't
This
believe I'm
guy is
giving
such
five
a
more
good-
people, and that we're just simply arguing mad at me for damn I say maybe we should make sure these officers and these ICE agents, these cops, should maybe have to look at the training again. I'll correct myself. I don't know what training it is. Thank you. I can change myself. Maybe they should reevaluate or retrain some of these cars.
Maybe they are, Andy.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Wouldn't that be
internally,
great?
I
would
don't
love
know that they're
I
not
hope they
doing
do.
that.
they
Normally, hold on, Nate can probably confirm this.
Mhm.
Normally, when there is an incident with an LEO involved, no matter what, there's going to be some sort of remedial training because there's an incident. I think that's pretty much a standard operating procedure.
Yeah,
Right,
they have
in
to
all
report
departments.
and all that stuff.
Would you not agree that this administration is pretty against that kind of shit because it would go against what they're trying to do?
I don't know what they do
No,
internally. I don't think they talk about it publicly, but
any officer involved shooting, there's a whole procedure. Like
Oh,
any
I
use of
hope
force,
so.
the whole
I hope
procedure
so.
there,
Yeah, yeah.
there is.
that
I mean,
goes
there's
in.
body cam
See,
footage they
especially
should be
with
watching.
death and all that
Exactly.
stuff. Yeah,
The partner was filming. The officer was filming.
But right
And
now,
also, Andy, keep in mind that the administration, there's a great quote that I was talking to somebody who worked in the Gray Davis administration in California,
initiated.
and he was talking about how all the people were kind of laughing at him. He said, "Yeah, well, you know, you're dealing with us, but we're weebies." He's like, "What are you talking about?" And the guy said, "We be here when you're gone." Now, when you're talking about procedures and things like that, this is down in the actual chain of command, lower level, and the administrations change up all the time. ICE is just following policies from the top, but these officers are going to be here when Trump is out
Your spaniel.
in 4 years, and they were here when Biden was in
Oh, he won't be
previously. So, well, however you want to look at it, I'm just trying to say that this is the actual department. The people who are the officers there. They're not politically appointed. They are working Joes. Just like any
I'm going.
police officer, the FBI agents. I mean, they're working 20, 30-year careers.
I didn't argue that. I didn't argue
Sure,
that.
for actually just
But thank you, that's fine.
now, unfortunately, I have a heart out. I want to.
I do too.
I want
Me as well.
to give everybody their piece to say so they can leave. I'll start with Kirk, and the reason why I want to end with Andy because I want to show two things. Andy, I totally appreciate
Roger
you coming.
that.
I know this is a hot room, and I know it's tough going into rooms. I do it every Friday when I go to fucking Legal Friday. And everybody hates me. You know that happens. Everybody out this chat hates me, so I definitely know how it is. And I really think, and Andy's a great guy, and 90% of the time, 99% of the time, you probably agree with Andy. But this one, I think it's because when I first saw it, I felt the same way Andy did, but now that I've looked at it, I think differently. So let me start with Kurt. Kurt, what's your final words on this?
Well, I'll just simply say that I hope we can all still be friends at the end of this.
Mm.
I know that we had some very passionate disagreements. We
10-4.
continue to disagree, although there are many issues in which we align. And for whatever it's worth, I criticize the police frequently on my channel. I'm more than happy to critique the police, as I noted recently. Like one of the videos that really blew up for me recently is
Onward.
a police officer who I thought was wrong because they pulled over another
Order
police officer. I
acknowledged.
thought they were being ass. But you know, there are definitely officers out there that are making mistakes, and officers even who act in bad faith, because that's true in every profession. There are people who are bad actors, and perhaps even more so in police forcing. Although I wouldn't know for sure, but that probably attracts people who, you know, might have the wrong sentiments. But I think there are a lot of people acting in good faith, and to the degree that ICE is, you know,
I have no
breaking
idea
the
where
law
these
and
guys
not
are coming
respecting
from.
people's rights, then I think that they should be held accountable. And
On
the
my
same
way.
with Border Patrol, or same with anyone else. I think, you know, sometimes they let the power go to their head, and the police act, or the police, or the ICE, or
Oh, okay,
Border
wonderful.
Patrol. There's a difference.
Shit.
Say that. So, you know, in this particular situation, I think you know, the other case law that, you know, he mentioned,
Systems,
that,
hold it.
you know, this is, and if he's ever charged in state court, he would ask for the case to be removed to federal court. He'd ask the state charges to be taken to federal court. It would be, and it would almost certainly be dismissed. So I think that's what I think. And
Standing
check
by.
out my channel on civil law. I think today's video is going to be about Alan Jackson's sudden withdrawal from the case involving Ralph Reiner's son.
I'm walking here.
No money.
So,
No
You gotta
money.
watch Andy's
He's got no
coverage of that.
money.
Andy's like all over that. He's like,
so
No, but
that's
I
what,
want to hear.
that's
I
what,
want to hear Kurt's
that's like,
that's what today's
like,
video is going to be about, I think. So you can look forward to that. On civil, out.
all right. So what's going on, Eric?
Commander?
I don't know. I'll probably be talking about this later on America's Untold Stories. But
America's Untold.
whatever. It will not be as long and heated. It'll probably blow by. But I guess my big because we're all like I choose to wait. I think that everybody's coming in with a feeling and a stance going into the situation without really
Ready for
looking
order.
at it, and we should always wait. For example, Charlie Kirk's
Coordinates
assassination.
received.
You kind of need to wait till the damn trial happens to see what evidence there actually is out there. Things like this. There's
Hurrah.
other body cam footage. I think even Andy brought it
Let's
up.
do
I'm
this.
sure there'll be more details as it goes down the line. And I think we should.
What's
probably
going on?
Watch them as they are and try to not have any
Damn.
of it
I'm hit.
before.
I got Bitbirds.
Kind of just break it down and let the facts go. I don't know. That makes sense.
Before I hand it over to Andy, I'm going to say this. I was actually where Andy was when I first saw the footage, and then when I got more details, I moved over and I was like, all right, this is very issue. I'm coming from that position where I do understand where Andy's coming from, and to be honest with you, I do agree with some of those points, but then at the end of the day,
Enemy
I'm
net.
solid.
Critical damage detected.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
Chillin'. Gillin'.
Known as
Hopefully not getting killed.
And even with all that, I
Yes,
do
Commander.
want to say
It's one of those games where that can
I
easily
think
happen.
The tone and tenor
Moving to
ICE is
position.
doing, how they're being very, I do think that puts everybody up on a little edge. So I respect the fact that
Now
everybody's
let's see how you handle this.
fired up. Then it's easier to light that bomb and let it flow. In that context, I think Andy does. We should
Took a hard hit there.
Kind of lift this, but then I
Waiting
think
for orders.
that's one set of circumstances, but I think in the microcosm of what happened here with this officer, I think that's separate than the overall theme in terms of this officer.
Taking a shot.
That being said, let me turn it over to Andy so he can close this out.
Dude, you all said it fantastic.
Jesus.
To be honest,
Oh, rip.
I hope none of you took offense.
Okay, we gotta run with this
It's not at
guy.
all trying to take personal attacks or even a shot at any of you guys. I am so grateful for this place to be able to come and have the conversation because I think
Order
we need them so
received.
desperately. Kurt, I totally respect hell of you. I'm so grateful for the time you've come on Popcorn Planet. I hope you'll come back. I got nothing but love for you. I appreciate your passion. Eric, right back as you as well. And most importantly, me, and with you, because I'm just so fucking glad. Seeing you right here makes me so fucking happy.
That
Because I
shot
haven't
went
seen you
internal.
streaming since, and we've talked in text, but I love you, brother. You are such a needed voice and force on this platform, and I'm so glad we get so much more with you. You are the damn best because you allow these conversations to happen. And I will say, you've all helped me look at it differently legally. Legally, I will concede and say I think you guys made valid points as to why he's probably going to get off, so I'll accept that. She should have been arrested, though. Morally, ethically, I think we need to do better training. I don't know what he had. I think we could use some better training on these ICE agents, and absolutely we need to drop the temperature down.
Ready for orders.
And have more conversation and understand it, because I know we don't have time.
Acknowledge.
These ICE officers like, stop filming me. They're like, they're
Punching all the buttons.
the level of power, and if we don't call it out, if we don't understand that there is a reason to be mad at that kind of stuff.
Where'd that guy from? The fuck?
So
This is really bad.
Nate, I love you. I'm so glad you're back and strong and doing this. And shout out to
I'm
everybody.
receiving you.
And thank you so much for having me.
Take care, guys. We're out. In street. What's this crazy bitch doing?
All right.
See, this woman should be out in the middle of a swamp selling mushrooms and making potions. But through some aberration of technology, she exists in the year 2026. And this was never really meant to be. This is like a woolly mammoth spawning inside of Africa. You're not meant for this life. She's from Witcher 3? Yeah. This is insane.
Okay.
This is the so
Boink.
I've got to
Damn
say
I'm
that
wounded.
I don't support this, by the way, but I'm starting to see why a lot of people back in the day thought that certain people were witches. But I'm just saying that, like, damn, you know, like, yeah, it's another golem. That's crazy, isn't it? She'd be crocheting or something. Yeah. She's out of her element.
Destroyed.
This lady needs a wheelchair. This is
Ready.
embarrassing. Have you at least condemned the officer who shot the civilian? No, I agree with it. Yep, I agree with it. I think he did the right thing. I did. You gonna cry about that? You gonna get upset? Too bad.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're gonna fucking die, bitch!
Got it. Target squad.
They're going crazy, aren't they? They're getting mad as fuck.
Goddamn, let's do this. I live to serve.
We're gonna fucking find you. We're gonna fucking kill you. They gotta go and get these people. They really do. This is the government tweets this shit out, and I say a direct death threat on federal officers, and you pussy boys are tweeting about it. Go
Why is
arrest
it-
them. What the fuck are y'all doing? The longer that you let these animals run wild, the more
Reporting
violent and
minimal
radical
damage.
they will become. And I think this is so true. It's so obviously fucking true, by the way. The longer that you let this go on, the worse it's going to get. What penalty do you think should be for these people? I don't know, like maybe 2 years in jail, something like that. I'm like, threatening the life of a federal officer is something that a civilized society should not tolerate. And I think that there should be more of a conversation around what kind of people do you want to live around? What kind of culture, what type of
Internal
behavior
structure
do you
damage.
want to permit? And whenever I see the way that these people act, it looks like a unhinged, psychotic, aggressive person trying to be as detrimental and dangerous as possible, and they're threatening other law enforcement officers. That's really it. She quit her job to protest ICE.
I quit my job for this, and I've been having flare-ups and stuff, so it's like I can barely, and I have panic attack. You said when you heard the sirens, you immediately ran. I quit my job for this, and I've been having flare-ups and stuff, so it's like I can barely, and I have panic attack. You said when you heard the sirens, you immediately
Asmongold.
Hear one right now.
ran out. Where
He's
were you?
going, it's all over the ICE protests. Someone got shot yesterday. Day before? No, yesterday.
About 15 minutes away. And what were you doing?
And they're trying to George Floyd him.
Disassociating.
Her.
Onward. Roger that.
This is a caterpillar Karen. She hasn't fully evolved into her mature form, but this is what they do. This is science, guys. No, it's science. This is how it goes.
Ow.
Everybody gets mad, but it's
here.
true. So have a graph showing, no, and again,
Coordinates
now
received.
they can get out of this cycle by, you know, again, losing weight, getting married, getting a job, etc. Now, it doesn't always solve the problem, but sometimes it does. She's out there getting experience, trying to evolve. Well, I think that she's doing a great job. She found a really good farming spot.
On my bed. I mean, I might as well put my time to something useful. If you see in the video,
Can you show an example of a swamp hag? Yeah, just look at any
Standing by.
Democrat politician. Like, look at
Roger
Nancy Pelosi.
it was not self-defense by that terrorist.
Let's
It was
go.
not.
That's
How
a
did your
terror.
boss respond when you quit?
It was like a part-time. I'm getting back after a lot happened recently in my life, so sometimes disability takes my life over, and
Commander?
I'm still kind of in shock. Like,
School's been canceled. Have people been taking off work for this? Have you had to take off work for this?
I quit my job for this, and I've been having
Jesus Christ, where do these people come from? Oh my
Moving to
God.
position.
They've got to ban this guy. They've got to ban this retard. What are we doing? What are we doing going out there and saying that this guy, everyone in this post is calling for my arrest and banning for
Damn it.
posting Jonathan Ross. They're claiming that I doxed him. Reminder, this is the guy who I've constantly said is a
under
murderer.
heavy fire.
Reminder, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Never
Waiting
take the
for
one.
orders.
They gotta ban this guy. I'm gonna do.
Standing by.
Here's the reason why it's so bad to do this. How many people are named Jonathan David Ross? I guarantee you the answer is more than one. Guaranteed it's more than one. You are going to accidentally create a false positive. You're not sure that this is the name. You're just simply going out and Elon follows me. He'll see it. And I
That was
don't wanna
close.
Make it a big thing and put him on the spot, right? He's a busy fucking guy. I hear he's running like 3 companies or something like that. So yeah, and not even an uncommon name. No, it's not. And so the problem is that you let
Mission
people do
successful.
this stuff, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And you have people that they make false positives. They harass people that aren't really the person that they think it is. And also, it puts people's
Millions
lives in danger,
macaroonies and
it
no
encourages
damage.
a tremendous
We don't
amount
give a
of
fuck
bad
about these
behavior. Like, I understand if you're posting something
They're not
that
mine.
a person said on social media or something like that, but you're not doing that. You're taking a private individual that is a law enforcement officer and you're trying to spread their name around in order to goad somebody into violently attacking them. That's what you're doing. You're actually allowed to drive away from masked men pointing guns at you. I love how girls like this say this. If you do that and you get shot, you're going to be the next one they're making memes about. You are. It's crazy where these people come from. Yeah, actually, the masked... What I find to be so funny about this is that it's just so obviously dishonest because, oh, they're masked men? They're not police? Oh, okay, then why were you following them all day? Why do they have police on their name? Why is their car have red and blue flashing lights? Like, it's so insanely dishonest that I don't even know what to say about this. It's crazy. And then even Sean Strickland, about time these entitled protesters are being shot. Should it happen sooner? Every single country has immigration law. Every country enforces immigration law. You want to go out there and stop lawful enforcement, you should get shot. Exactly, yeah. You can't do that and run people over, man. You can't do that shit. So no, and then, oh, it gets even more. Here we go, here we go.
When did it become illegal
Jesus.
to follow ICE agents around?
It's illegal.
Expensive.
When did it become illegal to follow ICE agents around?
It's illegal to engage in obstruction
If
of federal
I
law
am
enforcement.
filming
Is
you
it
with
not?
a
Is it a
camera,
felony?
But
Obviously.
they're not
It is a
impeding.
felony.
She was filming, right? She's filming them because ICE agents have been
She's
known
filming
to
them while
kill
blocking them in the
people
middle of the street.
because people are disappearing in custody.
Oh my god. Look at her face. There it is. This right here, gentlemen, I feel like this just says it all. It does. It really says it all, doesn't it? There you go. Wow.
Because we're missing 1,200 people in Alligator Alcatraz.
This is the political
because
vigilantism.
This is not political vigilantism.
You're encouraging people to interfere with federal law enforcement.
I'm saying that we need to
people
get it
are
on
getting
tape
killed
because the DHS is lying. Because ICE is lying.
This is exactly what I was raging about earlier, right? Exactly what I'm raging about earlier. You can't have these people just fill the minds of impressionable retards with complete nonsense and like spur them to literally go follow law enforcement and then cry about it when they get shot.
They're disappearing.
There is obviously
Amnesty International just did an entire thing on ICE.
But hold on.
Amnesty
International did? Oh, okay. Let's just listen to them.
There's a big difference between.
Yeah, let's get rid of immigration because of this thing. Yeah, for sure. It's so delusional and stupid. It's insane. And where's a few more of these here that are worth looking at? I think there was another one that was part of this. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find it.
Right?
But, yeah,
she was not only following them, she was blocking the fucking roads. Like, bruh. Of course you're going to get arrested. And then she tried to escape and they shot her in the face. It is tragic, without a doubt. But I don't see it not being justifiable.
Saying, oh yeah, here it is.
Well, I agree with you, Jonathan. I think there's some details we don't know yet. And
What's up,
we'll
Demi?
find out more about it. What strikes me is, first of all, it's extremely sad and unfortunate that someone died. I mean, the political fighting and disagreements aside, it's terrible. You don't want people to die in law enforcement situations or otherwise. But it strikes me that we are undergoing an epidemic of political vigilantism right now.
I'm your spaniel.
This is undeniably true. Is it so many people think that they're going to take the law into their own hands and they're going to try to like defy the federal government or something like that? It's such a dangerous precedent to set, and I'm shocked that so many people are enabling it.
Why are people?
They're emboldened by the media. They are.
Oh my god, I can only charge. That's 42% chance.
Not just in Minneapolis, but all over the country in an effort to obstruct lawful federal law enforcement activities.
Exactly.
This is not an isolated incident. We have had hundreds of car rammings against ICE agents.
Think about that. Hundreds of car rammings against ICE agents. Why
when was
is
that?
It that those people
the 50s?
aren't in jail? Every single one of those people should be in jail for the indefinite future. That's the reason why you keep.
Tell you what, at least they're kicking the immigrants out. Something we're not doing.
Get in trouble.
All over the country. According to DHS, this lady in this car today, along with other vehicles, had been tracking ICE agents around.
Yep.
Well,
Why
fuck.
Are people
Okay,
believing
that's
that
bad.
they can drive their car into a federal law enforcement situation, and that is an appropriate thing to do?
Exactly. And you take a step back and you realize how fucking ridiculous this is. And the reason why people are trying to justify it is because they want it to happen. That's the reason why. It's because they agree with it.
Understand they don't like the fact that these agents are enforcing existing immigration law.
Now
But
die.
that's not how we change laws in this country. If you don't like the law, you talk to politicians. You don't drive your car into the middle of a building or a law enforcement
Didn't
situation
die, but
that's being occupied by the people who are simply there to
definitely got
enforce
fucked
the law.
up.
If I don't like how much the IRS is charging me in taxes,
Too
I
fucking
don't drive
bad.
my car into the Treasury Department and try to run somebody over. I call my congressman.
There's one guy that actually tried to do that. Whenever he drove his car or his airplane into the IRS building. Let me see if I can find this. So this happened, like, it's actually crazy that this happened. So whenever my dad, this was in Austin, my dad was working at the IRS in Austin when this guy flew an airplane into the IRS building. And I remember I called him and I was like, so are you good? He's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like, well, what's going on? He's like, oh, they're stressed out. And I'm like, all right.
Ready for orders.
See ya. That's about it. Yeah, he's killed himself. I think he killed like one other person. I don't even know.
Vigilantism is being encouraged by Democratic officials like the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota Peggy Flanagan, who earlier this year told people to, quote, put your bodies on the line, and Tim Walz calling these guys Gestapo all year. What do you think happens when you radicalize a base of people about this?
That's true. He's completely right. That there has been an ongoing attempt to radicalize people as much as possible, and then to try to capitalize on the radicalization and use the chaos that the radicalization creates as a reason why the people need to leave. And you can see them. This one's fine, right? Because nobody's standing in the road.
The hell is this?
See, I don't think anybody, like, I think they're stupid and I disagree with them, but I don't have a problem with this because they're just standing on the side and they're not really causing any problems, really. But, like, the problem is whenever they're going out, it's a road. Is it a road? I don't even know. It's hard to even see.
Wait your command.
If it's in a road, yeah, it shouldn't be on the road. And keep in mind, none of this happens in Florida because Florida doesn't put up with it. Minnesota, this happens in Minnesota because they let it happen. That's the reason why. Somalis make MPLS great. It's held by a white woman in a pink hat. Ah, brother, it really doesn't get any better than that.
Moving out.
Isn't it Thursday morning? You have a real job. Shouldn't you be working? Yeah, shouldn't it? Yeah, it's Thursday. That's why I was checking.
What's up,
Yeah, get a real job. What is the fucking irony of this? Oh my God. So yeah, I don't even know what this is. Get a real job. They're all fat. Yeah, of course they are. And then
the one that the most damaged. At first, that one misses.
ICE, the ICE office. Is ICE entitled to less protection than the average citizen? The second-class citizens now have decided that we're going to put them out there as targets?
Let's see where this goes here a second. And some of the audio, just for the folks at home, we don't want it to be too abrasive, and that's why we're kind of riding this a little bit. The summer of love was hot for many reasons, including the temperature.
The summer of love.
Right now, 29 degrees, feels like.
Is that what they call it?
I haven't even started on the base turrets, man. Fuck.
I'm going.
It's the usual suspects.
Locking on.
In a different climate.
Yep.
Whether or not there's 2,000 people.
That's the myth.
5,000 people.
Whether we've talked about this on the air before.
Well, they've started on me. Fuck. Oh my God.
When it's hot, it's just human nature. When it's hot, people are irritated. They'll come out. It starts raining. All of a sudden, everybody goes home.
Florida has a much higher legal population. Why is ICE in Minnesota instead? They'd be able to get much more done. It's almost as if the admin wants chaos. It's almost as if Florida is cooperating with the ICE anyway, and so they don't need to send ICE down there as much because they have the cooperation of the state government, number one. Number two, Florida is a much higher population state than Minnesota is, so because it's higher population, there are going to be more illegal aliens, even if the percentage is the same. Like,
very often, the commitment of the protesters is a mile wide.
I think we have some sort of action here on the ground. Maybe somebody being arrested, possibly.
Jesus. Yeah, duh. Yeah, so there we go. ICE is in a lot of states right now. Yeah, and also another reason why you don't hear about ICE being in Florida is because they're not going out there doing it. Oh, and then we have also, by the way, I found this to be funny. So there's a lot of people that are upset about me. Is that Dark Wilkinson makes fun of Jarl Funka being murdered by communists that showed her. This guy tried to get me expelled from school and
didn't even have the decency to fall over
because I made fun of Charlie Kirk, by the way. And now you have the exact same person who is calling me subhuman because I said you shouldn't stand in front of a car, or sorry, you shouldn't drive a car through a person. This is the same person. So I just want y'all to see this. And this is a little tip in order to understand where these people are really coming from. Is that any of these people that are on social media crying about this, search their Twitter name and then search Kirk after that. And see what they say about Charlie Kirk. Because in a lot of these cases, the people that are doing this were making jokes about, making light of, and justifying Charlie Kirk being killed. But now, whenever this woman gets shot, now it's totally different. Don't you find that to be odd? It's almost as if there's no principle behind this at all, and they're just advocating for her because she's on their side. Whoa, maybe? Who knows? news?
When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation on that July 3rd, 18.
Roger that.
And I think now we may be in that moment that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, at our history.
I love this. You're holding the line on
Armor breach.
democracy
Internal
by
damage.
allowing people to extrajudicially stop federal law enforcement from enforcing the law that was voted on by the public. It's just so, like, just insanely dishonest. How do you even get there? Really? You're gonna jail him? We've got to put this guy in jail. We do. We've got to put this guy in jail. It has to happen. And so, yeah. Oh, here's another one.
Our neighbors are being disappeared. P.S. Without due process, it is just called.
Commander.
Our neighbors are being disappeared. P.S. Without due process, it is just called kidnapping. Then shut up and use your voice. Put your body on the line. Our neighbors are.
Put your body on the line. Use your voice. Man, the Insurrection Act cannot come soon enough. That's what I think. It cannot come soon enough. It's so simple. What was a mom doing? And what was a mom doing? What was a mom? Fuck. What was a mom from Colorado doing at a Minnesota ICE protest? I mean, let's get real. I won't have my intelligence insulted by people playing stupid. It's so obvious, isn't it?
I want Minnesotans to hear this from me.
Standing by.
The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration, how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time.
Go ahead and protest. Just don't stand in front of the street.
All weapons are good.
Clear that she tried to use her vehicle as a weapon, mow over an ICE agent, and now she is dead. And her death is tragic, but in the day, it was completely avoidable if she would have simply followed the commands of the ICE agents. But what really is more disturbing,
follow the fucking law.
To me is Governor Walz's comments about using.
You got it. We've got to put this guy up on treason. We've got to put him up on sedition. Like, this guy has to go to jail. Like, I'm telling you, if we do that, it is going to, like, Trump's approval rating is going to go skyrocket. I promise you. Like, at the moment that you start putting these roaches in jail, oh my God.
Can you stop missing the big gun, for crying out loud?
They realize, okay, we can do this. Holy shit. Then it's going to start way more.
The National Guard to keep the federal government ICE agents out of his state. He has now gone full Jefferson Davis, and that's what I call civil war. This is a problem.
It'll never
the
stop
left
if they don't.
always does this. They always clamor for more violence. They always clamor for more rioting. Minneapolis, they've already burned to the ground. The violence must stop. We must respect law enforcement, respect this president that said, I am going to clamp down on illegal immigration, and Minneapolis has become a center for illegal immigration, and we're not standing for it any longer.
It's a shithole, and he can't let that happen, absolutely. And so they are talking a little bit about actually arresting him, which is what's crazy. I'm happy to see this. Finally, it's happening. And I don't know really whether it's going to go anywhere or anything else, but it does seem like things are going in that direction. And if Tim Walz does get arrested,
Hit the big. How do you miss the
fucking insane? I will be so happy when that happens.
Every time
Tim
the big
Walz
one
has
gone,
officially
it just
authorized
misses.
the National Guard to assist local law enforcement as the situation in Minneapolis grows increasingly tense. Except Minneapolis Police Department aren't doing anything, so there's nothing for them to do. Federalize them? Yeah, he should. Like, Trump should absolutely federalize this. During the 2020 riots, Walz refused to deploy the Minnesota National Guard.
Let's go.
He wanted the National Guard, and what does that mean? The mayor knew what he was asking for. He wanted the National Guard, and what does that mean? I think to the mayor, yes, I think it's a perception. I'm certainly not questioning that. I think the mayor said, I request the National Guard. Ooh, I'm out. This is great. We're going to have massively trained troops. No, you're going to have 19-year-olds who are cooks. The mayor knew what he was asking for. He wanted the National Guard.
Better than nothing.
Standing by.
I don't know why he'd just downgrade the National Guard like that. I mean, aren't they supposed to be trained?
Waiting for orders.
Orders.
Guys, as always, how can you tell that it's a protest in America? What have I said over and over and over?
On my way.
It's the flags. Yep. He's a National Guardsman too? Yeah, it's weird that he would say that. Get his ass. Oh.
Check them.
Neck warrior. Show him what you got.
Back up.
See, all they need to do is just like sit there. Anybody that walks on the road, just shoot him with the paintball gun, right? I mean, like, I'm not talking about live ammo. Just shoot him with the paintball gun.
Roger.
You get the fuck off the road.
There's another lance coming?
Minnesota's
Wow, we are
a
so
PvP
fucked
zone.
on this
Yeah, I
one.
know.
Holy
Literally
shit.
any flag but the American flag? No, they bring the American flag too to burn it.
We have our own medical. When I'm here.
Fire an owl weapon.
You can tell just by her voice that she's fat.
Yeah.
She's.
I was thinking the same thing. Rah, 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 rah. Okay, Totstrak.
Like, there's something about it. I can hear the cellulite in her voice. Guaranteed fatty.
How is he still alive?
Absolutely a fatty. That's just real life. Yeah, it's so obvious. On a mobility scooter? Yeah.
Oh, it's on now.
You can hear the cheeseburger.
It's go time.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, jeez. Yep.
They have no idea what Nazis actually were, dude.
Oh my God, they're just they're bots, man. They're absolute bots. Somebody's saying, what are you saying here? Let me read this. What is this? Part 1, I came here long ago, I think I found someone's moderate in the middle. Well, what do you start developing a hateful person, right-wing extremism? Now, I don't know if you changed throughout the years, if it's your true self, getting more comfortable with it. My actual opinions are even more extreme than what I show on my stream. I like what I actually think like is even worse. But I don't say that. I don't express that. But yeah, that's number one. I've always felt that way. But number two, what about what I'm saying is extreme? I don't think it's extreme. Like, what about me is extreme? And I really mean this. I don't think that I'm extreme at all. I think what's happened is that people have gotten so extreme on these weird left-wing people that they view anybody who's not their version of extreme as extreme. Like, I don't think that I am at all. You used to be okay with immigration, but against illegal immigration?
Hell yeah.
Now you're against it all? I'm not against all immigration, but I think immigration has to have a net positive effect to the Americans that are in the country. I don't think that we should be having immigration that comes at the expense of American citizens. So, like, for example, I don't think that we should bring in H-1B visa workers in order to undercut American wages. But, like, for example, if somebody wants to immigrate from, I don't know, anywhere, as long as they're not a moron and they want to come over and be an American, I think it's fine. But it's a matter of degree. Like, should we bring in every immigrant ever? Of course not. But we should decide based off of that. So is that the only one? Yeah.
Waiting for orders.
2 people shot by ICE in Portland? Yeah, I mean, you know that I'm not against immigration. I mean, like, how am I against, just think about it like this, right? The majority of my friends are immigrants.
Weapon system down.
I'm not against immigration.
Yes, Commander.
I just don't want them to come over illegally.
Oh my God, I'm so fucked.
It's pretty simple. It's situational, yeah, duh.
Moving to position.
Like, obviously, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
These are refugees? I don't know about that. And let me see if I pull me up. Let me see if there's anything more about it. But then after that, I will look. Apparently, there's the ICE. What do you call it? There's like ICE that have shot 2 more people. I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes. What separates you in political experience actually is constructive criticism and critical thinking. I try to, right? I genuinely do try to understand what people's perspectives are, right? So yeah, do it legally. We won't have a problem. Exactly. By that logic, I guess I'm not a racist because my friends are black. Yeah, I think generally that's true, actually. If you have a bunch of black friends, you're probably not a racist. Duh. What kind of a racist is going to have a bunch of friends of the race they hate? Like, absolutely, yeah, for sure. Like, everybody, like, people make this out like it's like some kind of like dumb joke or like dumb
I'm
excuse,
so
but it actually
fucked,
makes
by
a
the
lot of
way.
sense. Why would somebody actively be friends with a person of a race that they hate? It doesn't make any sense. It's totally illogical.
Hit him hard.
And I think that really, but here's what's funny is that long list. I can't type in chat. It's a long list. But it's a long list. Okay, that makes sense. Of course, it's so long that we can't think of anything about it. Yeah, I guess that must be it, and that makes a lot of sense. And so they can feel superior to people around them. I don't think that people really do that. You just generalize a lot. I think that it's okay to talk in generalities because generalities are usually how people exist. So yeah, when you have opinions about stuff you lack tact, for example, you say you're not celebrating women dying, but then you laugh about her death. I'm just answering your question. I do lack tact. I don't really have any real sympathy for people that are victims of their own bad decision making. I'm not. I don't have any sympathy for them. Like somebody is a drug addict and they die from a drug overdose. I don't really give a shit. Somebody is a
I actually have to kill these guys? Yeah, there's no way I can do this.
Money. I don't give a shit. Somebody goes and they try to attack a cop and then the cop shoots them. I don't give a shit.
Not with the mix they gave me.
You chose this path in life and it's led you to the end of the road. That's the reality. I
was hoping to be able to just escape, but I guess not.
And the reason why is because I think people use that sympathy to take advantage of you. And I think also it's because I think it's what they did the thing, and what happened to them is an effect of the thing that they did. Now, I can empathize with them and I can say, that's sad that happened to you, and I can see why you're upset about it. But at the same time, you put yourself in that situation. You're an adult. You have your own autonomy. You can choose your own destiny. And when you choose to just do that, and then something bad happens to you, that's life. I've watched people become victims of their own bad decision-making my entire life. I've watched my mom develop COPD from smoking cigarettes and she couldn't stop and she went to the hospital and she eventually died from complications of that. I've seen myself lose my teeth from my own bad habits of drinking too much soda. I've seen friends of mine have drug addictions and it ruined their lives as well. I've seen it happen, but sometimes it's not about deserving it or not, but there's a cause and effect of certain actions. And if you don't acknowledge that, and I don't have sympathy for people that engage in that. I really don't. And the reason why is because they know what they're doing. They know that they're doing something wrong, and they choose to do it. Do you think that protesters believe they're doing the right thing regardless of outcome it has on them? No,
it's even worse.
I think that if there was a negative outcome, they wouldn't do it. So yeah, no, and I think that that's really the reason why. Mm-hmm. Zach making excuses? Yeah, I don't make excuses for people. Not even for myself. Yeah, I never even make excuses for myself. Like, if I do something wrong, I take accountability for it. I do.
Why'd you shoot them?
They were innocent! They were fucking innocent!
Of what? How do you know that? This is typical. Most raids and parties have their tanks positioned at the beginning, at the front.
That was kinda cruel.
Very common.
He said he got me next. You heard him?
It's common formation.
You heard him? Hey, you heard him? He said he got me next. He's targeting. He's targeting.
Jesus Christ.
Hi, everyone. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz here. You witnessed in Minnesota yesterday a tragedy, the death of Renee Good on the streets at the hands of a federal agent. You also witnessed last night a beautiful visual, a peaceful visual. People expressing their constitution.
Why is he saying visual?
Peaceful manner, and for that I say thank
you. Mean vigil?
I've been very clear. We need a couple things here. We need Minnesota to carry out this investigation. To make
starting to think this guy's not a human, dude. He's such a weirdo.
Local law enforcement who's in charge of law. Make sure we do the investigation, and then to pull back this unnecessary surge. And so with that, I would ask.
That's definitely a great idea. Yeah, maybe we should just stop enforcing the law. Great.
For all of us to continue to do this peacefully, continue to raise our voices, but do so in a manner that brings about that sense of community. In Minnesota, I'm declaring tomorrow at 10 a.m. on January 9th, I'd ask everyone to pause for a moment of silence to remember Renee Good, also to remember all.
How is it that every single person that they end up memorializing is like a criminal?
All right.
Like George Floyd is like a career criminal that pointed a gun at a pregnant woman. This lady is like some weirdo that came all the way from Colorado and is like driving through ice. Like, how is it that you keep picking losers? It's insane.
Looks like enemy reinforcements.
Yeah.
And
how do you keep picking losers like
I'd
this?
ask employers to give their people some space.
Commander?
I'd ask each and every one to find a way to contribute in your community. It might be shuffling your neighbor's walk. It might be being at a food bank. It might be pausing to talk to someone you haven't talked to before. But to show the goodness, to rise up, to make sure that we're being very, very clear about this, that we expect our constitutional rights to be respected, that law enforcement is local, that we expect accountability of our elected leaders.
They claimed Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines. Again, you can never expect any consistency.
That's the first thing I thought of too. Like, but did she cross state lines though? I'm not gonna lie.
At all.
Leaders, and that we are not going to go quietly.
Oh, okay, I went the wrong way. Gotcha.
To give up on those things that matter so much to us, and chief amongst those is human dignity, respect, rule of law, all of the things that we know make this country great.
Naturally. Of course, yeah, it's all about human dignity and respect, very clearly.
Affirmative.
And yeah. Renee Good, Carl Element, killed in Walk, Starver, attempting to evade arrest. Let's memorialize a woman and almost kill a law enforcement officer. This is why we need to report. Yeah, I think that what they need to do, they need to just totally shut this down. Like, this guy's got to get arrested. They've got to do that. They've got to get rid of these people in the leadership positions because these people very obviously are just nuts. And this is another reason why they need to open up the insane asylums. I've said this before, and I think it's becoming even more evident today that like some of these people are just wrong. They're crazy and it's scary and they're gonna do something and hurt people and it's gonna be bad for everybody. Treason? I know. I think they should do that. Weird that he wants his officers to investigate. Well, yeah, just like they investigated the fraud. Of course.
I didn't realize that's a thumper. How's that work on this one?
The trend among Iranian women is now unstoppable. Bro.
I'm here.
They putting them on pack watch. Oh my god. Yep, there you go. And so actually, like, yeah, rest in piss, bozo. They're tired of them. And the thing is, too, you have all these women over in Iran that you see, they're not wearing anything over their fucking head. They're wearing whatever the hell they want. So I'm glad to see this, absolutely. And so Iran banned Starlink, but Elon did beam Starlink over Iran. They need to smuggle the terminals in. Yeah. Would you support airstrikes on Iranian leadership? I would really think that's a bad idea. I would use that as like a last resort. Because I worry that if America, like, if they do it, I'm going to think that it basically, I think it will turn out badly. But I would be like, you know, let's see what happens. I don't want them to do that. I think they should only do that
fucking urban mix sucks.
That the people will either get massacred by the military, or they won't be able to overrun the military, right? Because the military is just like free firing on its people. Like, if that happened, I would say, okay, yeah, maybe we could help them out, right? I think that's fair. But in general, no, I don't want to see that happen. And the reason why isn't because I disagree with, you know, the protesters. It's because I want Iranians to have ownership of this regime change. I want them to have ownership of this revolution. And I think that the moment that American bombs start dropping, the moment that American soldiers get involved, now
Opening
it's
of
no
the
longer
fire.
the Iranian revolution. It's the regime change that was basically facilitated by America. The Islamic regime has completely shut down the internet in Iran. So it is down to 0%. And so you have only a handful of people that are out there in Iran that are able to protest. The Iranian anti-regime protesters in Tehran have now arrived in a Missouri street and are a few hundred meters away from the Central Command Staff and the IRGC. So it's the IRGC's headquarters for the Iranian capital city. So they're basically about to get to the main, they're one of the main bases.
Walking here. Commander?
If this happens in what's this here? If this happens fast enough, we in Israel could open up disaster migration hospital as we sent to Japan and Nepal. Go Iranians. Yeah, I know there's a lot of Israelis
Can I not
that want to
attack
see
the
this
floor?
happen too. And there it is. Dutchmen demanding asylum centers must be in the country. Oh, this is another one too here. The battles continue. This is in Iran? Holy shit. Look at that.
Yes, Commander.
But this time we definitely put in the right guy. I think that what they need to do is they need to have an actual election or whatever they want to do. If they want to just bring in the king again and say, we want a king again, then I think that's totally up to them. I don't have a problem with what Iran wants to do. I do have a problem with telling them what to do.
Let's get this done,
So yeah,
team.
and I'm talking to someone who's in Iran right now who's part of the protest. They're confirming a lot of the social media reports. Yeah, so Iran's need to handle their business with very minimum US aid as possible. I think it is possible. And I think the reason why is that you're seeing a lot of the population that's roaching out already too. Like even you've already had a few
No
days ago,
fucking
you had
way.
the police roaching out. The police now are abandoning
Bro
their posts.
shot
They're
that dude in the
abandoning,
fucking
you know, their
heads.
position.
Oh, he was the
And now
dumper
you're
guy
also
as
having
well.
The military become fractured as well.
You've gotta
So
be
you're
shitting
already
me.
having the breakdown of the power structure that
Oh.
effectively keeps the government in control, and it's happening because really,
What the fuck?
if you lose the military, you lose because the military is the deciding factor whether you're going to win or not. So the moment that the military steps down, the moment the military says enough is enough, we're not going to support, we're not going to be in favor of shooting our own people for protesting against the government, right? And wanting freedom, basically, because you got to keep in mind that Iran is a lot different than in America. In America, you can protest and you can express yourself. You have freedom of speech to a pretty large degree. You can pretty much say what you want. And on top of that, maybe besides like a threat or something like that, or probably doxing, other than that, you can say whatever you want to say in the United States. And also, you can have whatever political opinion you want. In Iran, I think this is something that Westerners really don't understand, is that this is a totalitarian, tyrannical, religious, fundamentalist, psychopath government. They literally kill people for disagreeing with them. They arrest people all the time for basically no reason other than violating their imaginary religious laws. These people are just totally fucking oppressed. So they don't get a chance to, at the ballot box, vote on these issues. They don't vote on the Ayatollah. They don't vote on these laws. These laws are they're basically pressed onto them and forced onto them by the government. And if you disagree with that, you're dead. And so keep that in mind whenever you're comparing this with the, American protesters, because the American protesters have every opportunity to vote. They have every opportunity to have their opinions heard. They have every opportunity to, gather and peacefully assemble. And they have every opportunity to even run for government themselves. But for whatever reason, they think that they're basically, this is what a real revolution, this is what a real protest looks like, and this is what actual oppression looks like, is you have people getting shot in the streets by the government. And so is this the one that I had seen before? Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Holy.
Oh, that hurt.
See that? Russia's cooked? Well, why the fuck would they, like... Coming from a vet, it's great to see this. Yeah. Iran, you really put your life on the line. If they don't overthrow the IRGC, all these people will be executed. Yeah. Like, you have to keep this in mind, too, is that everybody who's in on this protest, they effectively have gone all in. You know, like, let's say you're gambling, right? They have gone all in with this protest. And that's why you see a lot of the videos that are being released are pixelated, so that people aren't able to be identified.
Damn it, my neck is limping.
Look at this. Persia's gonna come back.
Do this.
I wonder if they're gonna rename it to Persia. That would be pretty crazy if they did. I mean, like, I don't think that'll happen, but I feel like symbolically that would mean a lot. And anti-regime protesters set fire to the radio station. Oh, probably for propaganda. You see, like, they have all the filters and everything on it.
One of the police chiefs got assassinated.
Against the people that
was a crazy video.
And even discussing it
They just drive up next to him on like the highway and just bam, 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 bam.
Islamic regime security forces. They were beaten up, disarmed, and their cars and motorcycles set on fire. True. Yeah. Ryan's don't like the name Persia. It was given to them by the Romans 2,000 years ago. It's not their name. Completely understandable. It should be their decision regardless. Just giving my take on it. Do you think the Crown Prince will try to slither into power? I think that he'll be a great intermediary, and if the people there want to vote and decide him to be their leader, I think that he should be their leader. And I think that he's definitely the best intermediary for Iran. Like, nobody else is a better intermediary. So, I mean, I don't know, like, you might not like the guy, you might not agree with what he's saying or whatever, but you can't deny that this person does have the highest approval in terms of a leadership position inside of Iran. So that's what my perspective is, right? Iran means Persia. Well, I know that, right? Yeah, exactly. And so how an average Democrat sanctuary city looks? Yeah, exactly, right? And so where's a few more of these? And this is also Tehran, too. That's their main city. Holy shit. Please actually Iran English channel out? Iran International English out on X? Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different places that you guys want me to look. I'm doing my best to find everything, but it's hard to do. And so Iranian Islamic security forces opened fire with live ammunition against anti-regime protesters.
Yes, Commander.
Keep in mind, too, how many people aren't talking about this. They're talking about, like, the, you know, the virtue of a woman trying to run over an officer with a car, or maybe not trying to, just doing it accidentally. And, you know, incidentally, excuse me. They're discussing the virtue of that, but they're not talking about the virtue of these people overthrowing a tyrannical Islamist government. Where are the feminists? They're not there. So that's it. This is the guy who asked me. Yeah, there we go again. And what is this? Massive anti-regime protests? Oh, here's another one, too. Do you seriously think Iran will be better? Half of the people will support the new government, and the Middle East will be a war-torn hellhole nonetheless? I mean, I think it'll be better than it is now. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's really bad now. It's extremely fucking bad. I don't think people understand how bad it actually is.
On my way.
Yeah, it's already, like, they're already basically Iran.
How did he kill it with the small lasers, bro? Come on.
Should be one of the top 10 countries in the world in terms of GDP. Really. It's right next to a bunch of other extremely rich countries. They have, I think they have oil, obviously. They have, you know, like a huge amount of like sea area. There's no reason that Iran shouldn't be a rich country. I mean, there's a reason why Xerxes almost took over the fucking world, right? So Iran, Persia used to be like a massive world power, and there's a reason for that. So
I'm receiving you.
The truth is that, yeah, I mean, things could always get worse, but it's like, you think about it like Dungeons and Dragons, for example, right? And, you know, it's easy to say this when you're not gambling with your own life, but you just think about it logically. If you rolled a 4, let's say, which I would say 4 out of 20 is how I would rate the Iranian government. It seems like maybe, I'd say probably even more like a 2 or a 3. I guess it could be like North Korea, but it's still really bad. Do you re-roll the dice or not? I'd say you re-roll the dice, don't you? So that's what they're doing.
That's fine. I survived. That's all that matters.
2 for me. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, right? It's like, I understand that, you know, this kind of stuff is, it's like using metaphors like that can seem like you're trivializing it, but I'm just trying to use an example that people can understand. That's all. I'm not trying to trivialize it. I'm just trying to make it understandable for people that might not be as familiar with what this is. So yeah, reset the game, time to mulligan, exactly. And they're also, the thing is also Iran is the #1 sponsor for terrorism. They are the ones that are destabilizing the entire region. I would say that Iran, and to be fair, also Israel, but primarily Iran, is the primary destabilizing force in all of the Middle East. If you get rid of Iran's leadership, you're probably going to have, there are going to be ripple effects of that are going to affect tons of people. Live ammo being used. Is this from one of our viewers? Yes? So this video right here got sent to my mods. This is from one of my viewers that's in Iran right now. Iran, Houthis, and Hamas are fucked? Yeah. Like, I mean, Yemen is terrorized by the Houthis. I think it's Lebanon for Hezbollah. And Hamas is getting people killed in Palestine, too. Think about how many millions of lives are going to be lost once these psychos are done. I don't think people understand how big of a deal this is going to be. Anti-Iranian regime protesters have taken control of the central parts of the town tonight. The lion and the sun flag is flying high, and people are chanting, "Long live the Shah." Holy shit. Man. Saudis are encouraging fighting in Yemen as well. I don't know about that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know. Is Iran the most powerful Islamic country in the world? Islamist country in the world?
Not anymore.
I think that they're the most military influential. But that's because they try to be. I think that maybe a country like Saudi Arabia could be, but it doesn't try to do that. He's tying it up. Turkey? Oh, I always forget about Turkey. I wouldn't really say, I mean, I don't know. I have to really think about it. Does Dubai not have a military? I really don't know about that. Holy shit. Imagine being this guy. Really. Think about that. That's fucking insane. You're the guy. Oh my god. Yeah, absolute aura. Yeah, bro, look at that. Hero aura? Absolutely. I love to see this. This is awesome. This is amazing. It's a historic moment. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. This guy's going to be immortalized by a history book? Well, he'd probably be immortalized by at least an Asmongold TV YouTube video, okay? So, yeah, you got even more of this tier in comp. This is Iran's 7th largest city. Thousands of brave Iranian women have joined the protests. And you see also, like, there's another thing, too, is that women in Iran are uniquely oppressed because they have to wear things over their head and everything like that. There was even somebody who was killed, this was a few years ago, for not wearing their head covering. So women, and this is something that I always found to be so weird, is that Western feminists seem to have this massive blind spot for the Islamic control over women. I really
why did you start here?
Because, again, you can say that, well, that's their culture. They're going to have their own thing. They're going to do their own thing. But like, whenever you see the women
guess
that
I'll
are in this
capture the base
country
then.
that are like saying we don't want to be killed and depressed and like tortured by this, I mean, you should be behind them as a Western feminist, right? You absolutely should be. I mean, if they were if Trump said you can't do this, you'd be losing your fucking mind, right? So I think that it's purely, white people bad, basically. I think that's the reason why they didn't go after this, which is very annoying to see, considering that something like feminism is, it's unironically something that Iran needs. Well, I mean, apparently it's something that it has. So yeah. Me and all the Iranians who've been outside of Iran, and the ones that are in Iran, especially being devoted to the protests, I wish more people would talk about this. It's so embarrassing that I'm one of the only people that's talking about this. And I know that I don't really do a great job explaining everything. I'm not a fucking expert in this. But at least I try to play the clips and talk about them and spread awareness. There's a lot of people that are just pretending like this.
The strongest, yeah, but Iran has a not in that sphere, right? Because Turkey is more on our side than it is on the Middle Eastern side.
Over the world, and I think that
and I don't mean that in sides like red and blue. I mean that geographically.
Tremendous, overwhelming blind spot that Western commentary people have for any sort of any of these Islamic Muslim countries and just Middle Eastern countries in general. It's not exclusive to Islam, where they just don't talk about them at all, and I find it to be very problematic. It's bad. Iranians are also going back to Iran to protect their families. Yeah, of course.
Copy that.
You speak up more. You normally see as racist. I think so. Russia's really getting backed into a corner. They are. The blind spot is intentional. I think it is. I think that they're intentionally ignoring it because it's inconvenient for their worldview. And I think that the reason, that's why it's not being covered by the BBC a lot. That's the reason why it's not being covered in Europe a lot. Because really, as an American, like Iran having this happen is substantial and it's, it's influential and it matters. But I mean, think about it, like Europe's a lot fucking closer, right? So they should be talking about it all the time. Why are they not talking about it? I think they're not talking about it. This is a conspiracy theory. I think is that they're not talking about it because they don't want to be seen as people that are, denigrating or downgrading or speaking negatively against Islamism, because they try to create the narrative that the people that are coming over from a lot of these countries are totally assimilable, are totally assimilating into, European culture. So if you're showing that even in Iran, people don't want to put up with this bullshit anymore, then how are you going to convince the European people that they should put up with this shit if Iran doesn't even want to put up with it? You see what I'm saying? So it's all about creating and protecting a narrative and making sure that that narrative is never challenged by any sort of inconvenient reality, like the fact that Iran is going through a 47-year, in the making revolution. So people understand that you can overthrow corrupt governments. I don't think that's the reason either. I don't. I think that it's purely an identity-based reason, personally. So
ready for order.
Let me go back. I'll look at this. And Trump did talk about it a little bit here. Huge crowds arriving in Tehran. This is obviously their main city. Look at this.
Target.
That's a lot of fun.
Brought it down, Commander.
Probably due to money.
I'm out of short range.
I don't know if it is or not.
Waiting for orders.
Does this count as a world war? No. There's not really a war going on. It's just an internal civil war. It's inside of Iran. I don't see anybody really influencing this or doing anything else. BBC are showing live footage right now? Sure, but how much are they covering it? I'm not saying they haven't covered it at all, but I'm saying that overwhelmingly I don't think that they've covered it that much. So let's see if I can find...
Well, their own people is their biggest enemy right now.
Holy shit, look at everybody. Oh my god.
Yes, Commander.
According to Turkish media, 38 have been killed. There's no way it's only 38 people. There's no way. Iran has like what, 70, 80 million people in it? Like there's no
Very
way
much
it was
so.
only 80, 38 people.
Like only 50 years ago, it was basically like a normal city, right?
I wouldn't even believe 300.
Or a normal country, I mean.
I bet probably 1,000. 90?
Then the extremists took over.
Like, what is it, like 70 or 80 million? That's what I thought, yeah. I mean, it's around there.
Excuse me, she's...
It's 38 today. Okay, that's more believable. Yeah, I mean, these people are fucking psychos. This is like everything that a deranged weirdo on Twitter thinks that American government is what the Iranian government actually is. That's the difference. Yeah, average day in Detroit, fuckers also attack a hospital at one of the small cities. People pushing narrative that this is Mossad or CIA is doing. I think that it's undeniable that Iran having a revolution is in the best interest of
They're certainly
Israel,
trying it right
and
now.
It's also in the best interest of America.
Hopefully they
This is
succeed,
true.
because it
It's
will be great for
undeniable.
us
Now,
as
does
well,
it
for the
become
EU.
a bad thing because it coincides with being in the best interest of Israel?
Iran dropping off the face of the planet is a very good thing for the rest of the world.
I think it's just stupid thinking, right? I mean, there are things that Israel wants that other things that would be good. And there are things that Israel wants that are bad. I think the reality is that
Not just the Middle East, like literally the entire world.
Why can't you admit that Israel literally single-handedly removing terror organizations one by one in the world is making it a better place? Like, you can't see it, you're just blinded by hate. Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Iran. When have I ever said that? I supported Israel killing terrorists. When did I ever not support that? Like, I don't know, what are you even talking about?
Neck warriors.
Like, go back and look at the videos. Like, just because my main gripe and my main problem that I have with Israel is entirely surrounded inside of the United States. It's all about the United States. Like, what Israel is doing in the Middle East, I mean, like, it's gray. It's very, very gray. Some parts of it are not gray, right? Like bombing hospitals with kids, killing kids. But there's other parts of it that are, like, you know, going after terrorist threats, etc. So I'm not trying to make a distinction on. I don't think you can make a categorical distinction on everything Israel's done. But what I can say is, in the United States, I don't want to see Israel being a policy decider in the
Due to a smart
States.
eject.
I think that's totally fair for me as an American to say. I don't think Israel would want
Saved
me
his
to
life.
be, you know, telling them what to do either. I think it's very fair. Oh, this is holy shit. They're burning down regime buildings? Wow.
I'm here.
Holy.
They're having a campfire with the
This is
regime.
a new one. I haven't seen this at all. Hamas put their missiles in hospitals and schools, so Israel supported, just let themselves get bombed. I get it. I understand.
It's because they like money
Listen,
a lot.
I know all the arguments. I've read it many times. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, I think they could do a better job. I think their expansion is too much. So, and also, by the way, a lot of the Israeli people think that. Many of them, don't they all think Netanyahu is a warmonger? Like, this is the Israeli people. This isn't my opinion. This is, like, their opinion over there.
Timber.
Critical hit.
A lot of people, some people are saying, yes, no, maybe I'm misinformed. But my understanding is that his approval is not universal in Israel either. Anyway, listen, guys, who gives a shit? My point is that just because something aligns with the best interests of the government of Israel or the government of the United States or both, like in Iran's case, that doesn't make it a bad thing. That doesn't make it a bad thing categorically. It does mean that you should approach it with trepidation.
Yeah, and they're still stuck on the border.
Justified and fair.
With PLA? What the fuck is that?
And you should be skeptical.
That one called?
You should absolutely be skeptical.
No, it's not the PLA, that's Palestinian.
Israel's very liberal, divided like the United States.
I forgot the name.
I get it. I mean, I don't really know. And let's just be friends here, Israeli here. I want to be friends. I just don't want you guys to be... Look, I just don't want to get bribed, okay? So, yeah, they're burning down the entire fucking buildings. Holy fuck, man. Like, I do really think, like, at this point...
Yeah.
What do you guys think that they're cooked?
Well,
I mean,
terrorist...
I feel
it
like
is a terrorist group,
so
but it's also
obvious
like
they're It's over. It's so over.
a like...
Yeah.
Not a
Yeah,
nation.
It's done.
What's the fucking word? Like a population group?
Yeah, it's not if, but when. I think so too.
It is. It's a three-letter name.
We'll build the
Turkey.
buildings. Yes, the buildings.
War with
You're right.
terrorists.
Yeah, it's getting totally fucking barbecued, isn't it? And so there it is. And so yeah, I'm just reading some of these here too. And let's see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can pull some of these up.
The PLO.
Friends of mine that are sending me.
I was very
images
close.
and links as well. Some people that have family in Iran and.
No, see, the PLO is
you
the
know, they're trying
Palestinians.
to
What, is
link
it the
and show
PLO?
it to me.
It's not the PLO.
So here's another one here. A large number of protesters took part this evening in the city of Bashad.
The
Of
PKK.
northeastern Iran.
That's what I was thinking of. The PKK.
Need the military though? They're gaining the support of the military.
No, you're thinking of the
They're massively
DHKP.
gaining it. Isn't
That's something
Iranian
else
leaders?
entirely. But they're also fucking with those guys. So yeah, that's why Turkey's not doing so well, right?
It's not the first revolution the actual regime is facing. Yeah. Yes. So's Jay. Yeah. I have a lot of friends from Iran, like Train, Jay, Esfand, all from Iran. Persian. Yeah. Here's another one. Are they taking down a flag? Yeah, that's what it's got to be. The guy's up there. Unfortunately, Iran has two militaries, one normal military and one simping for the Ayatollah. Yeah, the IRGC is the Ayatollah military. And so, like, that's really those
PKK?
Are the
No, the
guys.
PKK is on the eastern
If
side,
they
I
can
believe.
overcome the IRGC, it's over. I mean, like, that's the only real inhibitor to everything not being immediately on fire.
Because the PKK is the Kurdish.
The people are united more than ever.
They're
It
Kurds,
seems that
right?
way. Do you think Prince will become the leader or some other form of government? I think that it will.
I'm gonna sneeze.
I think that immediately afterwards, the Shah will probably come back. Reza Pahlavi. Well, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, by the way. But
excuse me.
He will probably come back and be like an interim leader, and then they'll probably transition to whatever they transition to after that. Like, I don't know the history of Persia and Iran very well, so they might have a historical leadership system that they would prefer for a cultural reason.
And we're
so
stuck
I can't
there as
really
well,
know that,
'cause we're-
but I think that's the
We're not
that's-
really
that's the
involved,
start point that I think that
but we're
they're gonna
kind of
have.
involved.
Marco Rubio? No. They're taking down the cameras, the government surveilling. Oh, that's the camera. Oh my God. They're under the Brits for a long time? Yeah, I don't know about that. And so
Seems a bit
there's
much,
even
no?
More of this that's going on. Let me see if I can find any more of these. Oh yeah, Trump did talk about this. Trump says
Like,
the
what's he
US
know
will
that we
hit the
don't?
Islamic regime very hard if they keep killing people in the streets of Iran.
As you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they, as you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots.
That's what they do?
If they do it, we're going to hit them very hard.
Oof.
As you know, probably better than anybody, they're doing very poorly. And I have let them know that if they start killing people, which they tend to do during their riots, they have...
Yeah, I mean, again, I hope that we don't do this unless we absolutely have to. Like, I would support doing it if it saves, like, thousands or maybe tens of thousands of Iranian lives from, like, their oppressive military. I would maybe
Jesus,
support it,
could this be
but
further?
I
What the fuck?
really do not want to do it.
Land me closer next time,
really
maybe.
do
What
not
the
wanna
fuck?
Do it. I think it's such a risky move, and like the problems that it could create would be like this could create a problem in like 18 years. You see what I'm saying?
Confirmed.
It's like such a huge like oh fuck, and I think that even if Iran does have the revolution,
China, Taiwan
there
next.
are going to be nationalist Islamist people that are going to say that the only reason why this revolution happened is because of Israel. It's because of America, and they're going to be loyal to that same regime, and they're not going to just totally go away. They're not. But like, it's really about how many of them
We
there
can't.
are and how much power they have.
Europe's a joke,
Will
bro.
they take the threat seriously? Hopefully they will, right?
We should have made a military 40 years ago.
Closer. Yeah, but think about
No, it's
like
too
this.
late.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is our ally, absolutely way more than Iran. But that doesn't. Number one, that doesn't always have to be the case. And number two, they can both be our allies. And number two, think about how much we have to spend on dealing with the secondary effects of Iranian terrorism. Think about how many millions and billions of dollars we have to spend every year dealing with, you know, all of the terrorist groups they fund, all of the different like ships that those people are taking over, right? Number two. I say two? Like, what do you mean? And Sometimes I'm talking, right? Sometimes I'm just talking and I just say things. Sorry about that. I don't know.
Of course, it has turrets as well.
Maybe I did send 2 twice. Well, anyway, we can have two different allies in the Middle East. It's not like you only need one. Iranian anti-regime protesters launch a major push against the Islamic regime's security forces.
Yes, Commander.
This looks like Fallout or something. Holy shit.
Commander, I will be done.
Yeah, no wonder they're protesting. When did this car come out? Like 1991? Yeah, they probably want a new car. I'd be pissed. Oh, what the hell is this? Looks like Minnesota. Yeah, probably will, right?
Standing by.
And let's see if there's any more of these huge crowds of anti-regime protesters out in the street. Holy fuck. I think I already saw these before. There's a... Jesus. Governor headquarters are stormed. Security force cars and motorcycles set on fire. Riot police sent fleeing and barricades built in city after city. This is no doubt the most intense night so far. Holy fucking shit. This is insane. Let me see if there's a live broadcast. They're killing us. Yeah, that's what I hear. And, just showing no mercy. Yeah, these are some of the videos right here. We'll just look at this one.
Standing by. Moving out.
Real delusional. Trump got oil from Venezuela. That's why he helped him. He'll get nothing from helping people in Iran. Trump is going to get nothing from helping Iran. What about the ability to destabilize a key ally in his opponents? More than 2,100 people have been arrested. What an idiot chatter. Yeah. Demonstrations over economic conditions broke out in Kurdish regions of Iran, despite authorities using violence to try to disperse the protests. That's a lot of people. According to witnesses and rights. Oh, this is the fucking... The shops. Protesters took to the streets. The shopkeepers shutting down stores.
Bro, Andrian
corruption. It's not even corruption. It's just total.
Never mind.
It's not even one thing. It's like everything. To be honest, they executed over 1,600 people last year. I'm going to be honest. I would have assumed it's more. And you can see also, look at this right here. This is the difference between an American protest and an Iranian protest. A real protest versus a retard protest. Watch this. Molotov cocktails. Is he throwing these at the cars of the civilized people that are just trying to live their lives and go about their day? No, he's throwing it over that towards the things that represent the regime that's been oppressing him for his entire life. You see that? They're not throwing them at Teslas over there. Nice throw. Yeah, true. Very true.
What will we play instead?
Videos circling on social media purported to show the new... What's this here? The new cities joining the protests that erupted more than a week ago.
Had I known, I would have gotten locked into like a month-long contract of doing nothing but the fucking babysit missions. Oh,
yeah,
they're
I mean,
so
I've been
fucking
seeing this a
annoying.
lot. This is like basically all of these places here are shops, and they're all shutting down. I think that they're shutting down. Realistically, I bet shopkeepers are shutting down for multiple reasons. Like, it probably costs them money to keep the shop open, and because of the economic reasons, they're not able to make any money because nobody has the money to afford anything, number one. Number two, because obviously there's so much civil unrest, the shop could be damaged. And number three, it's to show protest and solidarity with the people, right? So it's like, it's basically every incentive points in that direction. Those who are truly oppressed know they must fight, unlike fake American protesters who just want chaos and things to go their way. Yeah, they lose the election and then they set things on fire. That's just the way it is over here. Wow. Treasury cities considered loyal to...
No, I mean like they're not. He means they're not selling enough, right?
Roach out on him so fast, openly targeting him. That's insane. As violence escalates, the death toll rises. Experts warn.
Considering.
What's this? Government's heavy-handed response could deepen public fury. Well, it could also encourage other nations to get involved. Because there's a lot of people who are tired of being terrorized by Iranian proxy terrorist groups. They're sick of it. They're sick of it. They've been dealing with it for fucking decades. And finally, after all this time, there's like, okay, you guys are on the ropes? Ah, geez, what if we just send a few bombs over there? Right, Israel? Yeah, Israel. I think a lot of people are. I bet everybody in the region is fucking tired of it. What countries
You're not the only one.
Would do something like this?
Half the world's at war right now.
Israel and the U.S. are going to be the two main countries that would do anything to interfere with Iran. I don't really... I could see the other countries passively greenlighting it or allowing it to happen, like doing it indirectly, but I don't really see any other country doing it directly. Russia's their ally. Russia's not going to do anything.
To be fair, how do I put this? The only one that really matters to us is Ukraine-Russia, like directly. And I don't consider Iran being at war with anyone right now, right? That's a civil matter, so I don't even count that, right?
Yeah, and you gotta remember, like, yeah, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, a key ally of Tehran. Too bad about that one, huh? Vowed not to yield to the enemy. Iran's Supreme Committee. Yeah, the AI videos you making about blowing up Israel, not going too well, huh?
No, of course it matters, right? Especially because, bro, those people have been so fucking repressed for like the last 50 plus fucking years. Like, I totally understand why they're like, you know? I get it. And I'm all for it. I hope they succeed. But in terms of like, I'm just not counting it as a war, you know? Because it's not. It's a civil war. There's a difference. Nothing will get intervened. I don't know what's gonna happen there because the US can't afford to let Taiwan get taken over. They're trying to move the chip production away, but it's still definitely there.
In a way, October 7th might be a great thing for Israel. There's a lot of times where tragedies end up being a spark for a larger thing to happen that's positive. It's very.
They should have never consolidated it right next to fucking China in the first place. So fucking retarded.
I think in a lot of cases, like I think on a personal level, that happens for a lot of people, right? How many of you guys?
And they should have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Doing something that made your life better. I think it's very common. It's true on like a personal level. It's true on a general level. I think it's just true in general. Holy
I gotta find something to play, man.
Ooh. That's a lot of fucking people, isn't it? That's a lot of fucking people. And so let's go back. I'll look at a few more of these at Flashpoint. Yeah, it is. I don't know if there's any more live protests that I can look at. How about features live? And
ironically, because the Dutchies are the ones that make the fucking machines.
Okay, it looks like I'm not really able.
Isn't that typically fucking EU?
To find
I might add
right this second. So we'll look at some of the other videos.
Retarded, that's what that is.
And there's this, but there's almost nobody watching this, so it's probably a bullshit live. And so I'm not even going to look at it. But yeah, this one's been posting a lot of stuff from Iran. I'll go through some of this too.
Right.
It's no internet, so no live. Well, some of them might have access in other ways. So yeah, and across Iran right now, landlines are down, mobile phone signals are down, electricity is out, the internet is down, nobody can call each other, let alone an ambulance if there's an emergency. Reports of endless regime gunfire. Iran is now a prison of 90 million hostages. Fuck, man. Jesus, that is brutal. Oh my God. Okay, well, you know, we'll have to see what happens. And let's look at the other ones here. Imagine humanity working together for infinite energy, finding robots to do our jobs, and everybody sits home watching Twitch. Yeah, that's the reason why I want UBI, is so I'll get more viewers. And President Trump, if you're serious about coming to rescue locked and loaded, you need to act right now. The internet's down. If you were in power last time, the Islamic regime did this in 2019. You know fully well what happened.
I don't know
next.
what to play now. Damn.
People, right? And so,
excuse me.
Let's see if I can find this here. I didn't know I muted her. That's why your opinions are bad. This is just somebody else talking shit. Mashhad regime base. Oh wow. So they're setting their own bases on fire too. I can't call my parents since a couple hours ago. Yeah,
I'm not sure I want to start that because I've never actually played that. That's going to be a hell of a fucking headache. You know what I mean?
With that uncle either. I mean, the majority of people probably are going to be totally fine, right? But like, you know, it's kind of like what I said before with like, you know, the IRS and like, you know, that guy flew a plane into the IRS building. I immediately called my dad, and it's like you're not able to call your parent whenever that happens. It's scary, and so yeah. Do you think Russia and China will intervene retaliate if we intervene?
Like I'm sure I'll be okay with it. I've played all the EUs and shit, right? So I'm used to like complex games, but I have to be in the mood to like start the complex game, especially when it's a game I've never played before, because that's always like, oh, I have no idea what's going on. And it's gonna take me like a couple of restarts to figure everything out. I'm not sure I'm like in the mood for that right now.
They just had Nicolas Maduro nabbed. They can't beat smaller.
Like
I mean,
I might just play some Diablo 4 or 2 again. That's what we were doing earlier.
It's not gonna do anything. Yeah, they lost Syria. Yeah, they're done. China's not gonna do anything. Why would China do anything? China's the most likely to do something, but I think that. And this is another thing, right? China gets a lot of their oil from Iran, or from Iran, right? That's my understanding. And that was the reason why people thought it was unlikely that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz, because you know, they were getting a lot of trade from China.
Yeah, that's kind of nuts.
That's true.
It is kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's my understanding, right? And so for
they just went yoink.
So I think that because Trump was already willing to trade oil from Venezuela to China, I think that it lowers the probability that China will try to go out and attack Iran, because, I mean, it's probably going to be the same thing. Like, because the Iranian people are going to need to make money, and China is able to pay for oil. So why would he shut that down completely? Because all that would do is just hurt the government. It would hurt the people there. Calling UA smaller Russia, Ukraine. We do not. Please kindly stop calling Ukraine smaller Russia. We don't lower ourselves to their level. I'm sorry. I think it's funny in a way, but like I know you guys are different. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah. I know I know a few people in Russia. I know a lot more people in Ukraine, to be honest. And I think that a lot of them probably feel that way. It's a joke, yeah. Are they not? They're not. I mean, they're culturally similar, but they're not the same. It's the same as anything, right? I think that I don't know. Maybe it's like the U.S. and Canada. I'm not entirely sure. Let me look at some more of these. So what is this? This is a Bashai base completely overrun by the Iranian people. Seize all their weaponry, seize their equipment. Yeah, they absolutely should.
I'm so annoyed that the Mountain Blade DLC is like downvoted to fuck, bro. And it's like, okay, there's just no reason to get it. Gotcha.
Oh man, I got one for you guys. Somebody just link me one.
Right? Yeah, 25 bucks. And it's mostly negative. Well, all reviews is mixed, but recent is mostly negative, and there's 700 of them, so,
Suspected Israeli insider account with 100% win rate on Polymarket, with all their bets being on Israeli military operations, has bet that Iran will be attacked by Israel by January 31st. Huh. How about that? It's really interesting. Wow. And so, yeah, buy now, real quick.
Yeah,
Iran
but that's kind of typical for those guys. So I didn't.
So offline right now that you need to have
I'm not surprised at that at all. It's just like,
yeah, you were telling
it looked great in the thing, but then you read it and you read like it has all of the fucking bugs that the main game has, right? All of the problems. And they're even worse now because it's on fucking water, right? So I'm like, maybe not, right?
Telling me that there's like
Never
people that are trying to go
mind.
through, like, I'm not even kidding you, 9 different ISP
Yeah, it actually looks
tunnels
fantastic,
in order
right?
to
It would be
able to get
great
their
if it was
internet
an
on right
actual,
now.
you know,
Like,
competent
they're going
development
through-
team.
They're using like magic spells and horoscopes in order to try to get this shit open, right? Starlink, apparently there is some reason why Starlink is harder to be used there. I think it has to do with some sort of counter technology, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah, Netrunners, yeah, bro, they're going Cyberpunk 2026 on it. Northern Tehran finally joined the uprising after nearly 2 weeks of the South in the fighting, I mean, not in feeding.
Yeah, not so much.
Holy shit.
I mean, that is classic Might and Blade.
Yeah, I think you have to have the technology in order to do that too. So, like,
It is kind of classic Might and Blade.
Hear a single Allahu Akbar chant? Yeah. People think most Iranians are Muslim. It's because inside of Iran, you have no other choice, and your religion is marked on your ID from the moment you're born. Yeah, it's not really a big surprise. And also, like, I mean, there's a huge reason why, too, is that they're revolting against the Islamic government. And I think that's the reason why a lot of these Western leftist people are not talking about this. I think they're not talking about it because this is an inconvenient reality for their ideology that Islam is somehow, you know, superior to secularism or to Christianity. Now, my outlook on it is actually pretty simple. I respect every religion to the extent that it respects me, right? Like, if I go to Saudi Arabia, I go to Dubai, I'm not going to be drawing pictures
That thing looks
of
interesting.
Muhammad, okay?
Maybe
Like,
we should
it's the
just
same as
start
I go
Claire
to
Obscure.
China, I'm
I've
not
never
gonna
actually
be
played it.
drawing pictures of Winnie the Pooh either. So you go into somebody else's house.
Oh, a mother for the
follow their
original.
fucking
Yeah.
rules. But at the same time, you know, I don't think these places are horrible, but I wouldn't really want to live there either. I'm just being honest, right? I'm being honest. Like, what the fuck? Somebody got to say it. Somebody got to say what? What? It's just respect. Yeah. It's respect. Left-wing allergy have a rough start. Yeah. Can you imagine being a leftist right now? The biggest Islamic government is being shut down, and there's a violent revolution against it.
They should do that with a lot of
literally
people,
having the federal
right?
government come in and
A lot of
deport
developers should
migrants
do
and,
that,
you know,
but it
one
never
of your
happens.
Psychos decided to try to drive through
Only
a
very
federal officer and
occasionally.
they got shot, and seemingly nothing's going to happen about it. Then just after that, or just before that, you had one of your dictators from your favorite socialist country get kidnapped by America in the dead of night with no casualties.
I guess we'll just play some more
and relatively
Diablo.
no even you know, environmental damage or equipment damage. And then even before that, you just got done defending Somali scammers that are just scamming hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, and siphoning it back to, you know, the Somalian government, which, by
It's
the
par
way,
for the course for
isn't
those
it
guys,
weird?
sadly.
Isn't it weird that the Somalian GDP is
Like,
the
I'm
same
not
amount of
surprised at
money
all.
than the amount of money that Minnesota's lost? What are the odds of that? Wow. That's crazy.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and Tim Walz quits too. Yeah, exactly. And we're 8 days into the new year. Can you believe that? Don't forget terrorists. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Somalian government, and it's being reallocated to Al-Shabaab, which is a terrorist group in Somalia.
Bro,
That's right,
I've actually
guys.
been wanting
Your
to
tax
fucking play
dollars
World
are
of
going to
Warcraft
fund
again. Like,
terrorists in
fuck's sake.
Somalia,
Why do I always
including
get that,
Minnesota.
man? I hate it so
Maybe
much.
Not now, but for a while it was. It's crazy. Can you mind the official Somalia government controls 3 or 4 streets in one city? Well, I don't know if it's that many. Wild how the loudest voices for human rights suddenly lose their voice when it's with Iran. Selective outrage is still hypocrisy. Selective outrage is absolutely hypocrisy. It 100% is. It's actually embarrassing how bad people are at that. Like, I find myself, like, a lot of times, this is going to be like an ego thing, right? But, like, I feel like in a lot of cases, I want to talk about this stuff and you know, like, bring attention to it, because I feel like if I don't do that, everybody else is just lying. I mean, I'm not saying everybody, right? I mean, like, obviously there's people that are not, but like, I think.
Well, honestly, for me, it's like, I just want to play some classic.
Like America-centric.
Without the hardcore
so biased, so
aspect.
one-dimensional, so agenda.
Just fuck around a little, but it's like,
not really the perspective of like an honest engagement of ideas. People ignore its hundreds, not thousands, millions of people Africa killing in Africa for Palestine.
I've been playing since fucking beta. That's the problem.
I saw that. That was unreal.
Fuck's sake.
So the Pahlavi donkeys, it's 5:30 in Iran. Yesterday, the donkey Pahlavi asked his supporters in Iran to come out to the streets and protest in every corner. Listen, nothing says Iranian propaganda more than AI art.
Yeah, reforged.
AI art of missiles.
That's
right, guys.
Released like a remastered
like,
patch.
Towards the end of the Iranian war with Israel, where Iran was saying that they were preparing a really big attack, and it was like one missile comes and it just gets boop. And that was about it. Yeah, it's like Pakistan. Even Pakistan is more impressive than this. I mean, Pakistan at least has nukes, and, you know, like Iran is just, that's just sad. You see their Lego AI propaganda video? No, I didn't.
I quite liked it.
Ever see you wearing a hat? I don't know.
On release.
Wearing a hat. Yeah,
I liked the Realm versus Realm fights. They were pretty fun.
A few days ago, the Shah's son made an announcement asking people to come out on Thursday. Just wait for tonight's videos to come out. Well, what? Wait a minute. So, just so I understand this, the Shah said for everybody to
you
come
convinced
out
me because
today.
I was thinking about hey, I played Guild Wars back in the day. Sorcerer was very fun. I'm gonna play Diablo too. When I make it Source.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
so
Realm versus Realm, RVR.
Shut off the internet leading up to this. No wonder they shut off the internet. See, I thought it was yesterday. I got the time zone wrong. It's happening now. Check his page. I will in a minute.
If you still own the OGs, Project Diablo 2 is amazing. It's basically like Diablo 2 if it never stopped being developed.
Wow, he's on X? I'll look at it in a minute. Tehran is 12 hours ahead of you. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. Why is the world becoming like this everywhere? The reason why the world is becoming like this everywhere is because of the internet. It's because young people around the world are being, they're being awoken to the fact that they live inside of a pod, they own nothing, and they're not happy. They go out and they see other people in other countries that are happy, they're living their lives.
Yeah, you still need to buy the DLCs, yeah.
And then even the people that are living inside of the countries that they're envious of, like, for example, the UK and America, well, those people are instead looking back to the past and seeing what they used to have. They're seeing that, you know, back in the day, you used to be able to support a family with one income, and your wife could stay at home, and you could buy a house whenever you were 30 years old or 35 years old. How many people have that reality now? Very few. So what's happening is that there is a global awakening of young people, especially, I would say, 40 and 50, really 40.
There was one in the middle of the world versus or Realm versus Realm thing.
People that are in their 30s, because in America,
it was a big one too. That one.
Countries, we've lived through a lot of like pretty crazy things that have happened. You know, if you're in your 30s, right? You lived through 9/11. You lived through the financial crisis. You lived through, you know, like COVID. And I think there's like 2 or 3 other minor ones that happened too. And so you live through the, you know, the advent of the internet. And so all of these happened inside of your formative years. And I think that one thing that's been really kind of evident is that the tremendous gain of wealth, power, and capability that technology and these new resources have brought has not really been enjoyed by the general population. And I think that this is true universally. It's true in Indonesia.
Final Fantasy 14 was also pretty good.
And they're burning down buildings of these government officials that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And meanwhile, they're living on literally peanuts. It's happening in America when you see, you know, American politicians that are taking their net worth from like, $1 million to like $20 million in a year after they're in Congress. It's happening in Europe when you see people that are you know, they become a stranger inside of their own country because they've been completely outpaced and totally outmaneuvered by migrants that have been brought in there by a hostile government. And so what's happening is that people all around the world, whether it's Iran, Indonesia, the United States, or Germany, are waking up and they're seeing this and they're saying enough is enough. I'm tired of this shit. I don't want to deal with this anymore. This isn't fair. I don't have to live like this, and I won't live like this. And that's the reason why you're seeing, how do you fix it? You fix it by having, I think the biggest problem in all of these countries is corruption. That is the core problem. And corruption stems from a bigger issue, which is the people not being able to have their voice heard in government. And certain voices being suppressed, other voices being elevated, both artificially. So that is the core issue. Now, migration is downstream of corruption, because migration is happening because the oligarchs and the business class want to import in a bunch of migrants, and the political class are, you know, basically benefiting from this because they can make the migrants dependent on different social systems so they can ensure the votes from those migrants indefinitely. So it's basically, you know, like view botting for these politicians. And it's also, I don't know, like, let me think of a better word for it. It's also botting for, I mean, not botting really. It's just basically they're bringing in a bunch of free labor, right? It's scamming. They're scamming. And so they're they're view botting, really. No, I'm being serious, right? Yeah, it's slave labor, basically. I mean, it's not slave labor, not the way we had it, but it's like indentured servitude in a lot of ways. And so basically you have all this happen, and then they feed the population identity politics, and then these identity politics keep people fighting about, you know, Christian or Muslim or white or black or brown or whatever the fuck. And I'm not saying this stuff doesn't matter. It does matter. It's core to somebody's identity and a national identity. It is. But at the same time, all of that is downstream from the economic and the political effects of bringing these people in. And I think that's the reason why you see so many of these protests happening worldwide now. Why is there a worldwide crash out? Because there's a World Wide Web. So there it is. And you're seeing now people have access to the web now more than they did even 10 years ago. Especially in a lot of these other countries because of smartphones and better technology. You see they've got to blur people's faces so they don't end up killing them after the end of this, in case it doesn't go well. Let me get that ready, Nomad. Yeah, let me just get to this. We got a few more. Keep the peasants fighting. Well, the problem is that the peasant fighting problems are real and they're legitimate and they're authentic, but at the same time, they're also they're a smoke screen. Keir Starmer is flirting with the idea of banning X. Keir Starmer is. I mean, that guy. I think maybe we should just go capture him too. I mean, he had a lower approval rating than Maduro. Maybe we should have, like, the United States culling strike. Like in PoE, if your approval rating goes below 20% and you are in charge of a government anywhere in the world, the United States will come in the middle of the night and arrest you. That's right. We're the world police. Because, I mean, if you're not even at 20%, nobody likes you. Nobody wants you to be around here. Like, just go... Exactly. You go under 20%. You go and get nabbed, bro. You going to New York. Yeah, please, do I need to go? Yeah, exactly. Basically a street call. Exactly, yeah. You go underneath that, you're done.
I think many people would cheer if the Americans arrest Keir Starmer. That dude's a traitor to the UK, dude. Straight up. In my opinion.
We have an open spell next to Maduro. We can share a cell with maybe some other Keir Starmer. Yeah. Call of Duty. Yeah, bro, exactly. Yeah, it's not Call of Duty anymore. It's Call of Duty. And what is this here? Every crimson flower that... Oh my god, bro. She's quoting... Jesus Christ. The president-elect of the NRCI? no way this girl is tweeting shit out and she gets called "Shut the fuck up, Gollum."
This place is trouble.
Oh my god. Wow. She's a communist? Yeah, I don't know about that. Gollum never wanted to share the One Ring. We made them escape. Holy shit. Starmer's a communist. He hates Britain. I think he's just I think he's a wet towel, limp dick, pussy ass, baby back bitch. I think that's what he is. I do. I think it's actually that simple. It's actually that. It's just that. There it is. Right? There it is. Marco declined to be a candidate for the Dolphins head coaching position. Oh, he did? That's too bad. Man, yeah, he's got to do something else. Bought and paid for by Israel, his humiliation fetish, yeah. What do you think about the position of Trump on Greenland? I think that I was ignorant about the amount of effort and work that the Danes have done in order to like help America. And I think the quote
Static is hilarious.
What has Denmark ever done for us? Apparently a lot of things, right? I think that the U.S. it would be nice maybe if the U.S.
Best way to
had
kill
Denmark
Diablo.
for like national security or something like that. But I don't support Trump taking it by any sort of force. I think that anything like that should be up on the table for negotiation. Sure, like why not? And maybe it would be better for Denmark if that happened. But I don't think that we should bully them into it militarily. Denmark? Denmark? Yeah. It means Greenland? Well, Denmark owns Greenland, right? Just a minute. I'm... Wait a minute. Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Jesus Christ. Y'all are stressing me out. So basically, the discussions about Greenland occur through Denmark. You see what I'm saying? That's the point. You said taking over Denmark? Oh, I said taking over Denmark. Oh yeah. Sorry. Could we just become a closer and stronger ally? Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a lot of places in between. Nope. Nope.
Why aren't we in the first place? You know what I mean? Why are we trying to fuck with a country that's given us like literally everything that we have right now? Like, we should be able to stand on our own, but that doesn't mean we need to be further away from America.
Check it again. Okay. Give me a second. Yeah. All right. Where is it? Iran's Khamenei has fled the country and is on his way to Moscow. This is coming from Israeli sources. Man. Did he roast the fuck out? Is he ass bitch? I know. And if the U.S. helps anyone, we should automatically own them. Well, I don't think we should own them, but like it's okay for us to, like I think it's okay for the United States to try to recoup the amount of money that we invested into helping a country. Like I think that's fine, but owning them, I don't want to own. Like we can't even own Minnesota. Really? Like we can't own Minnesota, guys. Like what are we talking about owning Iran? I don't want to. We can't own Venezuela. We can't own Minnesota. Like. We don't need 51 states. We can't even keep 50. Yeah, it's crazy. Free Persia. Yeah, exactly. And again, I see what you're saying, and we can help them, but I don't want to be like trying to run shit over there. Okay. So Iran's Khamenei has fled the country, is on his way to Moscow. We don't know if this is true. He's not fit to be a leader. Well, I think people have seen that. Will Khamenei leave Iran? Well, what are people vote? Yeah, what are people betting on? Let me see this. I'm gonna get a sponsorship of Poly Market. It's gonna happen. Khamenei out as supreme leader of Iran by January 31st. Man. 19% chance. This is the highest percentage that it has ever been.
Can't resist. Time for some brain rot.
Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for you. Also, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 30. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. You can see all the details for all the triggers that we do have in the description. We're just going to jump right into it. This is going to be a fairly laissez-faire debate. So without further ado, if you guys want to just introduce yourselves quickly.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, it's the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. Political satirist, political commentator, and I do blood sport debates. So I'd like to thank my opponent for coming out today. Really appreciate that very much, and looking forward to a good faith debate.
All right, welcome.
I'm Carly. I'm a UCSB student. I'm just a random person.
Well, no, hold on. So you're what are you studying at UCSB?
Political science.
Are you a grad student or undergrad?
I'm undergrad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and we had you on one of our dating talks about, it was what, 2 weeks ago or so?
Yeah.
And Andrew did a call-in on that show, and you guys had quite, I thought, quite a good back and forth on various topics: feminism, sexism, racism, I think some other stuff. Did we talk about the geopolitics of Georgia?
No, we haven't gotten into that
Not
yet.
into that.
Not
Okay,
yet.
maybe a little later
Maybe
on
today.
the show. Perhaps a good place to start is, what did you guys disagree on during the podcast?
Well, I think primarily our focus was on feminist ideals and the optimal ways to raise families. So I'm happy to kind of dive in on that if you'd like.
Sure, yeah.
So that we're not speaking past each other, when you define feminism, would you define it as the pursuance of egalitarianism between men and women?
Yes.
No other real qualifiers?
Not for me. I do think it's difficult to define, because I think that everyone kind of has their own definitions. So when talking about it, it's difficult to discuss feminism as like a monolithic thing. But yeah, I think that's a good definition.
If it's a movement towards egalitarianism, that it was not egalitarian. And so feminism was set in opposition to patriarchy.
Yes, I would agree.
So I'd like to start with a basic argument before I move to larger arguments. My first argument, my first objection, is what I call an equal force objection. Men are the enforcement arm of society. And because they are the enforcers of rights, and I don't believe that rights exist as an objective standard, but rather they're a social construction. What I think we actually have is what's called force, right? So force are rights. That's all rights really can be, because the entailment of a right is it's only as good as who can enforce it. I do not believe that women can enforce their own rights, and that only men can enforce their rights, and so therefore I do not believe egalitarianism is possible, nor it should be something that we move toward.
So you think that men are the enforcement arm in the sense that they enforce
Not
rights
enough
or our
mana.
conception of rights, or are
Oh,
you arguing that
fuck.
they're the enforcement arm as in like they're enforcing the
Well, let's
rule of
back
law?
up to make sure that we're not speaking past each other again.
Okay.
So, rights, you would agree, are not inanimate, but they're just a conception. They're
I agree with
a
that.
social construction.
Yes.
So if you are to have a right, an entitlement, absent a duty, if we can define a right as that, then what you're really talking about is force. You're talking about having force to make sure that you have this entitlement. That would be necessary. And so when I'm talking about force, I'm saying that men have the monopoly on force. And because they have a monopoly on force, anytime they so choose, they can take the rights away from women, but it's never possible the other way around.
I guess I would disagree that rights are only a part of force, like in this day and age. I think that it's easy to say that hypothetically men could turn against women and use like brute strength and brute force to take away rights, but I think that
Sorry.
It's okay. I think that we have a
Are
pretty
you mocking her, Brian?
a pretty well-founded legal system that we used to uphold rights, or our conception of rights. I think I would disagree that rights are only force. I do agree that they are social construction.
Your legal system is force.
I mean, the legal system, yes, it's force. It's coercion, but I
well,
think...
no, it's not just coercion. It's force. So if after you do whatever the legal system determines you must do, what is the remedy?
I mean, that's a good point. I just think that... Do you think that rights are enforced physically? Like,
yes.
do you think that men... Okay.
Physically.
Could you give me an example of that? Because I think I don't really fully understand
rights are being taken away from you, or your rights in some way are being violated. Who would you make the appeal to? And so let's assume whoever you make this appeal to in court agrees with you. They're going to be able to use the power of their office to appeal to brute force in order to defend or take your right away. So if I want to take you and send you to prison, I'm taking your right away.
I just realized.
Does that require force? Physical force?
Yes,
and
I would
does
say
it require physical force to keep you there?
Yeah, I would say that taking someone to prison and keeping someone in prison does require physical force. But I mean, I guess abortion rights. It's a very recent. I fail to see how the right to get because obviously punishing someone who performs an illegal abortion involves taking someone to prison, but how is the right to an abortion upheld by physical force?
Well, because if you go to get an abortion, okay, and somebody comes in to stop you from getting an abortion, meaning they're going to stop you from exercising that right, if that's a right you believe you have, wouldn't you make an appeal to men with guns to come in and stop them from stopping you from doing that?
Okay, I think I understand what you mean now. I think I didn't fully understand what you mean, but I mean, in that case, women can train to use weaponry and use guns. I mean, we have weaponry now that can kind of fill the gap between men and women's.
Everything comes down to actual physical force. And let me explain what I mean. There's not one time in history ever that you can point to where women have been able to collectively use force in order to dominate men. However, every point in history I can almost point to where men can and have done that. And the opposite cannot be true. Meaning that men in even small collectives decide to take the rights away from women. There's not actually anything women can do about it. However, if women mildly and collectively, or in a small or large collective, try to take the rights away from men, there is something they can do.
But I do think that require somehow taking weaponry out of the picture.
You don't need to take weaponry out of the picture. Weapons require those who are strong can use them better. Not only that, equipment in general ways. You also have skeletal problems, heat regulation problems. The distinctions between men and women are incredible.
Deckard Cain!
And so when you look at force applicator, men have a monopoly on force. By the way,
Yes, but women, well, obviously, I totally agree with you that there is a physical difference between men and women, and they are stronger. But I do think that the gap is smaller with weapons. Brought to an equal playing field, but
in other words, men have weapons and women have weapons.
I mean, yeah, but there are women in law enforcement. There are female CEOs, things like that. So
and they are, and while there are some exceptions, who can be inside of positions like this, there are some exceptional women. Maybe one day we'll have that first female CEO. It hasn't happened yet, but one day there will be an exceptional
Probably not Diablo 1
with the hand grenades.
That's a brutal game, dude.
But those are going to be exceptional cases.
I agree that they are exceptional cases, but you're saying so men are
How you
the
doing,
default
Nescudo?
enforcement arm of rights, of legal rights. But there are women in those positions, so I fail to see, and they are
collectively whenever they so choose, and they have no recourse, but men always do, which is force.
collectively sure, but I mean there are still exceptions to that, so there are women in those positions, and by and large men are stronger than women, but there are weak men and there are strong women, and I feel that, I mean, the exceptions to those cases do present a problem.
But even weaker men, even much weaker men, are still usually stronger than even average women. And this is the problem with equalization. For instance, if you were to have a prison, okay, or let's try this a different way. Let's say that you're general. Special Forces unit, which was compiled of 100% women, and one that was compiled of 100% men. And you had a job which you absolutely.
Thanks for taking the money.
Who would you turn it over to?
I would turn it over to a man.
You turn it over to men because they would be much more excellent performing.
Yeah, not quite.
Than women, right?
Not on Diablo 2.
I can totally agree with
That's
you on that. But
asking for trouble.
That
was no match
the
for
presence of women
Diablo's
in those
fury.
positions. I mean, they are present in those positions, and also I guess my question would be, do you think that the enforcement of rights is the most important part of a well-functioning society? Like, do you think that is...
The enforcement of law and order is critical to society. So, Greek said, that's probably true. I don't see how you could really descend into anarchy and have actual freedom, like a slave oppressive. So yeah, I do think that law and the enforcement of rights and the enforcement of rights or duties, the enforcement of duties, are critical to a society. So while I don't believe in the construction of rights really exist absent force, I do understand that having some kind of core belief towards something can be useful in keeping a cohesive society together, but I don't believe that women are capable of doing that. So because they're not equal, they cannot be equal because of this. I don't understand why.
Can't wait till I hit level 30. Only 23 to go.
If they are not in the position where they can actually enforce their own rights, and only men can.
I guess I fail to see how, women cannot physically enforce their own rights, leads to
because
women should not have equal rights, or an egalitarian society is not possible because, I mean, even the way you said it, law and order is only one critical aspect of a well-functioning society. So if that's only one critical aspect, then how can you say, well, this one aspect and the fact that men are going to dominate this one aspect, they're not going to be the sole,
I can't.
That women will exist, but men will dominate this one aspect. How can you say that
because they're always going to be making the appeal to men.
Waiting for Alex? What do you mean?
And there's no way around it. And so men can collectively take the rights away from women. Period. They just can. There's nothing that women can do about this. So egalitarianism
no, not really.
Would just be an illusion.
You see the fucking...
It would literally be a lie. You would,
I really need to pick up some shit.
Saying that you're equal with
you
men,
see the
you have equality.
The teaser trailer for that SNK just randomly posted on there,
which it makes it contradictory.
Twitter,
right? How do you appeal to the thing for equality while at the same time saying that you're equal?
So you think that the fact that women have to appeal to men for their equality means that there shouldn't be an attempt at like an egalitarian society? There shouldn't.
Well, what
be
is the attempt? It would be an illusion, right? Men can just collectively take it away, but women cannot do that to the opposite.
If it is, in fact, about that, right? But that would be cool.
And men can take away women's rights, and men can give men rights. Men can give women rights, but women can't give men rights nor take men's rights away.
I mean, I just think it's easier to say that our system of rights, I agree with you that our rights are constructed. We do have, in practice, legal rights. I find it hard to just say that, like, well, that's all underneath, because we're living it every day. I mean, we have legal rights.
I mean,
that is all a social concept.
Kinda hype. Could be cool.
We're living it. I mean,
you're talking about a descriptor of is and are. It is.
It's Project D2.
We go through life.
That's why it looks so weird. What's up, Jesse?
kind of presuppositions and suppositions which aren't true all the time to get through the day. We do this all the time. For instance, there's no real reason for you to go in and turn your car on and think it's going to start, except that you're a pattern recognition machine and it's always started, and so you assume that it's going to start. Yeah, it's
Chilling.
that it wouldn't. You would have taken the steps to make sure that the
Project Day 2 is...
it would start, right? Everything that you do in your
It's a
life,
mod
you're
with the
going
idea
through
of
is
what
built on
if
all sorts of unfounded
Diablo 2
suppositions
never
that
stopped being
probably not
developed.
true at all, but we still act as though they are in order to have a society. But eventually, what ends up happening is we do have to face down
these are all
actual
randoms.
facts in actual reality. And in actual reality, if you end up with too much internal conflict based around this egalitarian system, what's actually going to prevent men from just taking away women's rights altogether? There doesn't seem like there's anything that would stop that from happening.
I mean, that would require like
New
widespread,
acts?
like mass violence. By
No.
against
New
women.
enemies,
Why would it
yes.
require any violence?
There's a map system
I
now,
mean,
like in
okay,
Path of
if you're saying it wouldn't
Exile.
require violence, then you're giving some kind of like you're admitting
You've
that
got like a
this
bunch
system
of, you know,
legality that
like
we have
there's
has
like
some kind
different
of,
stash
like,
tabs and
No, I'm
stuff,
just saying that
new stuff,
if
etc.
it is true that men can, by use of force, and I think most women know this, could do this. Why, if they
Yeah, it's really
decided
nice.
to, do you think that women would? What do you think they could do about it? Take to the street with their little signs and say, "Please."
Wait, you want to play Jay-Z? Hop on in, dude.
I mean, that sounds like you're saying it would be an act of violence. How are men going to take away women's rights without violence?
If we collectively tomorrow say women have,
I'm doing Tristrans at level 9 right now, so I just started. Why the fuck is he still here? What?
Legal political exercises, and in that case, you say men are stronger. They could exercise violence against women to take their rights away.
they may not need to exercise any violence. All they may need to do is just say they no longer have the rights, and women really just can't do anything about it. They could maybe collectivize with signs, but what happens if they're just ignored, or laughed at, or scoffed, or mocked, and they can't really take violence to men? So in political action,
The loot is also like a little bit more.
There is always what is called the violent alternative.
I'll start seeing runes already, right? It's not as ridiculous.
What is true? This is something which
And
can be
like back in the day when you're like, oh, I have to go to Lower Crest
only
specifically
for men.
because
Women
X.
can only do small scale. So even in kind of the most
That's
the
no longer a
craziest
thing.
feminists you can think of, the best they were able to do.
So
is
you
like
don't need to.
send some boom
I mean,
boom to
you can
the
still
middle,
go to Lower
this
Crest
kind
and
of
loot
thing.
there,
They
but
couldn't
you get
really
about as
push
the same.
back
You
against
about the same loot as
strength.
you would in
It
anywhere
wasn't really
else.
possible for them to do. You see the voting gap as it begins to widen, as men become more right-wing and women more left-wing. What happens eventually if what is considered the patriarchy has been pushed against just decides one day, no more rights for women?
I think in that case there would be political opposition, and I think there would be widespread collective political opposition to women. And if you say that's futile because men can just
Where's the widespread political opposition in the Middle East, where they have no rights? They're not allowed. The thing is you presuppose that women will be allowed to go out and have picket signs, or presuppose that women can go out in protest, presuppose that women will still be able to have the same functions they have now if men collectively say no. And I'm telling you, I don't think that that's the case. Everything down from the
not even death can save you from me.
To the actual structure of government, all enforcing collectively, or even a small collection, maybe 10%, I think women can't really do anything.
I mean, I would agree they can't do anything physically, but that would require men to collectively decide to use violence against women. And I don't believe that most men would be willing to use violence against women for political
Then
reasons.
if that's true, why the hell did you need feminism?
Because I don't think that it was about violence. I think that it was about a lack of political rights, if I can use that word.
Well then, but we've already discerned that rights are force. So if we've discerned that rights are force, and you say that we want more rights, that means that we want to have more force.
Sure.
So then you needed feminism, right? Feminism was a way for you to have force.
Yeah. I mean, I I think that social.
I like how
like,
the items are all like different as well.
Why do you
Not all, obviously, but
For sure. But what do you need
like
force for? If you're saying that
a spiked club can actually be worth top dollar because it now comes with plus.
I think that I think that they would collectively move against women using force. I'm saying.
No, I'm not non-ladder. I'm ladder.
I'm talking more in a political force sense. I don't think that men
What
in
is
general
political
would
force?
I think the use of like rights, things like that, like restricting rights, restricting mobility, disenfranchisement,
That's
things
all
like
force.
that. It's all backed up with force, but
I don't
think it
play
always necessarily
non-ladder. I always play ladder.
It is force because absent force, law has no bite. So if somebody says it is the law
I don't know why
that you not do X, but there's no enforcement if you break the law, is that a law?
I mean, is enforcement always violence? Like, is enforcement...
Enforcement always must be backed with physical violence for a law or for any type of right, period.
Maybe backed with the threat of, but do you think that all enforcement takes place solely through the threat of physical violence?
Yes.
Or do you think there are social mechanisms?
All of it has to be backed with the physical prowess of enforcement. Otherwise, why couldn't it just be ignored?
I mean, I think that there are things beyond threat of physical violence that people... I agree with you that the threat of physical violence
well,
is
league,
what
yeah.
backs majority of our laws, but do you not think there's also a social aspect of like
basically
appropriateness and like wanting to be perceived in a certain way, wanting to keep with
If
norms,
you're asking
customs?
about social norms.
Jump into your own game. I'll jump in there after this run.
There's a violation to a social absent law. That's one of the problems we have in society now, right? Which is there's no law that prevents you from living outside of the social norm. So if that is the case, then nothing's preventing you. So let's say, for instance, there's no law which says that it's illegal to go out and dig up a dead body and do a dirty deed to it, okay? You agree that there will be people who do.
Yes.
Yes, okay, but wouldn't it be better for us to have a law and force saying if you do this, there's going to be severe punishments for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the social norm itself is not the enforcement, it's always the force.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. I guess I still am stuck on how that means that we can't have an egalitarian society. Okay. I guess I should ask.
You would have the illusion of egalitarianism, but you never actually have egalitarianism. That will always be a product of the mind and never a product
What game you in?
Objective reality.
Okay, so is your view of feminism that it is pointless because there
Yes.
can never be egalitarianism?
Well, so you just earlier, and no offense, I'm just going to point this
Oh.
out so that you know, you spoke out of
Well,
two sides
too
of
late
your mouth.
now.
You said, I don't believe that men
Great.
would collectively come together to use some kind of force against women. But when I asked why
Men
would
make
we
your
do
own game.
feminism, you said, well, because we need to have some kind of force to protect ourselves from the patriarchy. Well, both of these things cannot be true at the same time. This is where we come to what we call Schrodinger's feminist, which is I'm a strong, empowered woman, but also a victim at the same exact time. And it can't really be both. It has to be one or it has to be the other. So if you're a strong, empowered woman, and what it is that you want is some type of equal force to push back against the patriarchy, I think I've
that game is
just
full,
discovered
so-
that that's not even a possibility. So what's really going on is you want some sort of political power, right? But you can't enforce the political power.
Well, that is, and when I say that equal force to push back against the patriarchy, I mean political power, because I don't think that men will collectively decide to use violence against women. So
they do it all over the world all the time.
Are we even in the same?
well, yes, on an individual level, I don't think.
Make sure you choose the right game server.
Okay,
By the way.
So, what do you think the solution to that should be for women?
Well, I think the first solution is you should understand that what you're doing is you're fighting the patriarchy by at the same time appealing to it. So if you and I can agree
I'm not sure that actually matters.
force
I assume it does.
is political power, and that force itself is always going to be monopolized by men, then you've described a patriarchal system. If that is the case, and you say you want more political power, then you are actually appealing to a patriarchal system to give it to you.
What server?
Because they're going to be the enforcers, right?
I can agree with that. I don't think it's good. I don't I don't enjoy
So why
that
not
situation.
just have patriarchy? If that's the case, that you're appealing to it anyway in order to enforce your rights inside of it, why not just submit to patriarchy?
Because I mean,
Yeah, that's gonna be useful already.
I would rather not. I would not like to see the outcomes from a
Oh
system
wait,
that works
yeah, no,
like
it's full.
that. I would not like
Just make a random game. Don't call it anything like Trist, because it'll be full in seconds.
Related to the domestic sphere, I wouldn't like to see the levels.
We'll run
of
through the game. It's fine.
When you say domestic sphere, what do you mean?
the home, like child rearing. Me personally, I have no problem with that. That's what I see in my future because
what could be more important than that?
For me,
no, for
nothing.
For women.
I mean, for women, I think that should be up to the individual woman.
Yeah, I understand that you think. Well, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. I think that the key here is not to say that is bad, but I do think that sort of socially enforcing that is the only opportunity for women is bad, because not every woman will be fulfilled by that. And
that
will be
shouldn't matter.
Happy in that position.
What job do you think is more important in society
Hang on.
than being a mother?
I would agree that being a mother is the most important
Then
job.
how are you relegating?
Let's try this. JZ123.
If the most important societal job we can give them is motherhood.
Well, JZ and then the password's 123.
Even a gilded cage is a cage. Like if a woman doesn't want to do that.
Well, but there's no.
That's relegation.
There's never been women. Women are not forced to stay at home and give birth.
They're
and
not
they've always
forced,
been
but
able to work. They've always been able to work.
There's definitely social pressure, and
That works.
Good. We need social pressure.
The only downside is I've done the first and third quest already.
Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Appreciate it. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a problem.
I disagree that we need social pressure to keep. I mean, I'm sure you'll reference the decline in birth rate. And
I somehow need to get into your game.
I don't really know, but I think that it's a biological impulse to have kids. I don't think people are going to stop having kids.
But they're stopping having kids.
Maybe at a slower rate.
No, at a huge rate. Like South Korea, you know what the birth rate is there?
I've heard in South Korea it's
below.
It's a movement.
It's
an
below
intentional
single replacement.
Yeah, and I've heard that's an intentional movement on the part of women, which, I mean, that could be an example of women exerting force.
Wait, I thought we didn't need pressure.
Pressure to make people have kids?
Because people are going to continue to reproduce, you just said, no matter what, and then you point to a political movement where they stop.
Okay, no, I'll give you that, I guess, but in that case...
What the fuck? Why is it full?
Successfully exerting some kind of political pressure,
but
political
what
force
happens
against
if men in South Korea say...
Did you change any of this shit?
I mean, that would involve that would involve rape. I mean,
You have to make sure the number is 8 here.
How else could you force a
Is that
woman?
still set to 1 for you? Maybe?
They could just say things like, you can't work, so you have to get married if you want to survive in this world. They could do things like that, where it would be coercion, but would not be that. We can't say that word, by the way, but SA, it would not be SA. So what I'm saying is that there's all sort of incentives which can be put down. So you appeal to...
Yeah, I figured 4?
Children, but you
Question
also
mark.
dismiss indoctrination, and there's a huge indoctrination program that tells women to have
There we go.
a nest egg before they get married.
That's better.
And so their early years, in their 20s, they're not having kids, and they wait until they're in their 30s. The average marriage age now is 31, I believe, in the United States. It's over 30. That's not really very good for child rearing. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I don't. Why is that not good?
Because your most fertile years are behind you.
But if we're still having children at replacement rates...
We're not.
But do you think that's because women are waiting later to have children?
Yeah. Well, it's because of materialism. So the reason that this occurs is, I'll explain it to you so you know. If you can have the procreative function, right, and all the fun that comes with it without the side effect of children, a lot of people will opt to do that because of hedonism and because of materialism. Society's devolving into nihilism because there's no greater pursuit for people to have. Religiosity is bashed at every corner. God is considered to be something which is an outlandish fairy tale. And there's no higher authority for people, so materialist nihilism is what society's being reduced to. So people are looking at a sense of self more than they're looking
Notice
at
how we both got the thing.
I guess I'm curious where...
It doubles up as well.
Curious about a couple
Well, not
things.
doubles up, but you can have multiple on the same character, at the same time.
To keep women from having children in their 20s, and also where is it coming from?
Well,
and
the
why?
original, so all the original feminists who were on the suffragette side, you go back and you read their writings, and you can find them in a great book called Occult Feminism. They express over and over again that the nuclear family is the most dangerous part of women's liberation because it breeds a patriarchal system. And so that is what they were pushing against, was a nuclear family. They did not like that at all. So that's proof one. Proof two is that I can go back to the 90s when the United States was really pushing student loans, especially towards women, and in the 2000s towards women. And you saw the expression of feminism in what would be considered, I think, third wave at that time, telling women to wait until later in life until they had something to fall back on because their husbands were going to leave them.
It does happen.
Well, the husbands are initiating the divorces. The wives are initiating the divorces.
Women do absolutely initiate divorce, but do you think that there's no fault in those instances? Do you think men were completely innocent?
Well, it's good that you bring up no fault.
We don't know no fault.
Right, because no, of course, there's going to be times where men are at fault for the relationship resolved. But when we look, I mean, we can look at these on a case-by-case basis, and we do. So we have all sorts of attorneys and judges and, polling groups and talking to various divorced couples who they track, who they get remarried to. And the number one reason that they're getting married or divorced is irreconcilable differences. And oftentimes, there's no abuse, there's no drug use, there's no abandonment, there's no nothing. She just doesn't like him anymore and decides to move on to somebody else. So when we look at the data, that's what we're seeing. What we're not seeing is that men are out, rampantly cheating or beating up their wives or doing any of this. And the reason it's so terrible that they initiate divorce for self is because most of the time they have children in these relationships. And it does huge damage to the kids. And so this is what I mean by selfish materialism.
I mean, I guess I still fail to see the proof that there is an orchestrated campaign, of nihilism and of, because I mean.
I didn't have the second one, do I? No, not even that one.
I mean, the word nihilism wasn't invented in the last 10 years. I guess I'm curious why you think this is a brand new thing.
Well, so it's a fruition of. It is true old philosophy, but it is a fruition of it now. You do see a rejection of God all over the United States and a push from the secularists to remove God from any sort of public sphere. You would have to agree that that's true. They want every symbol out of court. They want God off the dollar bill. They want God out of schools. Any place that there is any reference to God there is a secular push.
I'm probably not the person to ask. I really haven't seen this happening, but I'm not going to.
You haven't seen that happening?
I have not seen this happening. I think
you haven't seen the endless demands to tear down the 10 Commandments from various.
After you, I close it when I join.
That's one thing that I really do think is that I think a lot of this stuff is happening more on the internet than it's happening in real life.
This is happening in real life.
I think that these culture war debates are really happening more in people's heads than they are in real life. Because
they put a statue of Baphomet up in San Francisco, a satanic.
Yeah, I really like Diablo 2,
that was in
or
real
Project
life.
Diablo
They
2, I
put
should
a
say.
Baphomet statue up.
It actually makes the Boa Zone viable again as well. Like I was playing on before the new season. I was playing on Amazon. It's really fun.
Demand that the 10 Commandments be taken down in courtrooms. That
apparently her best build now. I'm not sure if this is the same in this season, but her best build back then was a summoner build, because you can stack.
Satanists, I do not believe actually.
Those little Valkyries.
I think
don't.
You can have more than one now.
They're secularists.
It's great.
Yeah.
That makes my point, though.
But
if you guys don't mind, I will bring it back to the topic at hand.
Oh yeah, sorry,
So,
we've kind of.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Why don't we do this? So, how do you guys each? What's your definition of feminism?
Beware.
And we'll start with you.
Well, I think we agreed on the definition that feminism is to promote the equality of men and women.
And that the entailment of that is a destruction of patriarchy.
Sure, yeah.
And you do consider yourself a feminist, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you mentioned the patriarchy. One of the tenets, at least my understanding of feminism, is the patriarchy theory. There's a patriarchy Do you agree with that there is a patriarchy?
Yeah, she agrees.
Yeah. And so, can you give us a definition of what the patriarchy is?
In my understanding,
And then Andrew, you provide.
I think the patriarchy colloquially describes like a male-dominated culture, male-dominated systems. I think like technically it's just like patrilineal descent.
The father. Yeah.
But I think that, yeah, I would say male-dominated culture, male-dominated systems.
50-50.
I think it's just kind of used to describe the ways that men have been in power and wielded that over women.
Ordered systems where men are in charge.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Andrew?
Sure.
And under the patriarchy, I mean, do you view that women are oppressed?
I think absolutely globally. I don't know how much I feel that applies in the United States today, but globally, absolutely.
And Andrew, do you think that women are oppressed in the United States?
It depends on what we would consider oppression to be.
Right. Well, let's start there. How do you define oppression?
I would say probably the unjust wielding of power by one group over another to prevent them from acting in their free will.
I'm sorry I have to do this, but I do have to get a little bit into your presupposition there. What is justice?
I mean, that's a philosophical debate.
Well, but you're appealing to it.
Yeah, I would say that justice is at its very core definition, probably just closer to the definition of equality.
I'm just gonna stand here and look pretty for a second.
So anything which is
see if you notice anything different about Blood Raven. I have a button for her.
Join my army of the dead.
Depends on what you mean by unequal, I guess. Like, if two people
you believe that egalitarianism
perform unequally, on a test, no, I don't think that would be oppression.
So then, what is justice?
Honestly, I don't think I have a good definition for justice in my opinion. I'm curious what your definition of justice is.
Well, for me, I think appeal to Christian ethics in order to make a determination of what is not just.
She got upgraded a little bit.
You don't have anything to appeal to, do you? You just appeal.
See what I mean? Let me open a hang on TP
Don't you
LTP.
think that's kind of a cop out that you can say, oh well, God told me what justice is. It's Christian ethics, but you can't.
How could you ever say that if my justification's not good enough for you who has no justification?
That is fair. If you're talking about me directly.
Well, for all of it will reduce to essentially relativism from your end. Absent any type of religion, it's going to be relativism. There's no moral standard you're going to be able to appeal to. Okay, go ahead and try to appeal to a standard that's not relativism.
A moral standard, I think, minimizing harm.
That's relative. What's wrong?
Well, yeah, I would take more thought. But I mean, what is the Christian moral standard?
The Christian moral standard is divine command, and this is based on the understanding that knowledge itself cannot exist absent God. It's an X to Y argument. So it would say that the argument would be.
Rose donated $200. Right. This layout is awesome. These would be great to consider having more of when you mediating
spicy
asking questions between two guests.
Thank you, Rose. Yes, I wanted to know these whatever debate formats. We've done a few in the past. Thank you, Rose.
The mercs are actually useful now as well, so definitely get one.
Okay, so in any case,
or
regardless of
her
what
up.
I would appeal to,
You know what I mean?
Even if I said I appeal to a flying spaghetti monster in the sky, I really don't have to justify that if there's no justification on your end for what is a moral standard.
As far as I know, that's the only boss really that was made way harder, dude. And the first time I came to her, I was just attacking, all of a sudden this fucking giant fireball below me, what the fuck? Instantly died.
Okay,
right?
but I mean, so would you agree that what I'm asserting,
it was kind of annoying.
Anything I can assert can be just as correct as what you're asserting?
If it's absent a justification, there just wouldn't be a reason for me to justify. So then what I would need to do then is appeal to force. And so if I were to make an appeal to force, we've already established that we have the monopoly on force.
Well, Dad, and she doesn't normally have the fucking fire.
Because you're a relativist.
That's new.
Where are we left?
And it does a lot of
So
damage.
if you discount any secular...
Hang on. Answer my question.
Sorry. Ask the question again.
Where are you left if you're a relativist? You can only appeal to relativism. My worldview has to be just as valid as yours. So then, therefore, we both appeal to physical force.
I do have the waypoint for stony fields, though, so that'll help.
Honestly, I am not totally sure how we get from there to appealing to physical force.
Because what else could you appeal to other than just an enforcement to your preferences?
Appeal to for what?
Oh, and the mercenary got updated, so you can now also give them gloves, belt, and
things
boots.
I want to see different in the world are because I want to see them different in the world. And then that would require force. So relativism will reduce to a force doctrine.
But I'm curious why Christian ethics wouldn't also reduce to a force doctrine.
Well, the Christian ethic can make a determination between an is and an ought. So we would make the ought claim that you should not utilize force for what we would consider oppression, which is hardly patriarchy. That's not oppressive. But yeah, we would make a justified moral claim. And that's how we would move forward in a moral conversation or in a not. But from your case, it's total and complete relativism. And you know it's relativism. Whatever world.
Oh, fuck, I just fucking drank it like an idiot.
It's going to reduce to relativism. And so we're just going to be right back to force again.
I mean, what if God isn't real?
Then
do you think that has any effect?
Justification you do to appeal to force.
So could I not make up my own thing that tells me what is right and wrong, and I can lead back to that? It won't be relativism because I have this thing. That would be relativism,
yeah.
I'm curious how that's different from saying that it comes from God.
Because there's philosophical proofs for God. If there's no philosophical proofs that you could present for whatever your flying spaghetti monster is, then we would reject it.
I don't know if we want to get... I'm actually curious what the philosophical proofs that God exists would be.
Well,
or you mean philosophical proof that...
Before we get into it...
Yeah, that might be a little...
Yeah, before we would get into a philosophical proof, though, just remember, I don't have to justify one because you don't have to justify one. So there's no... In other words, coming to me and asking me, can you make a justification for a thing which I can't justify? Why would I need to do that? We would just assume immediately that you disbelieve whatever my justification would be, right? Because you don't hold it, right? So you don't believe it. So if that's the case, we're still going to be reduced to just appealing to force again.
Okay, well then that puts us on equal footing with our ethics.
If it puts us on equal footing with our ethics, and both of us are appealing to force, then ultimately, if men decide to utilize force in order, and they have the monopoly on force, you can't make a single moral argument for why that would be wrong.
So you disagree that patriarchy is oppression?
Yeah, okay, but hang on, before we move the goalposts.
No, that was a question.
And I'll answer the question, but I asked you one first.
Mm-hmm.
And the question I asked was, if it is true that we've reduced it all to relativism, if it is true that all we can do now is appeal to force, and if it is true that men have the monopoly on force, then if men use their force monopoly to oppress women, you couldn't make a single moral argument against that, could you?
I think that you could.
Then do it. Then do so.
I did not come prepared with a moral argument, honestly, but I think that there are philosophers and people who are experienced at debating.
But you couldn't.
I couldn't, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So you disagree that patriarchy is oppression?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, do you think that oppression exists? Do you think that people are oppressed in the world?
Depends on how we want to relay what is oppression. So, is oppression...
Oh, experience right over here.
Not having the entitlement rights? Is that just what oppression is? Or is oppression that some people have other rights than other people do?
I mean, my original definition of oppression wouldn't stand because I couldn't define justice, but I would say...
Well, justice is super hard to define, so I'm not beating you up about that.
No, I know. I think that... I would say it's keeping one group from being able to exercise their will in a way that another group is not kept in that position. So one group can't do the same thing. They can't exercise free will the way another group can.
To exercise free will in the same way that another group can.
Yeah, sure. You
can
are
you
not
exercise
able to
your free will the same way that Congress can?
No.
Are they oppressing you?
Well, maybe. Honestly, I mean, it does.
Waypoint?
I think that form of government
Because otherwise,
does imply some form of oppression.
Well, then ultimately, wouldn't you have to advocate for some kind of bizarre utopian utopian ideology where everybody is completely equal. There's no leadership. There's no government. There's no nothing. Wouldn't that ultimately be what your goal would have to be then?
No, I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like that's what you want.
No.
Yeah. So if we move it back, then maybe we can come up with a different form of oppression.
I think it's difficult to define. I'm not sure what the dictionary definition of oppression is, but so.
I mean, if you've got your phone, I don't care if you look it up. If you want to have a working definition, we can go off of. Okay.
But so men being able to exert force whenever they would like over women,
another
whether
one.
they choose to or not, is not oppression to you. You don't think that constitutes the oppression of women. Men being able to.
No, it's an entailment of their ontology. So they're able.
Yeah, but I mean,
they are able to make a distinction and say that the what you are and what they are different, and them applying physical force to their aims is the same thing that you appeal to. So if that's true, I don't see how they're oppressing you. What you're trying to do actually would be the oppressive thing, right? Because you want to take them and have them enforce your will.
I mean, I think that it would be there's an unequal amount of force there.
There
and I
is,
think that was
but that's baked into the pie of what is,
just because
right?
it's baked in. I mean, that could still be oppression, right? I mean, like,
I don't see how it's
that
oppressive for men to move into men's interests and understand that force, that they have a monopoly on force. That doesn't mean that they couldn't be benevolent towards women, but that doesn't mean that they have to give them equality either, nor that not giving them equality means that they're oppressed. I don't see how that's oppression unless we're using, at least not by your, well, I guess by your definition it would, but basically everything would be. Like if you and I don't have the same tattoo parlor, I guess that would be oppression because it's unequal.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying that would be the outcome. The cause of oppression would be the exertion of force that leads to one group not being able to exert, the same amount of rights.
And we're just back to force again. So then what it's really a fight about is force. Is that feminism really is you wanting to use the force of the patriarchy to attack itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of inevitable. I don't think that disproves, like, the goal of feminism or
yeah, but why should they do that?
Why should they? I mean, I guess women's self-interest. If men have a self-interest to exert their will and, use their biological strength over women, then can you not say that women have a vested interest in pushing back against that and trying to claim some kind of autonomy?
You could say that, but you're going to end up with this problem, which is if that's true and it's just a game of force between the sexes with the weaker sex attempting to utilize the stronger sex to enforce their rights, then you would have no complaints if you're trying to utilize force for your aims for them to use force for theirs. And if that's the case, then you're at a huge disadvantage if they ever decide we're going to. Because your moral argument goes out the window, and the reason that women and feminism has been so bad for them in the vote is because they used to have a moral high ground, and now they're a political tool because they have to use force. They have to use force for their political ideology, and they never had to before the vote, but now that they're involved in politics, they're literally voting on force doctrine because that's what law is.
So it sounds like women are at a disadvantage in politics.
Well, it sounds like if you really wanted them to not be at a disadvantage, you would remove them from politics because then they could have an actual moral argument.
But I mean, how can you say you're not at a disadvantage in politics if you're not a part of politics at all? You're not advantaged or disadvantaged.
Well, no, they were a part of politics. It's just that they didn't have the right to vote. So they still had women's issues: clean air, clean water, education, health. There was all sorts of women's issues, but they would make moral justifications for those issues, and they had a moral high ground because they weren't appealed to as a voting bloc. For instance, 1920, that's the 19th Amendment, okay? That was never voted on. There was no referendum by women for their own vote. Now imagine the irony of women getting the right to vote, but they refused to actually allow them to vote on it.
Yeah, I mean, it is ironic. I would agree.
It's not only ironic, but the reason that they didn't want them to vote on it is because every
They
one of
would
the
have voted
good
no.
referendums, women voted against it because they didn't want to be political tools, because they knew that that would utilize. They would have to utilize a force doctrine of men, so they would have to vote that men enforce whatever their will was.
Where the hell are the
That's
Stones,
why
man?
they-
Oh, over
that
here.
was one of the
Jesus.
primary anti-suffragette arguments. And so that's why. That's why when I look at egalitarianism and equality, I see it as great evil. Because I see people who basically want to appeal and utilize force against these various groups in order to enforce their will because they can't enforce it themselves.
I mean, I guess I don't see how that makes it evil. It sounds like you don't really think that the use of force is necessarily evil, or the threat of force is necessarily evil.
No, then neither do you.
No.
You just said 1,000 times that you'll utilize it to get whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's evil. I think that.
But I think a doctrine.
So why is egalitarianism evil?
Well, because egalitarianism is trying to convince women that they're equal to men, while at the same time they have to appeal to men for their equality. It's not only a contradiction, but it's insanity, because it ultimately sets them up for failure, believing that they're equal with a patriarchal system, which could at any time take away whatever their perception is of equality. They can just overnight gone, and there's not really anything women can do about it. It's insane to me to think that a bunch of rich industrialists were able to convince women.
Impossible.
And they didn't even really convince them. They convinced congressmen, which is how you got the 19th. But a bunch of rich industrialists convinced women that they were best served being men, and they're not. They're not best served being men. They're not best served out in the workforce. That's not their function. Never really has been.
Someone actually read. I literally just click on them until I get the right sequence. I'm gonna read anything.
The judge of that what best serves women is, I mean.
Because now we can look at the current society which we live in, and we can understand how we got here. And we can understand what starts with the birth rate, which we talk about quite a bit, okay? Being in the toilet, that's due to anti-natalist feminist policy, and also...
How can you say that the birth rate declining is not due to pollutants in the water? It's not due to the way we eat, which is
It's due to birth control.
I mean, how can you say that?
Because we have all the data that shows that it's due to
what data shows that eliminates all confounding factors of pollution,
Because if you take a scale, there's actually a scale, and you can look it up now on your phone if you want. But you can actually watch when birth control is introduced in 7. You can see the birth rates go right, and marriage rates on a massive decline, and the same thing with abortion. So the thing is,
that says nothing about causation.
Okay,
you can put any two
all causation is a correlate, by the way.
Yeah.
So if we have strong enough correlates, like for instance, I don't know, birth control being a thing which prevents birth, that seems like a really strong correlate.
Oh no!
Could you think of a single strong?
Did we find the waypoint in Dark Marsh? I don't think we did. Shit.
Of 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. When I'm gonna have to run.
Pollution?
Plastics, yes. Come on. Plastic pollution, yes.
Plastic pollution.
I do think that male fertility is on the decline because of.
Don't forget the leg. It still opens the.
Chemicals, certain chemicals.
That plastic pollution
secret cow level.
I mean, can you disprove
is more. Hang on. I just want to make sure I get this right. You think that plastics in water and plastics inside of your system have more to do with the falling birth rate than women on birth control?
Yeah, because I think most women get off of birth control eventually and start having kids.
When?
Not enough monarch.
I don't think, honestly, I don't think that it's that much later than it used to be.
It used to be when? Birth control is a new advent. That's something modern.
Oh, you mean, so like, not, okay. The 1970s, I guess.
They were still having babies in their 20s. The pill was not as widespread as it is now, but I mean, yeah, obviously, birth control would be a much stronger correlate than plastics.
I mean, I disagree.
Plastics and male fertility. You're saying that it drops male fertility to the point where they can't get women impregnated anymore?
I mean, if all you have to say is there's a strong correlation, I bet you could put up a graph that shows the concentration of plastic in the water,
I did pick it
or
up.
concentration of whatever forever chemicals in the water or in food or whatever. And you could do the same birth rate graph.
Chris donated $200. She said pollution because she wants to win an argument.
Yes?
She's not
Oh,
interested in
don't forget to click on
actual
Kane.
truth. Thank you again for making feminists look crazy.
There he is.
These clips are going to be great.
I do think that's the actual truth. I genuinely believe that there are more factors to the declining birth rates than birth control. Because I think, and I don't think you can really prove that it is birth control. Because like I was going to say, you could put up the same graph, the concentration of whatever in the water and the birth rate, and I'm sure it would look just as close. So I mean, really what I'm curious is how you prove that these are connected.
Let's test the logic and see if that's the case. If all women went off of birth control tomorrow and had the same amount of sex they're having right now, what do you think would happen to pregnancies?
They would go up.
How much?
Probably by quite a bit.
Like, how much do you think quite a bit is?
I have no idea, honestly. Probably a lot.
Now, let us assume for a second that we consumed the exact same amount of plastic that we are right this second, and they all went off of it tomorrow. You're still going to see a huge, massive increase, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now if we were to retract this and say, okay,
but also pregnancies don't equal birth rate. Because who's to say that all those women wouldn't go out and abort the children?
Okay, but assuming, let's assume there was no abortion. Okay, if there was no birth control, and by the way, abortion is birth control. That is a form of birth control. It's literally lumped in with it. But we were talking specifically about the pill. So if it is true that if tomorrow all of them went off of birth control, had the same amount of sex, they would all start getting pregnant. They would. Then your argument that plastics are degrading men's fertility must not be a very good argument.
I mean, I guess you could make the same argument if you took all the plastics out of the water, but all the women were still on birth control.
Yeah,
I believe.
What would happen?
I believe
they would all magically get pregnant now.
No, but I do believe that the birth rate probably would increase.
Yeah, but not like it would if you took them off the. So if you were to get all the plastics out of men's systems, right, and women were still on birth control, still no more babies, right?
Well, no, that's fair. I'm just saying I don't.
But the opposite. Lots more babies, right?
So yeah, okay, I will.
So
agree with
which
you that
is
it
the stronger correlate?
I will agree with you that it is stronger, but I don't think that you can say that it's the sole cause, or that there is an orchestrated campaign. Because okay, I'm curious who is behind this anti-natalist campaign, and what is the goal to get the birth rate to decline? So
in the 70s there was, well, I mean, this goes back, but we'll start with what's called the population bomb. Have you ever heard of that book?
No.
Okay, well, the population bomb was a book which was written by anti-natalists who were signing the warning bells, saying that the world was going to become overpopulated and our resources were going to be stretched thin and there was going to be mass starvation across the planet. They started dropping this book, The Population Bomb, all over the world, in third world nations, and I mean, it was widely spread in first world nations, and it was adhered to as a looming problem. It was all over the media, and it stayed all over the media. But there was a big problem. And the thing is that while these anti-natalists were pushing for this, none of the things which they claimed were going to happen due to the high population actually happened. The opposite happened. It turns out the more people you have, the more hands you have, and the more you can do what are basically logistics, right? So you need truckers, and you need boat captains, and you need farmers, and you need all of the, and what's happened, the more people we get, the easier it is to get supplies to people who really need them. And that has been the consequence of a larger population, that you can get your cell phone made in China from parts which come in from all over the world, centralized there. They make them all in a batch, they send them to North America, and all of this happens within a couple of days. That's a massive undertaking that requires serious human power to do. The anti-natalist movement would have curtailed all of that. And yes, it has been something which has been pushed. The book, The Population Bomb, which you can look up, and you can look up the entire sequence of events behind it where they were dropping it all over the world. Yes, there was an anti-natalism push, and there still is an anti-natalism push. One form of anti-natalism is trying to convince younger women to destroy their fertile years by going to school and going to college and getting tons and tons of student debt, which they have the majority of student debt over men. It's not even close. And instead of having a family when they're young. that's antinatalism to me.
I guess. Do you think it's like orchestrated with the intent of?
I mean, there's no doubt that the government's handing out student loans, and that the government not only hands out student loans, but really pushes the idea that women should be in school.
I hate that I have to be level 30 to get my damn
rather than being stay-at-home moms. I see the
main
vilification
skill
of the family all throughout media. Not only do I see the vilification of family, but they make men look like bumbling idiots inside of sitcoms and women the heroes constantly. I rarely ever see a nuclear family show anymore where there's a strong patriarchal lead and a typified American housewife.
I mean, I feel like that was always kind of rare. I mean, like I Love Lucy.
It really
was. The
I
classic
Love
American
Lucy
sitcom.
was subversive, but All in the Family was much closer to what an American family looked like than I Love Lucy with Ricky Ricardo and Lucille Ball. Now,
yeah, I mean, that's what I mean.
All
like,
in the Family with Archie Bunker was much more akin to probably what your grandma and grandpa's relationship was actually like. So, yeah, no, I think that there were shows like, and by the way, everybody tuned in for that show for that reason. Because it was so much closer to the reality of the American family than Lucy goes to the chocolate factory and fucks up for the 8th time this week.
I know, I'm just saying I don't think these things are new. And I don't think that they're, in my opinion, I don't think that they're an orchestrated, like, anti-natalist push. I mean, who's to say that some women's realities are not that their husbands are bumbling idiots, eh?
There are so many, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of documents which have been published, everything from CIA projects, which produced anti-natalist results and a push for anti-natalist results. You might think that that's conspiratorial, even though they're all declassified and you can read them. But yeah, there's been a massive anti-natalist movement inside of the United States.
What does the government...
Pointing right at the feminists who started feminism, who said they wanted to destroy the nuclear family. Having children was slavery. They said it. All of them said it.
Well, that would be feminist. I'm saying, what does the government stand to gain from... Because honestly, I understand what women in the 50s, 60s, and 70s stood to gain from, escaping, I guess, the nuclear family. But what does the government stand to gain from demographic pressures? And it seems like that would only...
There's only so much of this I can get into because of the platform that we're on. Okay, so I am going to have to move off in a second, just because we have to.
Yeah.
But I don't want to leave this hanging. I answer it. The federal government itself is at the mercy of lobbying groups. Congressmen and even presidents are essentially bought and paid for, not just here, but in Canada as well. And in South America, where you have lobbying that goes on a different way from drug cartels. But lobbyists themselves hold the keys to the power in the United States government, not the government.
Yeah, I fully agree with that.
Yeah, so I mean, these lobbying groups, though, especially these feminist think tanks, which go to Congress with these various bills, one of the things that they push are abortion bills and the women's rights to have abortion, right? Right? How is that not anti-natalist policy that's orchestrated, centralized, then handed to the government?
Because that's
to
a
pass
human rights
and
issue.
hand out.
I don't even have a belt
but
yet.
It's anti-natal. Well, your question.
I should pick some shit up at
your
some
question
point.
was, right? Is this a conspiracy? Because that's what you're alluding to. Is this sounds conspiratorial, but it's not, and I just walked you through how it's not.
Okay.
If you agree that there are liberal think tanks, and these liberal think tanks are coming up with new and better ways to streamline the abortion process, abortion most certainly an anti-natalist policy. There's no way you could ever make a claim that it's not. Most certainly is. And then they streamline that policy to politicians who then try to codify it into law. How in the world could this be conspiratorial? It's business as usual.
Okay, well, if you really do, if we're saying that any sort of policy that could be construed as anti-natalist is as under the classification of anti-natalism, then sure, I guess I can.
Well, what else is it?
It's a human rights issue. It's a healthcare issue. I don't think any woman.
No, I mean, what else is anti-natalism?
Oh, what else? To me, the way I think of it is like an ideology. Are you
what
saying
is the ideology for?
What do you mean?
Isn't the ideology to stop reproduction?
To me, antinatalism would be Yeah, like an ideology that
Well,
it is better
then
to.
abortion stops reproduction.
But it's not an ideological thing. Like,
Oh,
it's better to have fewer children.
Of course it is. Of course it's an ideological thing.
No, I think that the people who are fighting for abortion rights are not fighting for it because we should curtail reproduction. I think it's because whether you agree with this or not,
Because they don't want the responsibility of children.
No, it's because women will die with an unsafe abortion.
There's very few women who have to deal with pregnancy, which is life-threatening.
That is not true. I do not think that's true.
The majority of abortions are not done due to life-threatening pregnancies.
I can agree with you that the majority
Well, that's
of
what I
abortions
meant.
aren't. But
I'm sorry.
Sure.
So, but even then, the majority of pregnancies, no, are not life-threatening. Just
Not
so you know.
life-threatening,
But also on the abortion front, no, very few abortions have anything to do with the saving the mother's life. Almost none, in fact. They're the exception to the rule.
I'm saying the people who are arguing for it, these feminist think tanks are not.
They want it up to 9 months.
They're not coming at it with the ideology.
What else could they be coming at it with if they
Women's
want an abortion at 9 months? That's not health care.
Autonomy, the right to choose things along those lines. Feminism,
but that's what antinatalism, the ideology, is about. It's about
autonomy.
It's
and
about
women's
reducing
right to
the burden on women and on society from other human beings. It's a reduction of the burden. It requires necessarily that you reduce the population. Of course, abortion's antinatalist. Of course, the pill is antinatalist. All of these things are antinatalist. There's no, I don't know how you would argue.
I mean, maybe that's just my misunderstanding of what antinatalism is.
Just one question on the abortion topic. Do you think that is there a cutoff for you in terms of when women can get abortion? Should it be up until the point of right up until birth, or what's your position there?
No, I would say the cutoff for me would be at the point where
viability
delivering is an option.
Okay.
If there is a, for instance, if there was a medical emergency, or, preeclampsia, something like that, if the child can actually be delivered, I would say that you should default to delivery. But there are children.
But would you consider it murder if you didn't?
No.
No. Well, then why? So then what's? I don't understand this. Maybe you can help me out with this.
Yeah.
Why is it, other than just, I don't know, some preference for ick, that if I ask you, if the law says they can get an abortion at 7 months, you say, no, I prefer that they have it then. I go, okay, but let's assume the law says that they don't have to. Do you consider that murder? You say no. How is that not?
I think that murder is the taking of the life of a person, and I really don't think you have personhood until after birth.
Even at 9 months?
Yeah, I mean, I would say.
Do you have to go through the canal? Like, what if what if your head doesn't quite crown and they just put a shotgun up there? Like, is that
I would not like to see that happen. No, I think once their head is out of the canal, yes.
Okay, but it's not quite there, right? It's going. She's. Ooh, they're about to do a push, and he walks in and he just blasts. That's not murder. I'm honest. I want to question. That's not murder.
I think in that case, you'd probably end up killing the woman too. But no,
it's a concentrated blast.
No, I think that would be murder.
That would be murder, but not the day before.
No. I mean, you have to make a distinction.
How is that consistent?
You have to make a distinction somewhere, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you believe it? So you believe in
So then,
no
when
abortion?
does life? So then, when is it a human life?
A human life? I think the possibility of human life begins with conception. I think personhood is different from.
Then what makes a person?
Well, these guys are doing so much damage, bro.
No, I think there's biological aspects of personhood, absolutely. So a fetus does have the biological aspects of personhood, but I think there's social aspects, the ability to be a social being, have interactions with other human beings.
Okay, so people in a coma aren't people?
People in what?
People in a coma aren't people?
No, there's other aspects as well. Like the ability to rationalize, to have an awareness of yourself.
People in comas can't rationalize?
I mean, do we take people in comas off life support all the time?
Yeah, but we also leave them alive, and if...
Living_core donated $200. Nobody disputes men are the physical enforcers. The issue is the implication. If women control men's actions, women would be the actual enforcement arm, men would just be the proxy.
God, I do no damage,
Also
man. It's so
proved
annoying.
PLS.
Thank you, Living. Appreciate it. If you guys want to continue on with the point, then go ahead.
So we were discussing why it is that the day that the shotgun goes up, that's no bueno, that's murder. But the day before, it's not.
Yeah, because I mean, I think you have to make a distinction somewhere. It's inevitable. I mean, you can make the distinction at the day before birth or 2 days before, but you're always going to run into the question of why. And I do think that there are certain. I mean, okay, so if you had the choice between.
Fuck. This guy has might aura, bro. What the fuck?
Like 27 weeks pregnant, and you can either perform an abortion on her personally, or you could kill a 2-year-old child. You have to do one or the other. Which are you doing?
If you had to do...
Yeah, you have to either personally perform an abortion.
So from my perspective, these are morally equal.
Okay, so which would you do? You have to do
they're
one.
morally equal. So whichever one I picked, from my perspective...
You have to do one. Pick one.
Well, okay, I would pick the abortion, and I would also pick the other one if the abortion
You're going for
wasn't
both?
available. Yeah.
Overachiever.
They're morally equivalent.
Okay.
So you're asking me about a morally equivalent question.
But that's why I'm asking.
Okay, now let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, if...
SPK donated $200. Your baby is due in less than a month and you want to keep it. Someone physically assaults you and the baby dies, but you are barely hurt. What should the criminal be charged with?
Just to show you why that dichotomy doesn't work. Remember, I did just answer your question and told you which one I would do, right?
You said you would do both. But.
Okay, no, I'll do the abortion.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
should we have her do the...
Hang on, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Well, let me just ask you the same question back. Would you rather essay a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old? What the fuck?
What? I got it. Damn, bro.
But that becomes a question of...
Oh, wait, no. Answer the question like I did.
But
if you're going to make a false bifurcation for a choice, and I actually answer it, it is. What do you mean it's not? If you had to do X or you had to do this, which one would you do? I just gave you the same question back. Now you answer. Which one would you rather?
That's not the same question.
I didn't say it's the same question. It's the same logic.
You're doing 2 different things. One is an abortion. One is...
Join my... I shall make weapons from your bones.
More morally abhorrent.
Either.
When I told you these are morally equivalent to me, you said that's not good enough, you have to choose one. Okay, so I chose one. You're saying these things are morally equivalent to me. Okay, choose one.
Okay.
Which one?
I mean, fair. I don't think that... See, I don't think that they're morally equivalent when I ask that question. If I can pull the same answer and say they're morally equivalent, yes, I think that essay is wrong regardless of age.
Right. Okay, so murder is wrong regardless of age.
I don't think that abortion is murder.
Yeah, I know you don't, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is that if you offer a false dichotomy
But he does.
or a bifurcation for a hypothetical, just remember that I can ask one back the exact same way to test your logic.
But I don't think it's false. I don't think that it is, because I think that there is a difference. So maybe it was wrong to try to test you that way because you
so
genuinely
at 9 months, I just want to be clear, if a 9-month pregnant woman who's slated to give delivery the next day gets gunned down outside and robbed, that the guy's only going to get charged with the murder of the mom.
I think that I don't really think that the murder of a pregnant person should be considered a double homicide. We do consider it that. I think so, but I don't agree with that. I don't think that. I mean, like I said, you have to draw the line somewhere, and for me, that would be
Has
birth.
to come out.
Yeah, I mean, do you believe in like no exceptions, no abortion?
I would be willing. So this may be where I deviate. I would say, if there's a threat to the mother's life, which is a non-objectionable threat, meaning we can prove that this is going to cause serious problems to the mom, that in that case it could be a legitimate medical procedure. I think that that's a rational position. I can understand pushback to the position, but I think it's rational. It seems irrational to me that you can make the determination that a baby is fully formed, conscious, and everything else at 9 months, but that the day before it's born can be aborted and it's not murder. That's irrational, because
Well-
at this point you are the only reason you would say it would be murder the next day is because you have formed that as a person. But what is the distinction? It still has to be a person the day before. How could you get around that logic?
But I think you could still find distinctions to be made even in the case of like medical exceptions. So like, what is a medical emergency? Like, when does it become emergent? Can you give her?
Yeah, that's why you would need to be hyper specific about which cases could be considered that and which ones could not.
But I mean, there's always going to be. I think you're going to have to make an arbitrary distinction because.
Well, arbitrary
No
means without
donated
system.
$200. If I end a pregnant woman, I can be charged for 2 murders. But an abortion is not a murder. Schrodinger's feminist.
Schrodinger's feminist.
But I don't think that
If there was
that
magic
should
here,
be a double homicide.
long
So
gone
maybe
now.
some do. But
Did
I
we
I
get to address the previous
No, we
TTS
didn't.
that came
We
in?
didn't.
So,
We were
so
going back
basically, your baby is due in less than a month, and you want to keep it. This is from SPK. Thank you, and also thank you, Noah. Someone physically assaults you, and the baby dies, but you are barely hurt. What should the criminal be charged with?
assault of a pregnant woman.
But I do think you did answer the question, because you said that you wouldn't consider it a double homicide.
I wouldn't consider it a double homicide, but I think that our legal system
But it's
does.
still an illogical position because you are assigning it personhood just the day after. And so you would have to, I don't understand what makes it not a person the day before.
I mean, what makes a person not able to consent to sex before the age of 18?
Okay,
we
so
decided
when you're
that.
talking, when you're
in
talking,
laws,
hang on,
sometimes-
when you're talking about that, fine. I would even concede you can make a case that that's arbitrary without system. But in this case, you're agreeing that this is a life the day after. I'm asking for the distinction that doesn't make it a life the day before.
I mean, I do think it's somewhat arbitrary. I think that you
So
have,
there's nothing.
I think that you have to draw the line somewhere. I mean, no, I don't think there really is anything. But
There's
also,
nothing. So the only thing
I
that
don't
makes it
think
not a life the day before
I don't believe in
is
abortion up
nothing.
until the moment of birth. First of all, that doesn't happen.
But you just said you did.
Did I say that?
You
I
did.
Think it should
You
be
said
legal?
it has to come out before.
Oh, well, I think it has to come out to be considered a person. I don't think that, well, like I said, first of all, I don't think that women are getting abortions up until the
I'm not
point
saying
of
that
birth.
they are. But that doesn't mean that there's not
But I said
women
that
who don't.
I think he asked, and I said that I think that up until like viability, basically, like if it could be delivered without complication.
Yeah, but there was a counter to that, which was when I asked you, okay, but the law says, let's say, you can have it up to 9 months. If they go ahead and follow the law and you have it, is that murder? And you said no. And so at that point, you're giving a justification. So you don't really believe, or whatever your belief is that they should is just arbitrary as well. They just should because I think they should.
No, I mean, there is no like biological consensus on when personhood begins, or philosophical consensus on when.
No, there is a personhood. When you say personhood, that doesn't mean anything. That's just nonsense.
No, it's a legal concept.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't give rights to
But the reason it's
non-persons.
nonsense is because you can never tell me what a person is.
There's no consensus. I mean, it's
Consensus
continually.
is not a thing we need to appeal to make a determination about what is true and
Then
what is not.
How do we?
Consensus. In fact, appealing to consensus would be an argument ad populum. It would be fallacious in and of itself. You can tell me what a person is without appealing to a majority. What is it?
Like I said, I think there are a number of aspects to it. I don't know, but in law.
You don't. So you don't know.
No, I don't know.
Hang on. You don't know what a person is. You don't know when a person's formed. You don't know when a person should be born, but you're okay with people taking out fetuses at the 9 month. Is that the case? I don't know when they're a person. I don't know when we should stop abortions. And I don't consider an abortion at 9 months the day before it to be murder.
You didn't say the day before, but the day before, no, I do think that would be distasteful to me. Just my
Would it be
intuition.
murder?
No, I don't.
Okay, well then you're not assigning personhood, but you don't know when a person is a person. So I don't like.
I know
When?
At birth.
At birth, that's what makes them a person at birth, and not the day before.
The act of birth.
Yeah. What about that act suddenly gives them the same qualia that they did not have the day before?
Being born into the world to exist as a person, no longer.
You're still in the world. What do you mean? You're still in the world.
Once they cut the cord, you're not physically.
So the umbilical cord is the distinction between a person?
No, that was more of a.
So
more
what
of a
is the distinct? What makes him a person? Nothing.
I've already said it was arbitrary.
So what makes him a person is you made it the fuck up. That's what makes him a person.
I mean, yeah, honestly, a lot of the things in law, you do have to make up some sort of distinction.
Just want to make sure we're clear.
Before we move on to a different topic, last thing on the pro-choice versus pro-life argument. Andrew, you might recall the state where they passed this law, but there's a state where they passed a law where men could be on the hook for child support before the child was even born. Maybe it was Kentucky, if I recall
I think
correctly.
it was.
Would you agree with that, before the child is even born, that men ought to be on the hook for child support?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Why not?
I think, I mean, if a man has decided not to be a part of the child's life, I mean, in that case, I guess you could say, well, then why should he be responsible for child support after? But I haven't really thought about it. I haven't thought about this at all. I didn't know that this
What
was...
about in states where there's abortion bans? Do you think it'd be more justified in that scenario?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I actually, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Moving on, I did have a question. So we talked a little bit about the patriarchy, and you say that there is a patriarchy. You know, I've often heard terms used by feminists like "smash the patriarchy." Not only are there criticisms, it seems, of the patriarchy by feminists, but you also, if it does exist, and that seems to be what's asserted by feminists, that you wish to get rid of it. I guess my question is to both of you, well, perhaps more specifically to you, if there is a patriarchy, what ought to replace it?
I think that's a good question. I don't know if it's possible to, because of basically what you described, and I do agree that men are able to exert force over women. I don't know if it's really ever possible.
We're running out of time. Gotta find this fucking way down.
I think that if it were eliminated, egalitarianism would be my preferred system, where there is no one sex that is exerting an undue amount of force on the other, and
here we go, finally.
Sort of a
matriarchy? Should there be a matriarchy?
I don't think. I mean, maybe that would be justice, but I don't think that would be my ideal system. No, I think it just.
Why would that be justice?
Well, if we're using the definition of righting a wrong, like the justice system.
Do you mean like revenge?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that would be my ideal system.
Sure.
But, yeah.
Well, so
I'm gonna die. Run.
Whether you like it,
I'm just running away.
There is always going to.
Oh,
be,
please.
If we consider patriarchy to be,
I need to find the stairs, like right
that's
now.
An inescapable fact. It can be hidden for a while.
Running out of time.
It can be pretended that it's not true, and people can act as though it's not true, and people can act as though they have.
Oh my God, I'm so screwed.
Moving towards, but ultimately, it will always reduce to force.
If I have to run back through that, I'm
so
so
always go back
fucked.
the other direction. And men will take rights away from other men and women, and this will always be the cycle. And it has to actually be that way, because what ends up happening is through the form of
shit. That's so funny. I'm so fucked.
Through a special breed of oppression, and that oppression.
Let's go, Juke.
Stance for egalitarianism is what we see now, which is antinatalism and oppression towards male groups.
Yeah, I went the wrong way. I hope you got better luck.
Over other male groups. All in the name of trying to make things equal. And so eventually it all just gets reset with force. This is what we see time and time again as society
I found
gets
it.
more and more decadent.
Yeah, I don't think that means that feminism shouldn't exist, though. I think just because something is, as you say, it inevitable, I think that you should still
right
be
on
able to
time.
push back against things and maybe hold them off, I guess is the wrong way to say it. But if it's producing undesirable outcomes for women, then regardless of whether or not it's
desirable, undesirable outcomes, do you think that the desirable outcomes are the fact that We went from having a 4% divorce to having a 55% divorce. We went from
Hey, new game.
women having mental illness to 1 in 4 women having mental illness. You think the fact that the female hormone regulation from birth control, which leads to this mental illness, has been
It's one of the downsides.
I can go on
You-
and on and on.
Games only stay are live for like blocks of time, like the server gets reset,
there's
kinda.
probably a lot of women in the past when there was a 4% divorce rate that wish they could have gotten divorced, but they felt either through social pressure or they just legally couldn't get divorced. We're not able to.
So you have to make a new game every now and
When
then.
getting divorced, it's
really bad for children because, and we know it's really bad for children because we see what happens when you come from a single mother home,
But I would-
absent a father in the home, and what happens with your criminality, what happens with the end result of children who come out of these environments is really, really bad. And not only that, but here's one of the reasons it's so bad. It's because if women replace the biological father with a stepfather, the chances for abuse exponentially skyrocket, much, much, much higher.
No, I agree
Marriage
with
is
that.
about children, not about you. And this is where I have to defer to the evil of feminist ideology. There is nothing that could possibly be considered more virtuous than staving off your own happiness for that of your children.
Do you think happy children are reared in an unhappy marriage, though? Do you really think that that's healthy
Then
for children?
I would assume that back when we had the 4%, everybody was just fucking miserable.
Kind of.
Oh, yeah, and you could support this with what other than you just made it up?
I mean, what can you support the fact they weren't all miserable with?
Well, wait a second. I don't have to prove a negative to your positive claim that they were.
I mean, that's true, but we can talk to people who, I mean, my parents are 60 and 75
That's
years
true.
old.
We can go back to the World War II generation, and we can talk to them. And their happiness ratings were through the friggin' roof in comparison, and especially.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.
Hey,
the patriarchy are real men that are capable of great violence and equal measures of kindness, and value women that do not value themselves. The patriarchy stands ready to save you from yourselves.
By the way, we should keep the chats nice if we can, but Grid 1, thank you, man. Let me read these chats and we'll get right back into it. Sure. Hey, Sean, Andrew is, it's a little hard to read. 100 on the feminist going for a decline in the population. Thank you, Sean, appreciate it. He also says, this feminist is freaking
I hate being
crazy.
useful until late game.
Apparently you're crazy.
I don't think I'm crazy.
Oh, useless.
I think people
Sorry,
disagree
the
with what I'm
opposite.
saying, but I don't
Well,
think I'm
crazy is irrational. And it's irrational to say that there's a human being who could be born on Tuesday, but on Monday, if you destroy it, as long as it's inside of a womb, that's not a human being, and so therefore not murder. That's actually irrational.
I don't think that's irrational. I think that
Well, then you should be able to make the personhood distinction.
If you gave me some good time, I probably could come up with a rational argument for it.
Let me read this last one here. We have Alan Varghese Alex,
I need
200 from Canada. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Merci beaucoup. She should rewatch the show to see how dumb she was.
Oh, fuck, I knew it. No, my money, you fuck.
Stupid and
DP me.
dangerous worldviews of feminists. And look, I think we should give you credit.
Maximum credit.
You've come on to debate.
Yes. And she's also an amateur at it. And I've done hundreds of debates. And I'm going to give credit where credit's due. There's very few feminists who are willing to back up their ideology. And I think for the most part, this conversation/debate has been highly respectful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you guys want to continue on that thread, or I have a couple more questions?
Yeah, we can move on from this.
Okay. So one of the topics that came up during the show was, and well, it was kind of a two-pronged thing, but can you be sexist towards men? And it seems like, if I recall your answer, well, perhaps you want to just restate your position on that.
Yeah, I do think you can be sexist towards men. I think I kind of compared it to our discussion of race, and I said I think it's a bit different from race, but I do think that you can be sexist towards men, but as you would agree, you can't really exert any kind of real force over men, so what's the outcome?
Why would force be the requirement for sexism? Sexism would just
No,
be
I'm saying you
towards...
can be sexism, but I'm saying you're not really going to be able to, nothing will really come of it. I mean, if men have the power and that's how it should be,
it doesn't
then
mean that. So just so you understand, and I see people always conflate this argument. In fact, the super chatter did, because everything will eventually reduce to force does not mean that society always operates inside of the mode of force. It will just always end up going back to force, always, inevitably. So you can have brainwashed societies, which we have right now, and you can have people who operate inside of these delusions and operate as though there is power where there is no power. In fact, some of the most powerful people on planet Earth are able to manipulate people into thinking they have all sorts of power, which they do not actually have. This is part of a game of psychological manipulation, but that does not mean that you can't oppress men and their sexuality, nor that you can even the patriarchy itself.
So what's your definition of oppression for men? Since we were kind of going back and forth on the definition.
I'll just utilize yours.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, there's no doubt that men can oppress men. There's no doubt that women can use the levers of power to also be oppressive towards men for their own aims. That can happen.
I forgot my merc.
So I mean, that makes it sound like maybe feminism isn't so futile then. If we're capable of
it's because I'm broke.
if we're capable of oppressing men, then how would we not
I'm
also
not
be
actually
capable
broke.
of kind of reclaiming that kind of power for ourselves, for our own aims?
When you're talking about oppression, you're talking about pushing back against a specific group. This does not mean that ultimately you have the monopoly on force. Men do. But so think of it this way. You're inside of a prison, okay? And there's 2 guards and there's 100 inmates. The 2 guards can keep the 100 inmates under control, right? But if the inmates collectively go, fuck these guys, what happens to the guards?
They will die.
Yeah. So it's the illusion of safety, and there's an illusion of systems, but they eventually always break down. That does not mean, while we don't collectively live inside of these socially constructed delusions, which sexism would be one, and a race would be another, right? Socially constructed delusion that people cannot be oppressed inside of them, because oppression's a socially constructed delusion too, right?
So the oppression of men is a socially constructed delusion.
As much as it is for women.
Okay, well then.
So then if we agree on that, then men can't be sexist towards women ever.
But I mean, but I'm coming from the perspective that we are living and operating in this system. Like, regardless of whether or not you think it's a delusion, this is how the world is operating. People are affected by it. I think we kind of talked about that on the panel, that just because something doesn't necessarily translate to like a physical objective reality doesn't mean we aren't all experiencing it.
Sure.
So,
you can have people who get their hearts cut out on a temple and their bodies kicked down because it gets sacrificed to God or their God. And, that's a effect. You can say this is an effect of your worship of this demonic deity, which does not exist, right? Yeah, so
sure.
I agree with that, but it just doesn't negate my point at all.
Well, I'm not sure why it's valid to talk about the oppression of men under this delusional system, but we can't also talk about the way women are negatively affected by it.
We can talk about, and women used to. They used to talk about the issues that they had all the time from the moral high ground when they weren't being utilized as political tools.
So do men have the moral high ground now?
As political men, ultimately, there will be a select few men who will end up with a moral high ground for the church, things like this. But generally speaking, inside of society, politicians almost never have the moral high ground.
So, I mean, if they don't have the moral high ground, on average, why should they be able to talk about their issues? I mean, why, I guess...
Because they have the monopoly on force.
Okay,
and all of your subjective morality is going to reduce to force. That's why. And so they can enforce whatever the hell they want, and might makes right if you're a subjectivist. What else does it make?
I mean, that doesn't sound like men are very oppressed, and it doesn't really sound like men are facing a real harsh reality.
Saying that there are men who are in the levers of power who don't have great moral claims but can utilize force doesn't mean that you can't have men who are oppressed in society, even if it's by other men. But it can certainly be done by women as well who have their hands on the levers of power due to a shared delusion.
So why can't those women who have their hands on the levers of power use it for women's aims, like feminism?
They do, and what we end up with is antinatalism and all sorts of nonsense, which is why it's going to reduce back to a power centralization where men eventually collectively eliminate men's rights.
You can't prove that's actually going to happen.
I can. Well, I can't prove for sure, but I can show you historically what the standard has been in this, is that always what ends up happening is the force doctrine is used and rights collectively are taken away from women. It's not that this is something I advocate be done. I'm just telling you that that's what's going to happen. It's an eventuality that basically is
Take your word for it.
Well, since this was sort of a two-pronged thing and it stemmed from the conversation that we had the other day about race, we could perhaps delve into that briefly. So can you be racist towards white people?
I still say no.
You can't be racist towards them. Okay.
You can be prejudiced against white people on like an individual basis.
Why don't we do definitions then? So how do you define racism?
I would say that racism is... prejudice is part of it, but you have to be in a position of power.
prejudice plus power.
Sure, that's kind of like a nice like
I
sociology.
reject that.
What's yours, Andrew?
I don't need to give a counter definition. I just reject yours. Why am I wrong?
I don't know.
You don't know why I'm wrong to reject that definition? Why?
Well, you have to explain why you reject it.
Why do I need to even give an explanation?
Wait, is this Hitchens' razor?
We're not going to get very far then. I don't know.
Well, it's not Hitchens' razor. It's just to point out that from your subjective, if everything inside of your worldview is subjective, then you saying the definition that I use is prejudice plus power. Why shouldn't I just reject that definition as being something I don't accept as being true?
Okay, but then I mean, how can we say that any definition of racism is objective?
Well, you couldn't.
Okay, then I mean, like, why even bother discussing it then? I don't.
Good question. It was the one that I was asking you the other night, which is, you seem to think that race is a social construction, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so
do you
if
disagree?
race is a social construction and all of your definitions of it are subjective, including the oppression being subjective, why even talk about it? Wouldn't that eliminate racism?
Because okay, you are arguing that this is all like a delusional construction, but male oppression is still real because they're still living it, right? Even though it's all a delusional construction. So race is a delusional construction.
No, the power mechanisms are a delusional construction, not the effect. We've already agreed that the effect.
That's my exact point. The effects are real.
Yeah, I understand, but that still doesn't tell me why I should accept that definition as being true.
Well, that's not what we were talking about. You were asking me then if race is a social construct, if we all just agree it doesn't exist, how can there be...
Yeah, but the effect is only real if you accept the construct as being true.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, there are objective effects of racism, of historical
because you
oppression.
accept it as being true.
No, I mean, if you tomorrow say that race doesn't exist, race isn't real, that's not going to change the fact that...
No. But if everybody acted as though it wasn't, then it would change the effect.
It wouldn't move people out of neighborhoods that have been historically redlined.
Why? There wouldn't be any more redlining because there wouldn't be any construction called race anymore.
But those neighborhoods would still be worse places to live.
Yeah, but those people would eventually move off those neighborhoods and there would be no restrictions because nobody cared about race, right? That's the whole point.
In that world where suddenly everyone wakes up and doesn't care about race, I guess, in 10 to 20 years, people could...
Yeah,
move
so
out of their
then the point is for the social construction of race and for oppression, then the best thing in the world to do would be for people to just not even follow the construction, right? And then if that's eliminated, nobody believes in race anymore. None of them are racist.
That's not going to happen. I mean, the best thing for male oppression would be...
It's not going to happen, right?
Okay, well, the best thing for male oppression would be to just wake up and
take all the rights away from women?
Yeah. And that's not going to...
Right, exactly. But that's the inevitability.
But that's not going to... You're saying that's not going to happen.
No, I'm saying it... I've literally said over and over again, it's an inevitability that it happens.
Okay, but you think that's happening soon? You think that men are going to wake up and take all the rights away from women?
I think that as you see the polarization happening, and you start to see things like the repeal of 19 moving forward, you start to see more and more conservative politicians pushing back against this idea that suffrage itself is a great idea. I think that the voting pool will eventually get limited, and I think I'll see it within my lifetime.
I mean, then why doesn't the case of race, ignoring it, is going to be the best
Well, I'm not even
thing?
saying that it is. I'm just asking you why I should accept that racism itself can only be prejudice plus power rather than just a personal treatment of a person.
Because we don't see the same effects on white people.
But even if we don't see the same effects, that doesn't mean that I need to assume that that's racism.
Okay, so I mean, if we want to agree to a different definition wherein you can be racist against white people, then I guess my question is, why would it matter?
Why would what matter? Being racist against white people?
Yeah, if there's no effect.
If they don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the same reason that you don't want us to be racist to black people.
No, because there are actually material effects
that they don't like. That they don't like.
Sure, okay. Why keep women in the home? They don't like it. Some of them don't like it.
Yeah, but they do like it. So.
Some of them don't. You can ask them.
But those they've never been restricted to only being in the home. That's never happened. That's delusional think.
Okay, but
never.
It's
never happened.
I'm just saying, yes, sometimes people just not liking something is enough of a reason, I guess, to
Yeah,
to
so then that would be racism to white people. If you're doing something to them that they don't like, right?
Yeah, sure, they would not like
based on their race, that's racism.
Okay, yeah. If we're going on that definition where you can be racist against white people in that way, I guess my question then would be, why does it matter?
Because they don't like it.
Okay, does that mean it matters as much as anti-black racism?
Yeah, they don't like it, right?
So you think...
Isn't your entire justification for why it's wrong that they don't like it?
No.
Then what's the justification for why it's wrong?
My justification for why anti-black racism is wrong is that it has been keeping an entire group of people in a subjugated position for, like, centuries.
Well, what if they love it?
They don't.
So they don't like it?
Okay, I mean...
So that's the justification, is that they don't like it, right? What would the actual justification be other than they don't like it?
There's a moral argument that it causes harm to people.
And people don't like being harmed. And the reason that the harm principle is immoral is because people don't like it.
I think it's bad for society.
Why?
It erodes trust.
And why is that bad?
Why is eroding trust? Do you think eroding trust is good?
No,
you think a low
but I
trust
don't have the
society
harm
is good?
principle. That's your principle. Why is harm? If it's harm, everything which is harm just means thing I don't like, right?
No, that's not true. I think you can.
Okay, well then give me a form of harm people like.
BDSM.
Though then that you wouldn't consider that harm within the harm principle, would you?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not the one saying I have the harm principle.
Well, then why do you keep appealing to it as
I can't even drop gold no more because I pick it up immediately.
Okay, well that's fair.
If you keep appealing to it as the moral standard for when thing bad, then I'm going to assume that that's your principle for bad thing.
Okay, I'm trying to give you examples of things that I think you could objectively say are a reason why certain things could be bad. They could create disorder, distrust in society.
Yeah, I agree that you can give a zillion qualifiers for things which you think are bad. But my question is why you think they're bad. What is bad? In this case, it's thing I don't like. Thing I don't like is harmful, right?
Sure, well, I could just as easily, okay, now I'm Christian. I've just converted to Christianity. Those things are bad because divine command says you can't be racist.
Sure.
How is that any more justifiable? I don't understand.
Even if it wasn't, right? We both ended up directly in the I can't justify, you can't justify. Then what we end up with is things people don't like still racist.
Okay.
So then it's racist because they don't like the shit.
Nickelodeon donated $200. You did a great job at defining an abortion line. What's the line that white people can start experiencing racism?
Yeah.
Answer it.
Like I guess it's hard. The line at which white people would have to be in. I'm not really sure I understand the question.
He's asking
how much institutional
He's asking
power
how much
would,
less white do you have to be before you can enter into theoretically having racism perpetuated on you.
If people look at you and perceive you as black or a different race.
What if you have vitiligo?
I think you can still easily tell if someone's black with vitiligo. Except maybe in the case of like people who have extreme cosmetic procedures like Michael Jackson, there's always going to be fringe cases that are a little weird, but I think everyone can easily perceive race.
But if we're just saying the bad is the bad, because that's what we're just saying here, the bad is the bad, whatever we perceive as bad, and whatever we perceive as bad is what we don't like, then if white people say that if you're going after them based on their skin color, they don't like it, then that's racist. That would be the same exact standard you would appeal to. I don't know how you get around that.
Well, I think there can be things beyond that. I mean, it can be a problem of scale. Like, what is more bad? If we're just talking about what's bad, what is more bad? I say that this is more bad. Like, if we're really going to reduce it down to that, I think there's more
but I say that that's less bad.
Okay, well then, I mean, what are we even arguing?
That's my whole point. This is the problem when we're going into justifications of what is bad. If it's just the bad is the bad is the bad is the bad, You know what I mean?
Well,
Whatever I think is
like
bad
I
is
said,
bad.
I tried to give examples. You're just not gonna let me give any sort of like ethical justification that is secular.
I'll let you give any ethical justification you want, which is secular.
Well, no, but you will call it relativism.
It is relativism.
Okay, well then, I mean, I'm kind of I can't really do anything.
And so if it's relativism, then asking me for any sort of justification is relative. So...
Relative to what? I mean,
to
like,
nothing, because that's your justification.
But do you
nothing.
do you believe, whether you'll give it or not, do you believe you have an objective Christian ethicist justification for what is bad?
Do you? Well, if you're making that claim, if you're asking me this question, do you believe in objective truth?
I don't think so. No.
Well, then why do you care what my answer would be? Because
I mean, genuine curiosity.
No matter what I said, it would not objectively be true in your worldview, right?
I mean, you.
Thank you, Sean. Go ahead.
I just don't. I mean.
That's not helping me with me wanting to play World of Warcraft.
Fuck off. Because there is no standard for which is true. And so that's why we end up with relativism. And so when I tell you that
what's wrong? What's bad about relativism?
Well, here's what's bad about relativism, and it's reduction. So it works like this. If you have a standard, we both have a worldview. And if I have a standard for truth, that means I need to have something which is an invariant standard. Meaning
wait, what's Turtle? Wow.
To it. This would require a standard for knowledge.
You mean classic?
Okay. So your knowledge has to have a standard, and it has to be a standard which has no variant. This is how we know if a thing is true or false. Would you agree with me that the laws of logic, which are required for us to have this debate, are objectively true?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I mean,
playing classic again.
I'll say yes. I'll say yes.
Well, we played hardcore last time. I don't want to play hardcore this time. I just want to.
You don't know if the laws of
be stupid.
I don't know if there is objective truth.
Like,
no.
for instance, the law of
So I can die.
Can you be here and in outer space at the same time?
No.
Is that objectively a true statement?
Yes.
So what's your standard for that true statement?
I guess experience and reason.
Experience and reason?
Yeah, I can reason that those things.
But you just got done telling me there's no such thing as objective truth.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with you now. There is.
Now there is a such thing as an objective truth.
I'm always thinking, and I'm always learning.
And if there is a standard for objective truth, an invariable standard which you cannot move away from, right? From your perspective, when we're talking about the laws of logic, you say these are true. Can you justify why we ought to use them?
No one. I mean, everything is argued in that way, same as.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm need.
Can you justify why we ought to use Christian ethics?
I can, but before I do, I'm trying to show you why the reduction here is wrong.
I would argue that we ought to use secular ethics because it's not based on something that is not real.
But it's No, it is. Because it's all subjective, and yet you just said that there's an objective standard for truth. But why should we have subjective morality if there's an objective standard for truth? If we have an objective standard for truth, wouldn't we want objective morals? Because we know know a thing can now be true, right?
But I don't. But that's the thing. If you can't enforce a system of morals that is based on something that only a fraction of people believe. I mean,
whether you can enforce it or not would not make it less true or false if it was moral, right?
Sure. I guess I just struggle to understand how ethics based on religion, something that not everyone believes, is somehow more objectively true than ethics based
on something that nobody believes.
There's lots of different secular epistemologies. They're all based on different things.
Yeah, but they're all based on just relativism. So you can't. The problem with it is you can't say that yours is better than mine.
Go down. And this is the wrong way, I think.
Justification for mine's irrelevant. Who cares? No matter what, you're always in the position where it's just as valid as
Level 2 should be around here somewhere, so
really
it should be set in, I guess, because that looks like it's too far away from me.
Justification for thing which you have no I'm not trying to convince you that I'm correct. Just trying to show you that we're always
that was close.
Equally justified in whatever it is that we want in society from your own worldview. There's nothing I could do which you could ever point to as being bad because it's just as morally justified as anything you do.
I mean, that's all well and good, but in reality, there's a sense of like moral intuition. And how can you say that? How can you say that like an intuition is wrong?
Everybody doesn't have the same moral intuitions.
No, but I think there are certain things that are
like
necrophilia.
If we all had the same moral intuitions, and you think that therefore those are the right morals.
Not everyone has the same, but I think there are general things that we can agree on, and there's always going to be people who...
Then why do we need feminism if we're all just moral people based on our intuitions?
Well, I didn't say that feminism was a moral thing. I didn't say that...
It's not moral? So is it immoral?
No, I mean, it's not concerning morals. It's not
concerning morals?
No, I think it's concerning the way...
So egalitarianism isn't a moral position?
No, I think it's... I mean, it's what... Well, I don't like not being treated equally. That's...
You don't like it?
Yeah.
Right. And we can reduce your entire moral epistemology down to I don't like it, right?
No.
No?
No.
So what
like
can
I
we
said,
reduce it down to?
I mean,
intuition?
my personal, I would say it's a combination of intuition, my experiences of the world, and my ability to think and reason.
But we all don't share the same intuitions, right?
No, but I mean, there's a reason we have classes of epistemologies. Clearly, enough people agree on a certain standpoint that there's a school of it, a school of thought. I mean,
for different branches of knowledge, but that actually doesn't make my point that we don't share the same intuitions. Or otherwise, there wouldn't be so many different branches of people who have theories of knowledge, right?
I would agree that. I mean, knowledge is a tough thing to pin down. I don't think anyone can really ever say how we know what we know and what is
we can't,
truth.
But we just know that there is objective truth by your own admission.
I'm going back and I don't know if there's objective truth. I haven't really thought about it.
So we can be having this conversation and not having this conversation at the same time.
Existence is pretty absurd. I don't know.
No, so existence itself is a contradiction.
It might be. It might be.
There.
I don't spend a lot of time.
I won't belabor the point. It feels kind of silly at this point. But anyway, Brian, do you want to move on to anything else? Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to abortion.
Yeah.
Right. Would still like to know this.
Yeah. Go for it.
Now that we're getting into more relativism, can you just... You say intuitively, then, the day before you're supposed to give birth, that not intuitively murder?
I don't think that I would say my definition of murder is intuitive. I think it's based on the category.
Murder's not intuitive?
I would say
then why would we have a law against it?
Well, I was going to say, no, not intuitive as in like, oh, you don't intuitively believe it's wrong, but my position on this is not just pure intuition. I think we've already established that my definition of personhood is not fully fleshed out. I don't have a fully fleshed out legal definition of personhood, but it's based on my reasoning that before you are born, when you're still in your mother's womb,
oh crap,
there's problems there with considering that a separate person, because I mean they're not a separate person. They don't have the ability to survive outside the womb. So then, okay, viability might be the point.
So if I feed you while you're unconscious, are we separate people?
No, but I mean,
well, then I
would argue that a person who is in a coma or a person who's on life support is in a state of altered personhood. I don't think they're not a person.
What the hell does well, okay, they're not a what's the delineation then? What makes them not a person?
I mean, I really don't know.
Wouldn't you give them the same moral consideration you would to anybody else?
We don't take the life of individuals, but we can take someone in a coma off life support. We can take...
That's not taking... There's a distinction between that. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's not taking their life. It's taking away supportive... But we can do things for people in certain states that... I mean, the death penalty. You can argue that they did something to deserve it, but we have reasoned somehow that murder is justifiable in the case of...
Well, what a murder is an unjustified killing to begin with, right?
That's a definition that you've chosen. That's
the definition you would back up, wouldn't it? What else could a murder be other than an unjustified killing? Couldn't be a justified one.
I guess... I mean, would you consider like killing in self-defense to be murder?
No, that would be a justified killing, right?
Okay, so it's just killing. So that means...
It's killing in a way which is justified or unjustified.
Okay, so then
murder would be an unjustified killing, and killing could be justified, so therefore not murder.
Yeah, so I mean, taking a life can be justified.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, so I mean,
so that's why I'm looking for your justification for what makes this not murder. Because from my perspective, if I went into a coma patient who was not on life support and started stabbing him in the chest, you would consider that to be murder, right?
Yeah.
So what's the distinction?
Because I do not believe that fetuses have personhood. I do not believe that they are
because they're
have
hooked
the
up to a machine, a human machine.
I don't think that's necessarily why. I just think that how can we classify a fetus as a person? It has not been born yet. That to me is the point in which a person enters into the world. Prior to that, they are gestating.
When you say born, right, you just mean outside of the womb, right?
Well, there's a reason that, I mean, we have a word for it, fetus. And you can call it a baby if you'd like, but the accepted term is fetus, and then when it's born, it's a baby. There's obviously a difference.
And he's an adult, and that could be a child, that could be a cousin, and that could be, you know what I mean? But they're all still identifying human beings. Is he an adult? Make him less of a human than you being, let's say, a child, or him being my cousin, or him being my aunt. They're all still human beings, right?
Yeah.
So just saying it's a fetus does not negate humanity.
No, but I mean, human is different from our legal category of personhood. I need mana. Human is different.
I think that it's a requirement for personhood.
It is a requirement, but it's not the whole of the definition.
So what is it? What is it? But you don't
well, I
know.
would say there's a number of different things that I said I don't know if I have the whole definition.
Yeah, so what would make you not
I mean, I would be curious to see what, because I know that it's up for debate, and I know that, like, the legal category is established.
I mean, I want to be as charitable as possible, honestly.
No,
right? But if you're saying, it's really hard for me to be charitable if you say the day before you're slated to give birth, if the mom goes in and aborts, you would prefer that she didn't, but it's not murder. That to me does not seem like a rational position, because the only distinction is, well, the baby's still inside the womb, but I'm not sure why it would make it less personal.
Well, whether or not you agree with my rationality or my rationale is that personhood begins when you're born, and murder is.
Yeah, but why does it begin when you're born? What makes you a person then and not the day before? I don't understand that. I can't figure out a single distinction.
Being born, I guess. I mean, that just is my rationale.
Yeah, but that's just a process. Like, okay, what if
Man,
it was in a machine?
I fucking suck at finding shit, dude.
Like
Jesus
an
Christ.
womb.
Every time, the wrong
like,
fucking direction.
Prior to.
Yeah, and the day before. I mean, it's totally viable to take out of the artificial womb, but the day before you release the chamber, you go, fuck it, and you press the dump button.
See, that would be different to me, because it's existing outside of its mother's body. It is a.
Yeah, the machine is its mother's body now.
I know, but
it's the same thing.
It's in the real world.
It's in the real world in its mother's body. What is it in a fake? Is the uterus a magical fairy world?
No, obviously I don't mean that. It's existing. I mean, that's all I can say is really it's existing outside of the mother's body. Whether or not it's
but what would make it less of a human being because it's inside of your mother's body?
I'm not saying it's less of a human being. I'm not talking about humanity. I'm talking about personhood.
Bro, like literally the last place. Fuck my life.
The fact that it is
every goddamn time
part of the mother's body.
Yeah, but it's part of the machine.
I mean, that's something to think about. But I mean, like, we consider people on life support to be people. Yes, there are certain things that you can do.
Yeah, but it can survive. The difference is on life support. You can't survive without the life support, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the case of the machine, you could survive outside of the machine. In the case of that womb now, you can't. The baby could survive outside the womb. They're viable in the womb. Maybe not on life support. So these situations, the artificial womb and the uterus, seem identical. What is the distinction here?
So, okay, you're asking, like, if a baby is viable, is an abortion murder?
Yes.
I honestly, not enough mana. I haven't really thought about it because of the fact that I think that viability should be a limit for abortion. But I mean, because I still think that personhood is when you're born, and I don't think that you can call it murder otherwise. But then, yeah, I mean, there's a contradiction there. I can admit that. I just don't. I have a hard time calling that murder. I don't know.
Well, maybe something to think about then. If you have a contradiction in the position.
Yeah.
2 other quick topics, then we'll do, if there are any super chats, there'll be kind of a super chat / Q&A. The Q&As will be through the super chats. So, I don't know if we got into it, the wage gap. Was that a conversation?
No, I don't think so.
So, typically there's this, familiar with the wage gap.
Yeah.
Do you think it's something that exists? Are women paid less than men for the same work?
I think in the past they definitely have been. I think
it's shrinking, is what you're saying.
It's shrinking. I think you could probably make the argument that women in certain positions are probably paid less because there are I don't know if I totally believe that a wage gap, like a meaningful wage gap, exists like in the United States.
Okay.
Though I think that
I need 5 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. And we need to remake the game again anyway, so. Okay, 5 minutes. Be right back. Okay.
There are probably positions where women are unfairly being paid less, but I mean, is it like a widespread phenomenon? I'm not sure, but globally, yeah, I guarantee. I'm sure there are countries where women are getting paid like cents to the dollar, but
not in the West or not in the United States.
I can't really speak for any other country, but I don't think. No, I don't really think so.
And I mean,
I'm not
when
saying.
do you think that? Because you would I think you would say that, at least historically in the U.S., perhaps as recently as 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that.
For example, Barack Obama, I think one of his speeches, or perhaps the State of the Union address, he did say that there's still. He said that there's a wage gap. I don't remember the exact numbers he gave. I often hear 77 cents on the dollar, 83 cents on the dollar, and that was as recently as the 2010s. He was
say hi.
President of the United States was saying this. So
yeah, I think that.
When do you think it disappeared, if it did?
I don't know if it's fully disappeared. I think that legislation has been introduced over the years multiple times. Prior to the 1900s, I really have limited knowledge, but the Civil Rights Act, in part, addressed unequal pay. So there is legislation that mandates equal pay for equal work for men and women. Whether or not that always happens in practice,
Never.
I don't know. I can definitely see that there
Although I
could be
do own it.
situations in which it's probably not put into practice.
What about, for example, in sports? For example, I have heard complaints from feminists who will say, for example, that women in the WNBA or female soccer players, in fact, there's actually a lawsuit by I believe it was the women's national team filed a lawsuit that they were alleging that they were being paid less than their male counterparts. Do you think that, for example, and it certainly is the case, that female basketball players are paid less than male professional basketball players? Do you object to that? Do you think that there's...
No, I mean, I think that it is based on viewership, and whether or not I object to the whole, it sucks that women's sports, no one cares about them. Yeah, that's sad to me. I don't really care about either gender sports. But yeah, I think pay is going to be based on how much money you're making for whoever they're making money for. I don't know. With soccer, I'm not really sure because I feel like women's soccer is pretty popular, but I don't know. I don't think they should necessarily be paid the same, though.
And then just the last thing here, or at least from my topics, I don't recall if it came up in our conversation. Perhaps it did, but it seems to me, like you said, you're feminist. You believe in equality. What are your thoughts on military conscription and the current state of things in the United States, where only men have to register for the selective service and only men are subject to forced military conscription? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that could definitely be an example of a way in which the patriarchy negatively affects men, because men have been tasked with enforcement, with protecting law and order in our interests.
Oh, fuck, I wasn't paying attention.
Well, they're the only ones who can, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, but...
So then why shouldn't they give themselves additional privileges, knowing that you cannot defend their rights while they sleep, but they must defend yours?
Well, there are women in the military. I mean, there might not be as many, but there are women in the military.
But if they decided tomorrow not to allow women in the military either, this is something which they could do. Why not just give themselves additional privileges based on the fact that you cannot protect them while they sleep? They have to protect you, and we're not ever going to go to an all-female military. That would be absurd, and we would lose. So
okay, why don't women give themselves extra privileges for doing the majority of the housework and child rearing? Okay, so if you're asking why should they or shouldn't they, your answer is because they can?
Well, in this particular case, I'm saying to you, men, since they can do this, right? And you agree that they can do this, what would be the imperative for why they don't do this?
Because I think it would be unfair. I think it'd be unjust. Because I think there are also ways in which women put in an additional amount of work. I mean, whether or not you want to argue that they're equivalent, women do the majority of the housework and child rearing, even working women.
If it's justice, and justice is about what's fair, then I think it's unfair that women don't have to sign up for selective service, and I think that it's unfair that they're always, for the most part, going to be held to a lower standard in enforcement roles than men. That's unfair, and since that's unfair that they're allowed to go in and get the same pay as a private in the Army, as a male private in the Army, or a male lieutenant in the Army, I think it's fair that they get the right to vote. It's fair that women don't.
Okay, but I mean, that doesn't change them. There are things that women are doing that men can't do.
What?
Give birth.
Well,
okay.
I was just going to say, though, the difference is that one is enforced by the government.
Mhm.
Like, there's nothing that
Okay, yeah,
a woman...
if we keep it to selective service, yeah.
Right. A woman, if she was so inclined, could go her whole life without...
Mhm.
She could not have
Nothing's
sex.
forced. Nothing's pressed in.
Yeah. Well, then I mean, if it's between that and men taking away all our rights, yes, I'm getting
Not
with
men
that.
taking away all your rights.
Okay, well, I'm saying
What, do you think that women didn't have any rights before they couldn't vote?
No, but I mean, they certainly didn't have as much of a say in it politically. But
They
anyways,
did
okay,
have
selective
as much of a say politically. They just were able to do it from a moral high ground rather than as a voting bloc.
I don't want to get too off topic.
Okay.
I do have thoughts about that. No, I do think it is an example of a way that men are held to a different standard. Yeah, I mean, if you want to say it's because of biology,
And so,
then
would
what are you
it
gonna
not
do?
be just then for men to give themselves additional rights, like the right to vote?
No.
Why would that not be correcting an injustice?
Because there are ways in which women are, like I've already said, are putting in an additional amount of work. Is the difference for you
What
that
way? What way are women putting in an additional amount of
child
work?
rearing, domestic labor?
Okay, so
I mean,
when it comes to child rearing, first of all, men are 50% responsible for their children.
They're
You can
50% responsible,
you can say-
but they're not actually in numbers. If you look at the statistics, they are not putting in the same amount of hours.
No, they put in all their hours at work taking care of their families.
Even in families where the mother is working as well, the mother is still doing the majority of the housework and the majority of child.
That's because he's still doing the majority of the physical work. So in most
I mean-
in most two-parent households, the man still works longer hours and makes a higher wage than the woman does.
Even in those households where they
Mm-hmm.
are doing comparable hours outside the home, the woman is still doing more hours inside the home.
Yeah, I know, but that would just equal out. If the man works 10 hours and she works 6 and then takes care of the household, then it's equaled out. You would still have this additional privilege problem of men having to get drafted and protect you while you sleep because they're the only ones who can enforce rights. And
Okay,
you say, but it's
how
still
many men are actually
women are
fighting
putting
in the military right now?
women
Why would men as a whole?
well, they don't fight in the military. They're not in combat roles for the
Okay,
most part.
so why would men as a whole deserve special privileges for having to sign up for selective service when only some men are going to ever see combat?
Well, then, could we just give those men
We do give them
hang on. Can we just give them the right to vote then? Since they're the ones who ultimately are, I would be fine with that. Just those who signed up, men or women. We just give men or women who actually did some kind of service for the United States and the country the right to vote. That seems like an additional privilege that they deserve and what is just.
Because who's to say that fighting in the military is the most important thing of all? And,
Why would they
and
need to only fight in the military? You could think of other types of services which they could provide for the United States in a, as a.
Well, yeah,
as a
but we're
servant.
saying that they should be the only people who can vote because they have signed up and seen combat. And
No, well, because men can't vote if they don't sign up for the draft. They're not allowed.
Mhm.
They're disqualified from the vote.
Okay, well,
So men
then
are
I'm-
disqualified from the vote if they don't sign up for the draft. Women not disqualified from the vote if they don't sign up for the draft. So if we wanted it to be fair, why don't we give military personnel the right to vote? We'll do it men and women.
They do have to wait. Do you mean only military personnel the right to vote? Because
Because
that's
then
not
if
how
you're
it-
drafted, think about it, because then if you're drafted as a man, you go into the military, hey, now you have the right to vote. You have nothing to complain about, right? You were compulsed in, but now you have this additional right nobody else has. You can't get drafted, but you can sign up. and then you can get the right to vote too. Service guarantees citizenship.
Well, I just don't think that's the way
I'm
we should run
100% in
things.
favor of that.
Because I think there are other important
Yeah, I don't know.
aspects.
Service
It
guarantees
to me. It
citizenship.
sounds like you want a privilege that men don't have.
No, well, I already asked why should men as a whole get special
I
privileges?
just told you, I grant that they shouldn't. Only the ones that go and serve and the ones who get drafted in should
Okay,
be able to vote,
you
and the
think-
same thing with women.
You think that's the way the country should be ran?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? Doesn't it seem like it corrects a great injustice, which is allowing all women to vote?
No. I think there
No?
are other injustices in the world. I mean, why say that? Why is that the greatest injustice that should
I
we
didn't
should
say it's the greatest. I just said
Well,
it's
then-
an injustice.
Well, then why organize our whole society around some random
You don't
injustice?
organize your entire society around only the greatest injustices.
Okay, why organize it around a
Yeah, exactly.
minor
You're not
random-
even
Hence,
organizing
service guarantees
Well, I would
citizenship, right?
I would say
Like, and it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the military per se, or only the military, I should say. Like, you should be able to do some form of other civil service, especially in times where you don't have a need for compulsory military service. But I definitely think there should be hoops and balances before you're allowed to vote. It would solve a whole lot of our problems right now, guarantee that. Because that way you ensure that anyone who votes wants to vote.
Say who can vote and who can't is central to a federal republic. That's
Yeah, but everything is. Having a Congress is. Having 200 or 400 people in Congress is. Having
Will solve a lot of
the Supreme
shit.
Court versus 10 is. Every part of the process is important. Not one part of the process is any more important than the other usually. So
okay. So it seems completely arbitrary to
it's
say
not
only.
arbitrary because you would be correcting for what you consider an injustice. So you have a process. Arbitrary means without process,
Thanks.
right? You do have a process for justice. Your process for
The hell?
justice is that
button.
injustices need to be corrected. And you believe in justice, right?
I mean, sure. I
So
don't.
then it's not arbitrary.
It's an arbitrary way to correct the injustice.
Well, okay, then correct the injustice. What would be the way? Other than to make women draft. You want-
Women also have to sign up for selective service in order to vote.
But when women sign up for selective service, they cannot produce the same type of soldier that men can. So the men are still disadvantaged. It's still not just because they're still not going to be able to perform under the conditions which are necessary, which men can.
I really don't think that. I mean, so if the only way to correct that specific injustice is to only allow people who have served in the military to vote, then I mean, how do you correct historical racial injustices? What do you propose
They can
we
still
do?
join the military and vote. What do you mean?
But those have nothing to do with each other. So
Well,
the
then,
fact
if
that-
they have nothing to do with each other, why did you bring it up like they were correlated? You're looking for the correlate.
Well, I'm
and
saying if
who's barring anybody from?
No, I'm
different
saying
races
if we're going around correcting these injustices in society, why stop at the fact that only men have to register for selective service?
Yeah, I wouldn't. But my point is not whether or not you could then go and correct whatever else you perceive as an injustice. You still could. You're just saying this is an injustice that we agree is not just. This is something we can actually agree is not just.
Yeah.
So then how can we correct for it? If you say women should also sign up for selective service, that really doesn't correct for it because they still cannot go into these combat theaters and perform like men.
They might not
so
be able to
men
go
will
into
always
combat.
be unjustly in a non-equal way put in these situations because they're the only ones who can do it.
But I mean, women can still. Are you saying the fact that men are the only ones who can see combat is unjust?
Because they're the only one. No, that's not the part that's unjust. The
Okay.
part that's unjust is if you're saying that it should be equal, that the draft should be equal, it still would not actually make it equal in service. Because what would end up happening is that men would end up having to still take the primary role as combatants inside of the military, thus risking their life and men far more than women, even if they were drafted. So even if we did the draft, it would still not be just.
I don't kind of agree with this point because you could say that from a male in a support role because he's also not technically on the front lines So should he then now not be allowed to vote either? You know what I mean? That's a weird one. I'm drawing the line before that one. That's what I would say too in response. It's like there's a multitude of men that will never see combat, but they're still a vital part. But they're also then allowed to vote by under his reckoning, and he doesn't really square that away for me.
For them to be equals.
I just don't agree. I think that righting the injustice would be just having them sign up for selective service.
Oh,
because
okay.
I mean, and then
So-
you could, and then just okay.
Even though clearly they're not going to be able to perform the same way men are, and so you're going to have to lean on men for heavy
don't
combat
lean on men. Let women figure it out. I guess let women defend the country.
I
We'll see
can't
how it
wait.
works.
We'll send women to the front lines of combat. You think that's a great idea?
I mean, now with drones and things, I mean, I don't think it really matter.
You don't. No, because we fight wars in the middle of the winter with drones and things.
Well, I don't think there's a lot of like hand-to-hand combat going on in the
Most
front.
combat is still infantry
Yeah,
based.
90% of it is
Look at what's
still
going on with Russia and the Ukraine.
people
Yes,
shooting at
drones
each
are
other.
still in combat. Yes, artillery is used. Still men on the ground with machine guns.
Oh, if you want to finish your point, I do have to move things on. But just lastly on that, so are you in favor of equalization when it comes to military conscription?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna get into the super chat and Q&A section. So if you guys want, get in your super chats or your messages via Streamlabs here. We are gonna get through them. Before I do that, though, really quick, guys, just an announcement. We have another debate right after this, so after this is over, be sure to stay tuned. Andrew will be back with us. He's gonna debate again. Andrew, while we're getting through some of the super chats, I'm gonna order us some food.
Excellent.
Are you getting hungry? Would you like us to get something?
You have
Any preference of food? We could get you something too if you want.
Want to do pizza?
I don't know. What's
Or is there like in and out around?
In and out's a bit far, but we could get you like rice and chicken, and you want something like that, or
from where? Like Chinese place?
There's places.
Rice and chicken.
Don't make him eat Hana Kitchen.
The hell is rice?
Just kidding.
I want rice and chicken.
I don't know. Okay, anyways, we'll figure it out.
Beef.
I'll find you.
Hana Kitchen has beef.
Yeah. We'll figure something. Okay, cool. So. Let's get into some of the chats here. Okay. We have David Treziak. Maximum respect to this woman's views and debate is important. You were right. Sunday, Andrew, was a song. Time of the Season by Zombies personally exists after they can exist outside of a woman. Thank you, David Treziak. Appreciate that.
They're not even people. They're just...
Wait, what?
They're just things.
Wait, what?
No, these fetuses. Yeah, they're not even people. The day before they're slated to be born, it's not a person. It's a fetus.
We have Canada First. Brian, forgive me, but I think some wire's caught on your foot.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's fine. Brian, forgive me, but I need to say it. She's pathetic, irrational, and believes women. Guys, be nice if you can. Okay, women don't have a fair shake at things. Also, hearing her talk like she gets to vote, that's scary. Also, on the whole voting thing, Andrew brought it up. Some people in the chat are bringing it up. I just want to say the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. I'm cool with women voting. I'm probably going to get dragged for saying that, but hot take is fine. I'm for women voting. Sorry, Andrew.
I'm for correcting injustices.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Just not trying to get canceled. Okay. Let's see. We have Anonymous here. 1 second. Sorry, guys. It's coming up in just a sec. Respect to the woman debating and all religion aside, it's ignorant to think you can't be racist towards white people. Educate her on slavery, please. You guys want to go back for 2 minutes on that really quick, or did we already cover it?
I don't even think we really need to.
I do have something to say about the fact that white people have also been enslaved, and that you can't compare the enslavement of white people that happened throughout history, like the Irish and whatever, to like 400 plus years of chattel slavery. That was, I mean, like our whole conception.
Well, if I may jump in.
Yeah, go for it.
If I may just jump in.
That's a bad
Are you Irish?
history.
No, but I mean, the slavery of white people extends far beyond just what happened. Are you talking to the Irish in the United States?
Oh, when people bring up like, oh, the Irish have also been enslaved, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot more.
No,
I'm
aware
Barbary?
that.
Yeah, Barbary States.
No, I'm aware that's.
Slavery is like literally the first thing we did as human beings, bro. You think it hasn't been... Slavery is as old as we are, all right? And this whole bullshit of like, oh, but the slave trade was so much worse. Yeah, and then we fucking stopped it, all right? White people stopped it. You're welcome, okay? Like, I drives me up the fucking wall, dude. There's still slavery today. Guess what? It's not where the white people live. Funny how no one says that.
Slavery as an act, as a practice, has been enslaving practice forever. As like prisoners of war, things like that. I'm talking about the system of chattel slavery in the United States. I mean, our whole conception of race, which we both agree is a social construct, is essentially constructed around slavery. You don't agree.
I never agreed to that. I just said your worldview is that it is.
Yes. Well, because it's constructed around the institution of chattel slavery as a justification for chattel slavery.
Race?
Yes, the conceptions of race in the United States. Like the conception of white supremacy in the United States.
I don't know why I'm still walking around.
For the incredibly important at the time economic.
It's because I'm listening more than I'm playing. I'll be honest. I'm surprised how I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised at how rational she comes across on most things. I feel like she's conceded pretty much everything though.
You know, so we can continue this thing that we need so greatly for our agriculture and our industry. It's formed around slavery.
Okay, let's just grant it for a second, so that we're on the same page. What the hell would that have to do with whites having been enslaved? What would it have to do with whites having been enslaved?
I'm saying that just the impact is far greater.
Than on whites being enslaved?
Yeah.
How in the hell could you ever quantify that?
Easily. I mean...
Then easily do it.
I've pointed out multiple cases of anti-black racism in the United States and policies that have kept black people in a subjugated economic position to white people. And I would argue that you could trace pretty much all of that back to slavery.
Okay.
Because, I mean...
But I still don't understand the argument. So, if you're saying to me... that anti-white, and maybe we're speaking past each other, so I want to try to make sure I get this right. Anti-white racism can't exist because of chattel slavery being so much worse than whites having been historically oppressed via slavery.
I don't think that's necessarily why it can't exist, but... But I think that is one piece of evidence for... one piece of evidence for, I mean...
Yeah. Everything on it.
When you have something like that going on for hundreds of years, it's pretty hard to compare the situations of two groups of people. Nearly every black person in the United States, unless their parents immigrated more recently, I mean, are descended from people who were enslaved. And very few white people in the United States, if any, I wouldn't really be able to think have...
If you go back far enough, all of our ancestors were enslaved at one point. There's almost no way they weren't, just because of how long it's been going on.
Like all the Nigerians who come over here from the last 30 years were all slaves?
Well, I was saying except for people who have immigrated from other countries more recently.
Yeah, but don't those people who immigrate in from those other countries, don't they have some kind of privilege that they can attach themselves to what is perceived as being a minority group, even though they did not suffer the same systemic oppression?
I mean, I would say colonialism was also pretty bad.
Oh, so everybody...
So maybe the Ethiopian immigrants...
Colonialism is a thing that we should be punished for, but shouldn't Africans, for instance, be punished for
I don't think we should
warlording
be-
with everybody else?
I think we should be punished for it. I think, see, that's another thing. I don't think it's about punishment or guilt. I think it's just about acknowledging the fact that this is a reality.
Well,
and
if you're
this
correcting
should
an
be-
injustice, it sounds like a punishment.
I mean,
So you say, for instance, if Nigerians come here, okay, in the last 30 years, and they attach themselves to a group where they don't have any historic oppression, none, but are able to benefit from it, isn't that actually minorities utilizing what you would consider the minority system to game it and possibly oppress whites?
no, I don't think so, because I think by virtue of moving to this country, you are perceived within whatever racial boundaries. Not
All
to be
those poor people are eating out of the garbage can the night before, and they go to the United States. And do you think they feel super oppressed?
One quick back and forth from the both of you, and then we gotta move on. But
Yeah, all I'm saying is that the slavery that white people have been subjected to is not the same as chattel slavery. That specifically black people were subjected to. It's just not.
You just mean in the United States?
In the United States. They're not compared.
all right, we have David Trezniak. Personhood is a concept when the child is viable should never be a boboed. Okay. Third trimester schmorshins are so rare. 1 in 100,000 from mother's life. Feminization is a reason for birth decline for sure, though. Feminization is the reason for birth decline. Oh, show though.
I'm not enough thoughts on that.
All right, thank you, David. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate your patronage. The smartest man in the world says, if femmes want revenge for men's sacrifices for women, why shouldn't men immediately fill every national cemetery with an equal number of feminists and the bankers?
We'll skip that.
Wait, what?
We'll skip it.
But, oh, sorry, I don't like to pre-read those.
Living underscore donated $200. Andrew, everything on it. Wilson has a face only Rachel could love. Brian, face looking thick over there. You getting a salad? Tell me you're getting a salad. Yes, Andrew. I interrupted. Get over it.
You didn't actually interrupt.
Do I look red too?
I sent that chat in from my phone.
How does it feel that you didn't get a chance to interrupt me with your super chat, which you were attempting to interrupt me with? How does that make you feel?
Also,
but you are right that I have a face only my wife can love.
Also, disavow the previous chat. I don't like pre-read these. I just pull them up and I start reading. Someone's gonna eventually. There's probably been a few times, right, Nick, where I start reading it and I'm like, uh-oh, okay, probably shouldn't read that. Hey, it's the nature of a live show. MC2100, Brian, tell the truth. 150 plus episodes and hundreds, if not 1,000 plus women on the show. Don't sugarcoat it. Are we screwed yet? Are we screwed? Well, we've definitely had, I think, probably, yeah, about 1,000 women on the show. Look, I think the thing is, though, is that there's a lot of women who come on the show.
This earn dropped a unique.
Can stay quiet for a good portion of it. And I don't know, maybe they agree, they disagree. But I think there's plenty.
It's not even all that bad.
wonderful
Goddamn,
women.
that's pretty good for like a barbarian or
But
something.
I mean, I do
Jesus.
think the influence of, well, I don't know. I should try to be a bit unbiased since, well, it's the end of the show.
Oh, that's 'cause I picked it
I
up.
think the influence of feminism has not been
great
for, I mean, a variety of reasons. Obviously, we have a global sexual marketplace, dating apps, social media. The internet has definitely had an impact on dating and relationships, and also just people's mental well-being too. So, are we screwed? I don't know. That's probably. Okay. Thank you, MC21. Thank you. Probably. And then we have Sean here over on YouTube. Just a reminder, guys, by the way, if you get your last ones in, we're gonna, if you want anything.
Wait, what?
Anything red, we are going to wrap up here pretty soon. Although if you can do it, try to do it through Streamlabs as YouTube takes
What I
about
miss?
30%
The fuck we talking about?
But thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Not believing aborting a 9-month-old baby is murder is just evil.
No, what is evil? How do you define evil?
It's the oppression towards minorities, right?
Is a fetus a minority?
Hang on, is oppressing minorities evil?
Wait, what?
Is oppressing minorities evil?
No, I mean,
No?
I don't think it's done with the intention of evil. No, I think it's just.
Is anything evil?
In my own opinion, yeah.
What?
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't make
Murder,
that connection.
yeah, probably.
There's a dating app for kids? What the fuck? Well, besides Roblox, I suppose. Jeez.
No, I mean, the way
there it is.
Because I think about if I was aborted at 9 months, I would never know. How is that evil? I would never know.
Meet the new maggot lair. You can actually stand next to each other
You
now.
never know either.
That's true.
It's fantastic.
Something to think about.
CS, why when someone murders a pregnant woman, are they tried for the murder of 2 people?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to talk to whoever made those laws. I don't really think that makes any sense to me, but it is true.
Friendship app likened to Tinder. What the fuck, bro? Jail time, immediate.
On the chat there, do you guys have, why don't we do this, closing
Like, that's not
statements
gonna be used
from
by
the
all
both
the
of you?
freaks.
Closing
Yeah, I
statements?
can start.
Okay.
So I first thank you for coming out. It was fun to
Man,
do.
lead the
I
way.
hope you had a good
You've got
time.
way
I don't
better
think it
way
was
better
super
choices,
aggressive
clearly.
at all.
Jeez. Straight to the exit.
Second, your worldview sucks, and you should probably change as fast as possible. But other than that, I appreciated the good and spirited back and forth. When it came to enforcement, I think that she's just never, or you've never even thought about this ever, not for a minute, as to who actually enforces rights, and that if they're social constructions, why we ought to even follow them, what good and bad really is, the dynamic of evil, these types of things. I just don't think that you've really engaged with too many of those things before, to be perfectly honest with you. So, not to beat you up, right? Try to keep it nice and even keeled, but yeah, the worldview just sucks. So I would fix it. That's it.
My closing statement would be I'm very confident in my worldview, but I'm obviously still learning my epistemological standpoint, why I think certain things are right and wrong. I can't necessarily debate them as eloquently as Andrew, but very confident in my intelligence, my worldview, and also I don't think you're screwed because I think that in real life, much better, and everyone's pretty nice and normal, and yeah, I think everything's gonna be fine.
Did you give it a thumbs up?
Yes.
Lame.
No.
Awesome. One sec, guys. So what's going to happen now is we are doing another debate here with Andrew, and I'm going to put the link for that. We'll if you guys want to stay, I'm in this.
Yeah, it was kind of
do a redirect over to the.
What's the
waiting room
words?
for that one? We're aiming to go live.
That's the thing, right?
6:45,
It's
maybe,
based on
at the latest 7. I'm going to spam
nothing,
the link
I
on
suppose.
YouTube. Those of you who are watching on Twitch, Nick, could you pull up the Twitch tab really quick for me? And sorry guys, I'm having so much lag on my computer over here. So, guys, go over to twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching over there on Twitch, drop us a follow, please, if you can, if you enjoyed the show. If you're watching on YouTube, kindly open up another tab. Drop us a follow over there on Twitch. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one.
I'm much more.
And
I've thought about this, right? And the only logical conclusion that I can come up with is nothing fucking matters. Okay? You're born by a fluke, you die, and then it's over. I'm very nihilist that way. We ain't got no rights. There's no objective nothing. I can't even be sure I'm actually alive right now. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to wing it. They are. Of course, because someone has to fucking enforce it, right? You can all say like, oh, everyone has a right to the internet, but that doesn't mean... if no one enforces that, then ain't nobody got the internet, you know what I mean? Weird example, I guess, but you know what I mean. It actually looks kind of cool. Yeah, but that perspective ends, and there ain't nothing after it. In my opinion. So, does it really matter? Matters in the moment, but in the long run, I mean. Fucking lightning. Pick up keys, by the way. You need them for certain recipes. They stack per 50. Also, your tomes go up to 80 now as well. It's kind of important to know. Oh, this thing is immune to colds. Okay, I'm just gonna stand here and look pretty.
Welcome to the special edition of a whatever debate podcast. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined tonight by Andrew Wilson, the great Madison Vu, and Desiree. If Desiree, you want to introduce yourself into the...
Yeah, I'm Desiree Noel.
What about your out? You gotta give us your accolades and your...
Why?
Well, you don't have to.
Well, you don't care anyway.
Off to a great start. So,
oh my
guys,
God.
we are coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. Please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. Now, if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending it to TTS, text-to-speech message. TTS is going to be $99. 99 plus for TTS, and we're not going to do separation of reads there. It's just going to be TTSs. There's no like a different read tier. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. You have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever.
Yes, sir.
It's been since yesterday, since we last had the Prime sub. If somebody could do a little test.
Have a good one.
Chat.
Thanks for playing.
Oh, I think it's bugged.
Play more. It's actually really good.
exclusive Twitch streams. Maddie,
you picked a good character too. You'll walk through the game easily.
We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Follow me on Instagram @BD_Atlas. Kaibaka, thank you for the gifted 5. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Lady Matter.
Yeah, the Fishermancer does really well still.
And then
you can literally run through the game naked if you wanted to.
Discord.gg. Okay. Discord.gg/whatever. Link for that's in the description. Also, we'll do a more thorough mention of this later. Me and Andrew have a program at debateuniversity.com. Verbal combat. There it is, debateuniversity.com. We'll do a more in-depth explanation a little bit later, but you can check it out now if you'd like, debateuniversity.com. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. So, with that said, welcome back, Desiree. Back by popular demand. So, you came on the show previously and had quite an interesting exchange, and you had some criticisms of the show, and we always like to hear people's specific criticisms and their viewpoints, so just wanted to hear out, I guess, what your criticisms were.
I don't know why I left the game.
It's boring.
That's dumb.
Okay, so can you scoot into the table a little bit and then just get a little closer to the mic? So, okay, so the show is boring. Well, those weren't the criticisms that you outlined previously, so...
Well, we live in a particular... found that was very dated on basically opinions and thought processes that I literally thought that it was dead like 20 years ago. And I was
Her voice alone is
because
already
I came on the show
annoying.
and it felt like I walked through a portal back to like literally age 13, being at like, you know, church indoctrination camp basically. And I've spent so long, I thought, healing myself from that ideology, and
healing yourself? Bitch, please. My God. I've been to the Bible camp. I was a fucking, you know, I was raised Catholic, not Christian. I was raised Catholic. When I stopped believing, I didn't think I was like, oh my God, I was assaulted. You know what I mean? I didn't need to heal. I just stopped believing. What the fuck, lady? I came to my own logical conclusion that there can't really be a God. Well, there could be, but it's definitely not the one we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole... What the fuck is this? This framing is already driving me up the fucking wall. I'm not even... I'm supposed to be on her side, for crying out loud.
Oh, and I was honestly shocked that there was still pockets of society that were perpetuating the ideologies that I discovered you promoting to very young, impressionable minds. So, I guess...
What ideologies?
Basically, colonialism, white supremacy, woman-hating.
What?
Just basically the mother wound. I could really feel the mother wound unhealed from you guys.
The what?
I could understand that.
Okay, this is a lunatic. Gotcha. Okay, we're in for a ride, boys.
Unleashing your mother wound onto any female that had the compensatory father wound that would match that.
What?
So, a trauma bond, essentially. So I found that the show
she's speaking words, but
whereby females, almost 100%, are being invited to essentially...
I'm sorry, we have to pause momentarily. What's wrong with the...
The audio is buffering in and out. I just watched one on the stream, and it's like in and out.
This could be related to the stop and start of the recording that I'm possibly... I'm sorry, guys. We're having audio issues. People are saying it's good. I feel like trying to listen to it on a cell phone is not the way to troubleshoot this.
Yeah, white supremacy. Was anything, even race, talked about in that entire show?
Well, you have to understand when it comes to ancestral or generational trauma that I was responding to, it has nothing to do with the external appearance of things. It's an energetics. So when I say white supremacy, I'm referring to the energetics of there being basically a hierarchy of worthiness given to humanity. That's just frankly faulty. So I do believe that there is a hierarchy of calling for humanity, meaning we're not all gifted with the same intelligence, or obviously not everybody is made to be a thought leader.
Yeah, we're in for a ride. We're in for a ride, boys. Oh my god, I can feel the brain cells like wanting to like unalive themselves.
Or a scientist or things like that that require a higher level of access to consciousness. But I do believe that we all have an inherent equal worthiness before Creator, and I believe that those of us who are leaders are called to lead well the class of people who are not intellectually capable of seeing from a big enough perspective to lead themselves. Hence why we started out having...
She thinks she's not part of the group she just described, but she's definitely part of the group she just described.
Having like a president or a government or things like
but
that.
hang on, let's back up a little bit. Do you agree that white is a heuristic?
Is what?
It's a heuristic?
I don't know what that word means.
It's like a descriptor for a set of traits, characteristics that you're looking at. That like it's an identifier for that.
Right. So I believe that it started out being an identifier
No,
similar.
I mean it is right this second. Like if a cop gets on and he says white male suspect and he's running southbound.
Yes. It is a facade. It's a mask that.
Well, that's just a heuristic.
Well, it's easily changed though.
Yeah, that's because it's a heuristic. So if it's a heuristic,
right. So it's what I'm saying.
Hang on. Let's back up. So when you say white supremacist views, right? Okay, but hang on. What comes to my mind is this heuristic, which is associating people with these characteristics who think they're superior to people who have the same set of characteristics, but they're different. They're a different.
So the problem is, for example, we have the black gal on here, and I would say that she grew up white. So essentially, you can tell from her wounding and her trauma responding and how she was trying to please you and everything that she was saying, you could tell that she was raised, even though her skin was black, she was raised with the ideology that white man is correct. So she took on all the colonialism, the Judeo-Christian indoctrination, and
Bro, she's just saying buzzwords and then stringing those together with like meaningless shit in between. What a bunch of drivel, bro.
In that,
there is literally no possible way for you to know, based on the few conversations you had with this chick who was sitting here, that she's conceding to what's being said, not because she disagrees with it, but because she has been conditioned to believe that everything that I say is true.
I'm actually a very expert savant psychological profiler, so I'm telling you, I can tell.
I have to show you the way this fucking bitch looks, man. Like, I gotta show you. I paused it at the exact perfect timing, too. Come on, bro. Come on. Yes, dumb, crazy white Karen.
Psychological profiler, so I'm telling you, I'm actually a very expert savant psychological profiler, so I'm telling you, I can tell.
Okay.
How did they find these people, dude? That's content gold, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I am a savant psychological profiler, so I'm telling you, I can tell that she wasn't.
Okay, fine. Agree to disagree.
Does that seem like it's even a reasonable argument to make?
Yeah, to me it does, because I know my exact training and my expertise, and I am telling you, I have studied humans enough and their psyche to know what was presenting.
So the white supremacist stuff that you heard on the program was you just
full of shit.
No, it wasn't.
So what actually appealed to any type of whiteness being grouped or categorized as being superior to some other ethnicity or something like this? Can you give me a single example of that? Now, I don't want to hear about energetics and the perception of things, which we're not talking about. I want to hear about things we are talking about.
Okay, so you don't actually want to understand me. You actually want to misunderstand.
Well, because and this is important. When we're having a conversation, if I use a word and then you use a word, but we're using the word completely differently, then we're not having a conversation.
Exactly.
So let's agree on what white means.
Well, you can change the word if white doesn't resonate.
Well, you said white supremacist, so I want to know what you mean by white.
Colonization?
No, I want to use the word white. What do you mean by white?
I mean an ideology.
An ideology.
Yes.
So you don't mean a skin color?
No.
Okay, so in this ideology, does that require superiority?
Yes.
Okay, so it requires superiority. So now that we've established that this is an ideology and it requires superiority, what makes it white? Because tons of ideologies require superiority. So what makes it specifically in that white category versus, I don't know, black liberation theology or something like this?
Because I see that ideology particularly running through so strongly. Maybe Hitler started it. Maybe that was where it started. But there is a ideology that's running consistent throughout all the different cultures, that either you are white or you need to get white in order to have the highest value in the world right now.
Yeah, but again, you haven't actually identified what makes it white. What makes it white?
Again, I am using white symbolically. I am using white as a symbol of a particular ideology.
So then why isn't it black? Why wouldn't you say black supremacist ideology?
I didn't make the rules. I'm just giving you the information.
Yeah, but if I say to you, this thing that I'm talking about an ideology, and that this ideology believes it's superior to another ideology, and therefore other ideologies are inferior to it. I can agree with that. But I do need to know why this distinct word white is being used there.
Why do you need to know that, Andrew?
Well, because you made the claim that it's white supremacy. You didn't say ideological supremacy.
You can pick a different word.
I did. Black supremacy.
So you want to replace white with black?
I mean, would we be saying the same thing?
Yeah, I believe we would, because then this woman was then propagating black supremacy then, if you want to use black.
From your worldview.
I am talking about the ideology that there could be a best way to human.
Yeah, but you could advocate that there's a best way to human without saying that that necessarily makes one human superior to another.
I agree. I agree, but I don't believe that we have a population right now that has the intellect to even go that deep into the understanding of what an ideology is.
Yeah, but when you use
they're very surface level.
So this is what confuses me. When you use loaded language, like you understand that politically white supremacy has a completely different, because you just said, right, when you're talking about people, word X resonates with people and hits with them differently. Yeah. So if you're using the loaded language of white supremacy, why am I not to assume that if you don't actually mean white supremacy, that you're saying that for the purposes of just kind of attacking the show, rather than using it for the purpose of actually trying to express an idea?
It feels to me that I'm trying to express my idea, but that you have a particular agenda of not understanding what I'm saying. And so it's kind of a dead end. Let's go to the next topic.
Well, you can understand from my perspective. If I came over and I was like, hey, the big problem that I have is that, you have plants in front of your house.
I'm not listening to anything you're saying after I push this button, so we can move to the next topic because it's a dead end.
We did move to a different topic.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Jeez. You were still talking about it.
I'm talking about ideologies.
So the topic now is ideologies?
How can we even have a conversation if we weren't talking about ideologies?
Well, I thought you were still on specifically the word white.
Well, no, I'm just trying to get your thought pattern down. So would it be helpful to you, maybe we can back up.
Sure.
Would it be helpful to you if we defined our ideologies, why we think the way that we think, and where it is that we're coming from?
Yes.
Would that be helpful?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, well, let's start with yours, and then I'll do mine.
It would actually be better for you to go first so I know what you're looking for.
Okay, so to explain to you my worldview.
Are you serious? This is torture.
There's a
I
bit
know,
of
right?
complication
She's
there.
really
I'm trying to
dumb.
get it
Torturing me
really
and
condensed
everyone else watching.
So that
It's important to know these people actually exist
So I'm an Eastern
and are
Orthodox
allowed to
Christian.
vote.
Eastern, can you explain that
Yeah, I'm
further?
about to. Yep, I'm about
Okay.
to explain what that means. So there's many types of Christians, you would say, but there are some kind of universal agreements among what are considered Trinitarian Christians. Okay.
Come on, I'm just
So this
trying to
would
get past
include-
here.
So the descriptor I'm about to give you is going to include Protestants. It's going to include Protestants. It's going to include Catholics. Right? It's going to include Eastern Orthodox. It's gonna
Just a second. Brian, where do you want it?
It's placed.
Do you want it right there?
Yeah,
Is-
let them finish.
Okay, but you're very bothered, and then that bothers me, so I want you to feel comfortable.
Oh my
What's the issue
god,
you're
she's
having?
so annoying,
placed,
dude.
It's all fine.
Okay.
All right.
She's
Well,
so
good.
fucking dumb. Holy
Okay,
fuck.
So I'm going to try to give a kind of encompassing.
How can
ideology
people
here
like
for,
stand this person?
the Christian
like,
worldview. The Christian worldview, how I see it.
Holy
And I think that
fucking
the descriptor
shit.
that I'm going to give is going to.
So I have a question for you, really quick.
Before I get
Before
to the
you
ideology,
even, yes,
before I can
before
tell
you
you the
do,
ideology,
are we having
before I can tell you my ideology, you have a question about
I
it
do.
before I can ask?
I
or-
do.
Okay, what's the question?
Are we having? Are you trying to promote that your ideology is superior to mine?
No, I'm just trying to explain what it is.
But then why is it a debate? Because you can have your belief and I can have my belief, and it's apples and oranges. I don't see the point.
So do you want to have a conversation with somebody and you don't even know what their worldview is?
Well, I'm saying if it's a debate and we don't share the same worldview, what's the point?
Because, well, that would be the point. Worldviews. So
Tell
debates
me
are
your
about
truth.
worldviews.
Wow, you
Debates
have to
are about
explain what a
varying
debate means to
worldviews,
this bitch.
But they're
Holy
about
fucking
paradigms.
shit.
So I have a paradigm.
How do these
that
people
weighs that
remember
way
to
that I look at
breathe?
the world, so do you.
Right.
There's no way to avoid this. It doesn't matter who you are. There's going to be a paradigm in which you view the world. So what we can do is we can utilize the paradigm and the worldview, and that'll relay a shitload of information to you immediately about all the things that I would believe across a large spectrum of things.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Right, but then what I'm saying is if I am, let's say, I don't know if I am, but let's say I'm diabolically opposed to that.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, I'm a Satan worshiper and you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, and we are trying to debate. So I'm just trying to understand what the point of all this is.
Do you think
So
that
it's-
debate's
so-
about agreeing with worldviews?
Yeah, maybe that's what I thought as a woman, because I'm basically groomed to have to agree with the males in leadership. Otherwise, it gets to be a very toxic environment.
Yeah, so if you were a Satanist and you were debating with a Christian, you would have different expressed worldviews, and then you would debate the coherency or the problems or the non-problems with these worldviews. They don't always have to be opposing necessarily. There could be points of a debate.
Okay, so is it like and honestly, this is not me trying to be difficult. I don't live in a man's world. I literally am like basically a stay-at-home mom. Okay, I get it, but I've been like sheltered, I guess you could say. So I'm trying to learn, honestly, I think what
Sheltered
you're
from
inviting me to
intellect.
do is kind of invoke my masculine energy and come to the table with you and basically poke holes at your ideology and you poke holes at mine, and then we kind of see where in the
Or-
Venn diagram we might
Or
be
the
able to
opposition.
agree.
We could find tons of agreement and not be
True.
poking holes in anybody's
True,
ideology.
true.
Or we could be looking at concepts exactly the same way but expressing them differently. I don't know any of that until I understand what your worldview is and you understand what mine is.
You can leave it on the table if you want. Desiree.
So
you can just leave it in.
So as a psychologist, though, I don't know how you would say it's feminine or masculine energy, though, because you're a psychologist. The entirety of what you do is understanding worldviews.
True. So I do have that part of me. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is are you trying to talk to Desiree, the woman who basically goes around and feels what everything feels like, or are you trying to invoke my scientist
Well, from a
brain?
from a philosophical angle, if we were to take you, Desiree, take
GR_Gracie donated $100. Making the word human event. Changing the subject when you run out of talking points.
Not off to the greatest start. BTW, when you make everything about race, it kinda makes you a racist. Smile.
Thank you, Gracie. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, so where are we? Oh, yeah. So when we're talking about worldviews from a psychologist angle, don't you need to know why people believe the things that they believe?
Well, the thing is I tried to explain to you that I am a really expert psychological profiler, so I don't need to have a lot of back and forth with people to understand enough about their ideology.
It's such a pill for me that these people actually exist, dude. It's like, that's how I'm like, it makes me even more of a nihilist, bro. Clearly shit doesn't matter because people like this actually fucking exist.
Like, your ideology, I can tell what it is by the way that you try to trigger me. So,
how
for
have I
example,
tried to trigger you?
Well, honestly, I don't think you want my brain to start unraveling that whole explanation because it could go on for a really long time.
Yeah, I feel like I've just asked you a couple of questions.
Right, but...
In fact,
yeah, but you're asking her questions that she doesn't know how to answer, and now all of a sudden she's like, oh fuck. I'm being digitally assaulted like the other chick.
Hate mode, right? Now
Holy
I'm just
shit.
trying to figure out. So,
oh my god, dude. Like, I fucking hate people, dude.
You're not you anymore. You've now become something else.
Okay.
You are you with maybe all of those thoughts that you had are there, but you're not you. Right? So you, the encompassment of what is Desiree is going to be body, mind, soul, everything, right? The entirety of you is the ideology which fits you. That's what ontologically is Desiree. It's what makes you you and not her. Right? So if I took your brain and put it in Madison, you're still not you. And now you're something else that's not you.
I would disagree with that because
That's why I need your ideology.
Okay, so my ideology is that there is a universal consciousness, a universal intelligence. We can call that God, we can call that astrology, we can call that life, we can call it whatever's beating your heart. You didn't create yourself.
Oh my god, I bet she does the crystal thing as well. Oh, this one's for healing, this one's for the mind. Oh, shut the fuck up. Right?
Thank you for the cereal.
So you said you were on universal intelligence. When you say universal intelligence, I've actually heard this reference before psychologically as the id, or sometimes the superego, or sometimes things like this. Are you referring to those types?
No.
Okay.
I'm referring to literally the vibrational information that has been passed down from the beginning of time. So really, if you want to go into the science of it, it's actually passed down by the spores. So if you study
hang on,
fungi...
before we get into the particulars, right? I'm just looking for the universals. So like,
just to be honest with you, I don't have a basic ideology, and contrary to popular belief, I wasn't indoctrinated by anything but literally observing things for myself and digging into my own.
2 minutes ago, she said, "Oh well, I've come from an indoctrinated upbringing," and now he's like, "Oh, I was never indoctrinated, bitch. Make up your fucking mind."
Psyche. So. I can't be put.
I'm not sure if she's actually this stupid or she's just fucking trolling.
No matter how you would describe, what you ideologically believe, there would be
both are possible.
Perhaps if I gave you,
and that's scary in and of itself.
For us to ever get the full scope of picture, right? That would be impossible.
Which brings me back to my previous point. I fucking hate people.
What's the spores?
Okay, so the spores, fungi, yeast, bacteria, anything that basically is free-floating and is creating what we would call mushrooms. You would call it mushrooms or spores in the tiny version. Okay, so they actually carry the information of all the earth, and they are free floating in the air. So literally there is a Netflix documentary on it right now if you're interested in digging into the science of it. But a savant, basically his calling, his obsessions were spores. So watch that documentary and you can go deep into literally, this is the scientific explanation of how the earth or universal consciousness is speaking to all of us. And the spores, scientists are discovering, were actually the first particles that can be documented or shown to
Press X to doubt.
has led to life. So that is a nerdy scientific explanation.
These spores, do they exist in all environments?
What do you mean by all environments?
Do they exist in the ocean?
Yes.
Do they exist in arid desert land?
Yes.
Okay. Do they survive in all of the most
That's what the miracle is of it. You should really watch that documentary. I really recommend it. It's called Fantastical Fungi. Brilliant research that they've done. No, they're everywhere. Yes. And they can withstand even lava. Yes. That's what's the miracle of it. Yes. Watch the documentary. It's incredible.
Like nuclear bomb?
Yes. Well, obviously, because...
Do they exist in space?
Chernobyl?
I don't... Well, this man is not an astronaut, so I don't think he has access to what they've discovered in space, but only, the people who know what we've collected from Mars and things like that could tell you.
Okay.
That's not public information yet, so I don't know.
Okay.
How big are the spores?
I don't know.
Obviously, a spore is very microscopic. Well, it's
Fairly certain we haven't collected jack shit from Mars.
cell or an atom, but then it can grow all the way to a mushroom.
They can be observed.
Yes, they're observable.
And the smallest is like...
Besides data, right? Obviously.
Smaller than atoms?
We got data.
Again, this is not my area of expertise. I'm giving you the reference of where you could study it yourself if you wanted to go further in it.
But nothing physical.
And do you breathe the spores?
Yeah, you breathe it. Yeah, you're breathing them. So when your body system is enough, is pure enough, meaning you haven't messed with all your hormones and things with pharmaceuticals and all of that.
So like trans people or?
It would depend. I don't know. I don't know enough about the hormone therapies and things that they're giving them. I don't know enough about that. Yeah, I don't know enough about that.
They move information?
Yes.
And so this is why you think that cross-generational information is...
Yes, that's one of the reasons. And also, vibrationally, trauma especially is being passed down through the generations.
Through those spores?
No, through the mother's womb.
Okay.
The womb?
Yeah, the womb, and then also it's inside the egg and it's inside the sperm.
Then why would different cultures be so technologically distinct then, if it was a universal?
Because once that baby is born into a culture...
Dude, just give me the right one. I need 5 minutes so I can go downstairs.
So this is the collective data transfer is through these fungi.
Because you have to understand
No, we've started.
The universe and God is very multifaceted. So we look at human cultures and we're assuming that every human should be presenting in the same evolutionary tract. But that's not true. Think about the animal kingdom. We have all different animals evolving into different levels of species. That's going on between humans.
Can the spores be collected?
Yes.
Can they be concentrated?
Yeah, and actually what they're starting to do is find the strands of spores that you mix together that heal.
There's like indica, sativa.
That's marijuana. I'm talking about fungi spores. So it's more along the lines of psychedelic.
He's making fun of Rich has no fucking idea.
Dust the right strands of these mixtures of spores, and it's literally healing massive issues.
Have you seen The Last of Us?
The Last of Us.
It's it used to be a video game. It's like an HBO hit series.
Is that with the bunker? And it's like a bunker, and everybody.
Zombie apocalypse.
But the spores, once the temperature rises high enough, like due to the global warming or whatever, like the spores can enter your brain or whatever, and take control of you.
I've never seen it, but the spores are already in control of us. They're already in control. They've always been.
Their award, I think it's like Oscar-nominated Pablo Pascal.
I've never seen it, but I'm just telling you, watch that documentary because it will explain to you the deep science of all of this.
But so you can concentrate the spores, into a concentrate.
Yeah.
Could you use it as a drug, shoot it up?
Yeah, I mean, people do magic mushrooms all the time. They're taking plant medicine journeys.
Could you do it as a drug? Would it get you high?
It depends on what strand of mushroom you're doing. Do you not know about mushrooms? Do you not know about psychedelics and psilocybin and all that?
I didn't know if it was psychoactive.
So some spores have psilocybin and some do not. So some would be psychoreactive and some would not be. Yeah.
I think I've have a pretty thorough understanding of the spore thing, so I didn't mean to interrupt. But.
No worries. No worries. I was just so anyway, so back to the idea of ideology or worldview. I don't expect that you'll be able to express the entirety of your worldview over 1,000 books or 1,000 hours or anything like that. But I do think that humans are pretty capable of
because it's fucking crazy. That's why.
Kind of cores of their ideas very quickly, and that those universals.
See, I'm glad I didn't go back and do the other one. I would have been so mad.
If somebody says that they're libertarian, they're relaying with the word libertarian a huge ideology to you that you never actually have to dive into, because just by that word, we know some of the implications of it.
The problem is, Andrew, is like I was telling you earlier, is what we're having is not enough. It's like a giant game of telephone has been going on where we have so propagated political
fucking killed my goddamn merc. Fucker.
Submission to social norms that we are losing track of conscious thought, of people being born and having their own thoughts about things. And so what's happening is we have gone so many generations of basically being abused.
Fuck! Oh, I didn't put a fucking portal up because I'm a moron.
And our culture around us to adhere to a particular thought process. Otherwise, we are literally bullied nearly to death. So
And you think that's bad, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So bad, thinking things can be bad, in and of itself, is ideological.
The force. Okay, so here's my ideology, I guess, in a nutshell, as I'm understanding, is.
At least that thing is really quiet. At least there's that. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
It's that we are no longer letting human beings be born individuals. We are indoctrinating them, whether we're from one ideology or another. It doesn't matter. We basically have created an entire world of different cults where you're born into one and you are basically pigeonholed into either obeying
the way it's always been then,
ideologies or the rules or the social constructs of that society, or you're literally cast out. You are cast out, and I am one of those ones who have been cast out.
Well, now at least I understand, I think, a little bit about where you're coming from.
Okay.
So from your angle and your view, ideologies themselves are entanglements of belief structures which people have not...
Ego constructs.
Yeah, they have not been accepted.
Yes.
And you don't want people to be at the mercy of having to accept them.
Yes, because I believe each person being born in and having the freedom to have their own thought process, that's the checks and balance system in nature to make sure that not one ideology isn't being unfair to another.
Okay, so let's back up then, now that at least I understand the core of this.
I'm tribal, if that helps you make sense. I identify more with like a Native American or a tribal African culture.
Are you Chumash?
No, I'm Cherokee and Blackfoot.
Blackfoot, okay.
Yeah.
Like in actuality or identify?
Do you have membership?
I don't have membership. I don't have enough of the genetics in me to have a
She's white as fuck, bro. Come on, shut the fuck up.
I never did the DNA test. This is just coming. This is coming from how your grandmas tell you. This is our tribe.
Kind of like Elizabeth Warren. Like, are you?
Yeah. So it's quite possible. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to help you understand that I'm not coming from a Christian ideology. I'm coming from a more tribal, ancient type of spirituality, more similar to.
If we
basically being guided by the astrology with my biological nature system remaining as pure as possible to the earth, how it was created.
If we were to order 23andMe genetic testing, would you submit to it?
Actually, I've been wanting to do it, but I've been broke. So if you want to pay for it, sure.
Yeah, we'll get it for you.
So word on the street is I am primarily Native American. Norwegian.
Primarily Native American?
That's all I have heard passed down through the family verbiage is I'm German, Norwegian, and Native American. That's all that my
She looks
family
German
has
and Norwegian, but definitely not American.
what is really true, you know. But that is that, and I can identify with those things.
I need to let 3 TTs come in. I had it paused.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $100.
Thank you, Pagan. Appreciate it.
She's talking about the Akashic Record, pseudoscience.
I think this is in reference to the spores thing. I think. The spores thing.
Was it a question? I didn't see a
Akashic
question.
Record.
He didn't ask a question.
No,
he
it
just
wasn't
made
a question.
statement.
It was more of a
Are
statement.
you aware
Okay.
what the Akashic Record is?
2 more coming in.
You would have to remind me exactly what it is.
It's the esoteric idea that there exists all of human knowledge in its entirety in some metaphysical space which can be accessed by all human beings at any time by setting out their conscience and visualizing the great library, and then they can access what are called the Akashic records.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't put it in those words, but I
Grid
understand.
One Motorsports donated $100. Shockingly, I have a degree, a real one, in psychology, and Desiree needs some help. Vibrational information is some new wave bullshit.
Yeah, I got mine from UC Irvine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to grad school too at Cal Baptist in Riverside, and I got a degree in counseling ministry. So I'm actually an ordained counseling minister.
Of course she is.
Killer of Cereal donated $100. This is not my area of expertise, but goes directly into specifics of how they move through you, and how they can be collected. Have you seen a jar of these spores before? You're positive? You sure?
No, I've never seen them. I'm just reporting what the studies are coming in from the savants, which I trust more than researchers who are paid at this point, because a savant is somebody who is just genuinely obsessed or passionate about a certain subject. They have nothing political or monetary to gain by their research. So
Give us a minute. There's new footage from the shooting.
Change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
Ooh, that doesn't look good for the lady.
Talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Whoa! Get out of the fucking
That doesn't look good. You can't see anything, so it's safe to watch. Oh, what the hell? That's not the one I was looking at. This is the one we were looking at.
We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Whoa!
That's how fast that shit happened, guys. And the dude clearly got hit by the car. Dude, the guy was filming and shot her at the same time? That's some... I'm not gonna finish, that's crazy. Fucking what a waste, dude. Yeah, so the cop that shot was taking a video at the time. Clearly got hit by the car. Not looking too good for the left's narrative. Alright, I'm taking 5 minutes though. I'll be back. right. Sorry about that. Let's go to my mom's bandages. That's kind of damning. That's the wrong video.
I believe that you really cannot believe everything that you're reading in so-called scientific studies right now. It really needs to go further, and I believe that citizens who are just genuinely passionate about the subjects need to be fact-checking the so-called experts, because a lot of shit is getting fucked with, if I may, at this point.
Really quick, going back to your 2 diplomas here. So you have UC Irvine, you got a degree in psychology and social behavior. There's another one coming.
And then, so I was also, I was enlisted in the U.S. Army back in 2009. I was actually going to be a combat surgeon. So they were trying to fast track me to be a combat surgeon because my ASVABs were so high, and I had already received my diploma from UC Irvine. So they wanted me to be an officer, obviously, with my ASVAB scores and my degree. But I actually declined.
Press X to doubt.
Because I did not believe that. I don't believe in taking something just because you learned the head knowledge. I believe in doing the work to actually gain that respect. So
the head
I was
knowledge.
Go as a specialist, as an E4.
Bro, the way she talks is so fucking annoying. Use fucking normal words, please. Oh my god. The head knowledge. Holy fucking I fucking hate these alternate, like, oh my god. Start living on this planet, please.
And be a medic, start as a medic, and then they were gonna fast track me to be a combat.
I was kind of hoping for some doom runs.
Was ready. I actually got pregnant. Oh,
go ahead.
This was back in 2009. The economy had crashed in 2008. I was a college graduate, and all of us were like scrambling around, like, what are we gonna do?
United States Army future soldier.
Yes. So I never made it because I got pregnant, and I actually had to go and get a military discharge before I got shipped off. So at that time, there was such a wait list to even get in the military that I had to wait 4 months from when I enlisted to when I was going to get shipped out to boot camp.
You enlisted. You were not an officer.
I enlisted. I refused to be an officer. I was going to first be an E4 specialist and be a combat medic, and then I was going to work my way up. When I felt that I had
the game just crashed.
The title of officer, then I was going to let them bump me up to combat surgeon.
Can somebody in the chat who has military background educate me if you can go from, you said E4 fast track to combat?
I would just get bumped up to officer
starting
status.
as an E4, usually you have to have some kind of education.
Yes, you would start at E1 if you didn't have a college degree.
But then is that a thing that they fast track you to combat surgery?
Yeah, because they already wanted me to do it.
Army, it all depends on the contract.
New footage of
and then
Ice Lady.
So you have UC Irvine, and then you have
And then
California State
and then
Baptist
yes, I went on to get certification in a transformational life coaching.
It's footage from the guy that shot her. You don't see the actual, but yeah, you can see he hits her with the car. She hits him with the car. Sorry, the other way around. He didn't have a body cam. He was holding up he was making a cell phone video apparently.
That's fine. U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
It's pretty damning, isn't it? Notice how the freak also recording and yelling at the officer yells, "Drive, baby, drive." I'm gonna be honest, I hope the dog is okay, because after she got shot, she crashed into another vehicle pretty fucking heavily.
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Get out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Seems justified to me.
Program with Mary Morrissey. She's very well known in the Brave Thinking Institute. So this one was actually my most expensive certification. This took me 2 years of extra study, $40,000 for this life coaching certification. So this taught me metaphysics, quantum physics, and how to apply it basically into creating anything that you want in life. So it was cool because my brain took what I knew of psychology and it took what I knew of ministry, of ministering to people, and all of what I knew enough of the world religions. It took all that information and basically showed me how.
How long does it take to get a degree in the arts of counseling ministry?
This one was 2 years. This took 2 years.
Wait, can you move that one so the camera can see it? No, that one.
Yeah.
From the California Baptist University?
Yeah, so this is a 4-year degree from UC Irvine. And I also had a minor in education.
Is this one accredited?
This is a 2-year. Yes, it's accredited. You don't know about Cal Baptist in Riverside?
No.
It's an accredited school. Yeah, look it up. So I was one of the first of this pilot program. There was only 13 in my class when we completed this. Really awesome program. Great guys down there at Cal Baptist. Woot woot to Nathan Lewis, shout out, was my professor, and Stokes, Dr. Stokes. Ordination was optional. So if we wanted to be ordained because we were going to go actually do anything that required ordination, we could get that. I could still go back and have an official ordination.
So a degree in heresy?
I mean,
ordination? Isn't it ordainment?
If they're going to ordain female ministers, I mean, that would be a degree in heresy, right? That would be great.
heretical to what? Your ideology?
Well, yeah. Remember, I was trying to give you that earlier, but you
Right.
didn't
So,
want it.
but I wouldn't call it heresy because it's just my worldview. Heresy means that it goes against. So I guess if you want to disagree, it goes against your very small-minded, square ideology.
How do you know if my ideology is square and small-minded? You didn't
Well,
even
because you're
want me
boring
to
to
tell
me.
it to you.
Because you're so boring, I don't want to hear it. I've heard it a
Should
million
I just
times.
prattle and cluck like this and absolutely say nothing for over and over and over again, nonstop, and talk about small mushroom spores? And then after we get to the small mushroom spores, let's move over really quick into how we can cherry pick the way that different ideologies of the world are all within some type of narrow prism. And that way, we can then move into the psychological and ideology, universal intelligence, vibrational ENF, and bad, the Akashic records. And does that make you feel better if I
Tell
spur?
me how you really feel.
Does it make you feel better if I spur?
We shouldn't use that.
It's just that you're boring, to be honest.
Okay, great.
I can take over for a little bit.
Yeah, go, Brian.
I mean, I don't think I'll be any less boring, I suppose, than Andrew. But I did look into. You said that it was a Mary Morrissey for that program.
Mary Morrissey, yeah, she's a
Now,
transformational life
Is
coach.
she affiliated with the New Thought organization, Living Enrichment Center?
No, she runs the Brave Thinking Institute.
Do you know what her middle name is? Mary
No.
Mannon Morrissey.
That was her maiden name.
Okay.
Mannon was
is
her
her
maiden
husband
name.
Edward?
I don't.
Do you know?
Edward. Right. No, her husband right now is Joe Dickey, her current husband.
Hold on. Mary
Morrissey.
I mean, it's possible there's two Mary Morrisseys there.
My Mary Morrissey is down in Orange County, and she runs the Brave Thinking Institute. She worked with the Dalai Lama. She has a special on PBS that was she was working with the Dalai Lama for like 3 different sessions of trying to come up with a plan for world peace with Martin Luther King Jr.'s family and stuff. She does a lot with. She worked a lot with Bob Proctor, if you know Bob Proctor. That was like
So
the
dumb,
best
dude. She's all over the place.
And then
bro.
she also does a lot of work with Andrew Beckwith.
Holy shit.
And Andrew Beckwith is down in LA. He runs Spiritual Center.
Okay.
And that they are more in alignment with my ideology. The Brave Thinking Institute.
There's
BTA.
maybe multiple fucking people named Mary Morrissey who are doing these kind of scams or whatever. Yeah, pull it up, please. Is that
Yes.
her?
Yes, that's Mary Morrissey.
Okay. Well, I see something for a Living Enrichment Center Wikipedia article that indicates that, I don't know if this is the same one, but there was a Mary Morrissey who had one of these centers, and it closed in 2004 as a result of a $10 million financial scam.
Yeah, that was her husband. Her husband was actually embezzling all that money, and she actually
She had nothing to do with it?
Convenience.
Well,
oh, it's the husband.
She missed a lot of red flags that he was doing this, and so she shut it down, and then she dedicated all these years to repaying back that $10 million. So she has repaid that debt, and since she paid it off a long time ago, and now she got out of running her ministry as a church, and she now runs it as a life coaching program. And so you pay.
Minister?
Yes.
What denomination?
I have no idea.
No clue.
She started her own, as far as I know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems to indicate here there's a news organization called It must be.
Now again, when you, I just want to clarify something. When he's saying ministry, he's assuming that it's a Christian ideology. I'm not talking about Christian ministry. Is that where you're getting? Because I'm feeling some animosity towards you, and I'm not understanding why. You're being very condescending when I bring up the word ministry.
Well, okay. You have a degree from a Christian university.
That doesn't mean I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I understand, but if a Christian university is going to ordain you for a ministry...
They didn't ordain me.
That's not what I said. I said if a Christian organization is going to ordain you for a ministry, they're going to be ordaining you as a Christian minister.
But I'm not... Mary Morrissey
so
was
for
not
instance-
ordained by a
okay,
Christian
I'm not
organization,
talking-
and nor was I.
Yeah, I get it, but you could see how I would correlate, before we were using the word minister in this context, ministry, from a Christian context, that I could assume that this woman was a Christian minister.
She was not a Christian minister.
That's fine, if she wasn't. But you can, when you say ministry, then what does that mean?
It means somebody who is dedicated to helping people, and they have an accountability that is between them and God. So basically,
So
they
there could be satanic ministers?
yes, if that's their higher power that they are accountable to, yes, there could be satanic ministers, and there is obviously.
Well, I mean, I'm not super interested in this Mary Morrissey or the program that you were referencing. Does seem to indicate here that as of 2007, there's no more recent reportings, but this is on Wikipedia. A news organization reported she only repaid only $74,000 since her plea bargain was struck in 2005. In any case, I'm not super interested in that, but you paid $40,000 for that bourbon?
Well, I paid $15,000 for a year of mentorship with her program. So that basically taught me what they call brave thinking skills. So basically how to actually bring back critical thought and how to become conscious again of your thoughts.
She's a life coach, right?
She's a life coach, a transformational life coach.
Yeah, and you're also a transformational life coach?
I don't label myself as that, no.
But you are a life coach?
I don't label myself as that.
But you said you do life coaching.
If that's what people need at the time.
So you do life coaching?
What's the point of your question?
To ask if you do life coaching.
Why are you asking? What's your intention?
To see if you do life coaching.
But there's a deeper intention behind that. Can you explain it?
Yeah, I would like to know if you do life coaching.
Why?
So that I know the answer to the question of if you do life coaching.
I don't believe that you're being straightforward with your intention, so I'll just say no.
No, you don't do life coaching.
Okay. She's so fucking...
I don't think that was a gotcha, but anyways, I do want to move on.
Holy shit.
In your opening statement, you mentioned that you mentioned there's the colonialism, white supremacy. We already talked about that. You also mentioned the woman hating. What specifically did me or Andrew say that indicated that we hate women, or that what was woman hating about the show?
I didn't feel safe in your presence.
What does that have? Anything else?
Well, I'm almost 40, so I've been a woman for a long time, and what I've learned is that when I'm welcome, I feel safe, and when I'm not, I don't.
Okay, so is there anything else that me or Andrew said, or through our conduct, that would indicate that was woman hating?
I don't think I need to explain why I didn't feel safe.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'll even grant that you didn't feel safe. That's fine. How were we woman hating?
Why don't you tell me?
Well, I'd like to ask, do you think that that people on the TV can jump out of the TV?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Bullshit, that is all. Oh wait. Get to a church and find God, or go to hell.
Yeah, do you think people can jump out of a TV screen and do bad things too?
I do, because most damage, especially done these days, is psychological and emotional.
So feeling safe from your perspective is not just physical.
Exactly.
It's emotional safety?
Correct.
And is it other people's responsibility to make you feel emotionally safe? Or is it your responsibility?
I would say it's both.
Okay, so it is other people's responsibility to make you feel emotionally safe?
I say when there is not full disclosure of the plan of what's going to be done to me psychologically, then that is the responsibility of the person who's manipulating me.
It's really funny that you say that, because this actually is just deterring responsibility to the second party, right? So you're saying...
Yes, you guys are more powerful than I am as far as damaging me psychologically, because we live in a society that has normalized the manipulation of women and their vulnerability emotionally. So I believe that you partook in that same, essentially, tactic of getting from me what you wanted.
Yeah, so I'm going to just like grant a couple things, right? Thing one.
I have to go to the bathroom first, and then when I come back, you can share.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to take this moment to talk about debateuniversity.com. Guys, debateuniversity.com, verbal combat. Oh, sorry, there's a motorcycle, very noisy motorcycle going by here. But
Oh,
he
fuck, I
also
wasn't paying
hosts
attention.
debateuniversity.com. If you want to learn how to become a master debater and talk about spores and female ministry, you got to go to debateuniversity.com. Verbal judo, verbal combat, verbal taekwondo, verbal jiu-jitsu, verbal aikido.
Unfortunately, there is no life coaching.
So if you want to learn how to think, debate, and craft arguments like Andrew Wilson, and like, you know, once a show, like I'll have a good one. Like maybe once or twice a show, I'll have a good one sometimes. Like, so I guess like me too. But like once a show, you need to get the course, Verbal Combat. 6 hours of instruction, 80 plus different educational videos. You can find it all. DebateUniversity.com. We also offer a members only group, monthly live Q&As with Andrew. And yeah, be sure to check it out. Now, also I'd like to shout out our Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, it's been 18 minutes since we last got a Prime.
Help.
That was a deep, you got a deep voice, Maddie.
Help.
Help. She's getting meds for that. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, boys. I think it's bugged. 18 minutes. Can somebody test it out? Thank you, guys. And how many shots did you guys have? You had one shot?
This is my third shot.
Maybe don't. Maybe the alcohol is not a good idea.
Well, if you guys were nice, I wouldn't need it.
If we were nice, she wouldn't need. We've been nice.
I think you guys are nice.
We've been nice.
You want to passive aggressiveness? I would rather you just say exactly what you're
I was just about to tell you exactly what I thought, but then you had to pee.
I did.
We're gonna.
I've had a lot of children.
We will get in future episodes funnels under the table for people to.
Those poor kids.
So yeah, I mean, I was just about to grant to you. Yeah, I don't care about how what I say makes a person emotionally feel if the purpose of the discussion is a disagreement. How I feel like your emotional state in there is totally irrelevant to me.
Do you know that that's a symptom?
Of what?
Psychopathy.
Psychopathy doesn't exist.
It does.
It doesn't.
It's the lack of empathy for another's
Nope.
feelings.
Okay, so you're a psychologist, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that psychopathy is actually a medical psychological condition and that you can identify it in the DSM?
Yes, they can now brain scan you and tell if you have psychopathy.
Do you have your phone?
Yes.
Okay, can you pull up the DSM-5 and show me where it says anything about psychopathy?
I'm not talking about the DSM-5. I'm talking
Well,
about...
then how do you categorize what is a psychological condition?
You can get a brain scan and your gray matter would show up differently than somebody without psychopathy.
That, first of all, when you're talking about brain scans, that's really brand new tech. That's the same thing as when people say that you can do a brain scan to determine a gender. You really can't, because you have human
Correct.
variances in sexuality.
The gender is determined more by the hormonal makeup in the
brain
body
matter
system.
cannot determine if somebody is a psychopath, but even if it could, psychopathy in and of itself has not even been demonstrated to be harmful to society. Psychopathy in and of itself could be a boon to society. For instance, you may meet people who have completely unfeeling dispositions for certain jobs which need doing.
I agree, because we are all tools, essentially, of the divine.
Well, I mean,
God.
This guy's 86, isn't he destroying all of our experience right
I
now?
would say that we're all definitely in.
I agree. There's where our Venn diagrams are crossing.
But
I believe we are all tools.
But I need to ask, just because I don't care what your emotional state is when we're having a discussion about something we disagree on, I don't understand why that would even indicate psychopathy. It's very common for stoic men to not care about the emotional status of a person who refuses to adhere
It's
to
very
logic.
common of men to be abusive. It doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, but now you're conflating two different things. So I would agree.
Psychopathic individuals are abusive.
Yeah, but
Just
not all
because
abusive
it's
people are
been
psychopaths.
True, that's true. Some of them are narcissistic.
Yeah, but not all abusive people are narcissists.
Some of them are just trauma responding and they overreact.
Not all of them are doing that either. Yeah, abuse.
Name a type of abuse that
from
somebody.
you is so broad that encompasses everything. Encompasses emotional,
it's the degradation.
physical, psychological.
It's the degradation. It's the calculated degradation of another individual without remorse, feeling or care. It's not a trauma response, in other words. Now, what you saw of me in the last show was me trauma responding. So I did hurt people's feelings, and I said things that were, you could say, abusive. You could say abusive. But I really was, I have very complex traumas. I could spend
but isn't it
a lot
awful,
of time telling you
But
about
isn't
it.
it awful convenient?
Yeah, we can
to say
tell.
When I do it, it's excused. When you do it, it's because you're a psychopath.
Well, to be honest with you, you're a predator. I'm not.
Well, you're not a predator?
No.
What makes me predatory and you not predatory?
I don't go out seeking to hurt people. You do.
Who do I go out to seek to hurt?
Me.
How did I seek to hurt you?
You are
I ain't
seeking
talking.
to show the followers that I am basically not worth living, not worth speaking, not worth breathing.
What are you talking about?
Not worth having an opinion. My opinion.
Well, if your opinion is bad, then yes, your opinion. So, look at
You
try
are a
to-
very
try to
condescending person.
Try to juxtapose yourself. Put yourself in my shoes for a second, okay? Let us assume for a second that I had some knowledge. So
I
hang
was
on.
raised by your type.
Assume for a second. Well, they didn't raise you right, but assume for a second.
No, I just diverted to something else.
Okay, so anyway, back to this real quick. I was in the middle of talking.
She has the
Awful
crazy eyes
abusive
too,
of
dude.
you To cut me off.
It is.
I'm speaking.
I'm just giving you back your own medicine.
I'm speaking.
I'm giving you back your own medicine. I don't respect you.
I'm speaking.
I don't respect you.
I'm speaking.
I don't respect your thought process.
So anyway.
I literally don't respect
back-
your thought process.
Who cares what you respect?
Who cares what you respect?
I mean, do you want to
Why
have
should
the
I care
convo or
about you
not?
if
You're
you
just
don't give a
gonna
shit
cut
about
in?
me? I don't give a
You're
shit
just
about
gonna
you.
cut in while we're
If you
trying to
don't,
talk?
yes, if you don't give a shit about me, I'm gonna show you what it feels like to have somebody not give a shit about you. But I'm not gonna gaslight you and pretend like I give a shit. I'm just gonna tell you I don't give a shit about your
so
type.
Then there's the difference
I don't give a shit about you. You're a piece of
The
shit.
biggest
You're
difference
only
between
here
the two of
because
us
your sex life sucks.
is I actually
do you
do
wanna
care.
do you wanna go there? Do
Yeah,
you wanna
go there. You're only here because you abuse your children.
Okay.
Oh.
I thought we weren't gonna talk about
I
that.
thought, well, hang on. You can dish it out, but you can't take it.
I gave you explicit boundaries that you were
And
not
I just
supposed to
broke your
cross.
boundaries because I don't give a shit. Because I don't give a fuck.
You didn't give me boundaries. Get your wife on the phone.
What would you like to talk to her about?
I would like to ask her how the sex is.
Okay.
Wait, that's crazy. Come on, let's
I really would.
look. We
'Cause
gotta.
I can't. I was married
don't
to your
give a
type.
shit.
We can call my ex-husband if you want. He might answer. You never know. You two would get along. You'd be besties. He's a real winner, by the way.
Look, if
I mean, he probably is. He divorced you, right?
No, I divorced him.
Oh, that actually makes more sense.
so, look, if you want Andrew to respect the boundaries, you can't be slinging.
But here's the thing, Brian. He didn't give me boundaries. He didn't give me. I gave him boundaries. He did not say you can't do this.
You
can't do
said
that.
you're responsible for my
Listen.
emotional health.
We can put the no button in the middle, and you can use it too if you would
Okay.
like. Do you need
Yes, put it
boundaries too
there.
and consent?
Yes, put
Do
it
you need
there.
a safe word? It's no.
Put it there. So here's the boundary.
Now you feel safe. You
ready?
can say no whenever you want.
Okay. When I hit the no, that means stop talking.
Okay, agreed.
Do you think you can do that?
Can I show my ass on camera every time you say no?
No.
Why?
Because that would violate the terms of service.
What's the terms of service that I
That you
can't show
can't
ass?
show your ass on camera?
I never signed anything that said I couldn't.
So you're going to
We're
break
on
the
YouTube.
TOS?
What's the TOS?
Nick, just intro if you have to.
What is it?
It means
We're on YouTube and Twitch. You can't show.
You guys, I'm old. I don't know what these things are.
You know what YouTube is.
I don't know the
Stop
rules.
lying through
Do
your
I
teeth.
seem like I follow rules?
Okay, but would you?
If you don't seem like you're even rational or coherent.
I'm,
Let alone follow
I'm not
rules.
rational to mainstream society. I'm
Okay,
not.
so
I'm a
listen-
divergent.
listen. Okay, so-
Obviously.
You can be divergent and be rational.
No.
If
not
divergent
these
means
days. No, you can't.
retarded.
No, you literally can't.
Yeah, you literally can.
Do you like
Do you
Trump?
literally
Are
know
you
what the word
supporting
literally
Trump?
means?
Are
Because
you
it literally doesn't mean what
Are
you literally
you
think.
supporting Trump? I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
Look at you.
Of course.
Okay, look at. There's an area our Venn diagram intersects.
So what does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Let's say,
Okay.
let's just pretend
Okay.
Trump was my dad.
Uh-huh.
Let's just pretend.
Yeah.
Would you give me a little more respect?
No.
None?
No. I would treat you exactly how you treat you. I usually match people's energy. So if they're being lunatic assholes, then I'm a lunatic asshole.
Same.
Yeah.
High five.
So just so you know, yeah, I don't want to touch you. Don't want to touch you. But here's the thing. All right, no, don't do it. Don't touch me. Don't.
It's that dangerous?
Nick, you
My ass is literally that dangerous?
Huh?
My ass is literally that dangerous?
Bro, you wouldn't do this. You do realize we're a show, right? We don't want to show that shit.
You don't want to show ass? Then why do you have an OnlyFans?
What does that mean? What are you talking about?
Why do you have an OnlyFans?
We have a meme page. We don't post anything on it.
Why do you target...
It has nothing on it.
Why do you target OnlyFans girls?
What are you even talking about?
Why do you target OnlyFans girls?
What does that have to do with us not wanting for you to show nudity?
You literally target basically porn stars.
I don't even know what that means.
You don't know what targeting a porn star means?
You'd have to explain to me what that even means.
Are most of your guests not in the sex industry?
No, it's actually we've gone through painstakingly all our episodes to get statistics, age, relationship status, all this stuff. Less than 30% of the guests that we've had on the show are involved in sex work.
Who makes you the most money?
The non-sex workers, actually.
Really?
And how would that even be relevant?
I'm just collecting data.
Do you think we keep track on like the clip from this specific person? It's honestly
I would think you would.
Our most
the analytics.
viral moment, our number one most viral moment wasn't a sex worker.
What is it?
Hold on. And then our most viral moments in general typically have anything to do with sex workers.
Oh, what is the most viral moment?
You can't be showing your ass.
Why?
Honestly, because I just said so.
I can't show my ass on the internet. I do it all the time.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to sexually assault people.
Oh, was that sexual assault?
That actually technically was sexual assault.
Oh, well, now you know how I feel.
Did somebody here sexually assault?
I didn't say sexual, but
but you just
emotionally,
did. Sexually assault.
You would
be on the show.
That's fine. That's fucking fine, because at least I could handle something in the realm of fucking visual coherence.
I draw the line at sexual assault.
Okay, so do I.
Yeah,
so
no,
when I say I have a boundary,
when you come over to me and lift up your whole dress and try to move your ass into my face, that's sexual assault.
So when you try to impose
that
your
is not sexual assault.
ideologies to me, that is energetic
not
assault.
Sexual assault.
Why did my body register the last time?
Because you're a retard and a lunatic. That's why.
Registered it as a rape.
Did I emotionally rape you?
Yes. Yes. You did.
Whoa. Hold on, I have to pause.
Eisenhardt.
Okay. Say that one more time.
I had to emotionally process the last episode the same exact way that I had to emotionally process every single rape that I've experienced.
There was a TTS that came through. Just repeat what you said. That's not what you said. Repeat what you said.
Honest, I don't know what I said when.
You said that you were what?
Emotionally raped by Andrew. And then he's laughing about affecting a woman feeling emotionally raped by him as if he doesn't give a shit how he affects anybody.
Do you usually try to sexually assault people you feel have emotionally done that to you?
I assault people who assault me.
This bitch crazy.
Cut Andrew off more and not allow him to speak. This is how you can win the debate. You need to frustrate him and not allow him to make a point, and don't answer anything direct.
Okay, there's another one coming in. We'll let the original one come in. Christine, I guess.
Naruto 2.0 donated $100. Only in decadence is this possible. Humans can't easily impart knowledge to offspring. Individuals pigeonholed. Please. Sure, let your child touch the fire. You wouldn't want to pigeonhole them. Pathetic.
Right. Naruto, thank you, man. Nick, something about Grid 1? His TTS did not come through? Are we good? Oh, okay. And then we have Pelagic here. Pelagic, this is what a psychopath looks like. Okay. So, thank you, Pelagic. Now,
in page 71 of your book, you say basically all the greats, including myself and Jesus, with whom you categorize yourself, with whom I have quite a spicy relationship with now, wink wink. What did you mean by that?
Because I talk about, if you actually read my whole book, I talk about that one of my reoccurring fantasies, can I go there?
Yeah.
Was basically something that I had tried to repress my whole time of being a Christian, was a fantasy of Jesus sitting on the throne and me essentially riding him face to face. And I was always shaming myself and pushing that fantasy away until finally the death of a friend in my arms basically fucked me up so bad. Everything that I thought
the cringe is real, bro.
was true exploded. And I finally started allowing in every part of me, including the dark and the things that I had previously disowned from myself and shamed. I let it come in, and what I realized was that my sexuality wanted to reintegrate with my spirituality. And my spirituality at the time, because I was coming out of a Christian ideology, my spirituality at the time was the conceptualization of my creator, of my divinity as being incarnate in Jesus. And so what I realized was, in allowing that fantasy to be alive in my body, was that I simply wanted oneness and face-to-face, eye-to-eye contact with the fullness of God. And
So Jesus was your boyfriend, essentially, in your head?
My husband.
Your husband?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to sleep with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Not blasphemous at all, you don't think?
No. No, he created sex, and he created me.
That's sex with him?
Yes, we're very intimate.
How intimate?
Very.
Okay.
So intimate, I
Whoa.
would say that it's no longer me running my life, it's him.
Wait, Jesus runs your life?
Christ consciousness, yes.
Oh, Christ consciousness.
Yeah.
What is that?
The empowered consciousness. Basically the antithesis of victim consciousness.
So,
Couch_hopper_outdoors donated $100. Wilson's wife said his second is a 12/10ths. Also stop crying, you victim.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
She left a comment that
What?
Rachel, his wife Rachel, left a comment that it's a great relationship, great marriage.
Oh, I think she's saying your sex life.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Your sex life is great. I'm glad to hear it.
Ah, damn it.
Oh, your wife. Apparently that was
You
your
said
wife.
something about it.
I was asking, can we call his wife? And apparently she left a comment, so we didn't have to.
I mean, actually, if Rachel's, we could have her do a call.
Yeah.
Couple, if she's cool with it.
If she wants.
Just so you can hear directly from.
Sure.
But would you say that Andrew coached her, coached her, you know? That like he's controlling, like puppet strings?
Do I need to say that?
You don't have to say that.
Because you did? You already said it for me?
I'm just asking.
Well.
Because she's going to come on and say,
crap.
Andrew's dope, Andrew's
Okay.
awesome.
Okay, well then,
Love
if
Andrew.
we already know what she's gonna say, and
But
we
she
already
is-
know that there is a
But she is
opposing
chained to the
theory
stove.
that supposedly
She has changed it.
there is a thing
Oh!
whereby females are fawning. It's called a fawn response, where we please. We please. Been there. Been a wife a couple times. So, if you think it's worth it to have her on, we can. If you don't,
asked for her, not me.
I'm deferring to you because you're her
Isaiah
leader.
Fluke donated $100. Jesus would have hung her on the cross.
Isaiah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. There's a delay in that one coming in. Thank you, Isaiah. Appreciate it, bro. Should we do a voice call, or is she set up on Discord?
I don't think it would be easy for her to move over to Discord.
I'm deferring to you. If you can be a representative of what she would say, and you guys already posed the opposing possibility,
I'll ask her.
you could even just have her question in, or comment then.
Yeah.
But I thought that was her response to what I had said. I thought she already made her response, and that you're a 12 out of 10. Apparently, you're an amazing husband.
Yeah, but I think if you hear it directly from her,
That was that not directly from her?
You hear it in her voice.
I saw her say I'm asking what difference in her opinion he's a 12 out of 10.
No.
Is Rachel gonna go off?
She just said, read her my text from last night. And I'm not. No, we're not going in.
Okay.
That's
All
not
right. Okay.
So I accept the fact that from Rachel, your wife's perspective, you are a above and beyond husband. You're an amazing husband.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Seems to think so, yeah.
She thinks so. So I'm happy for her.
Killer of Cereal donated $100. No BS. We have a sign in my town that says, Jesus comes quickly. It all makes sense now. This woman lives in an extremely fantastical world where objective reality isn't rough.
Kill of Cereal, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the TTS. Do you have a response to Killa?
I'm not really honestly sure what he's trying to say.
The whole fanatical, fantastical world where objective reality doesn't exist, that whole thing?
Well, that was his opinion. I'm not going to argue with somebody's opinion of me.
Okay. All right.
He's entitled.
So I do want to come back. Actually, before I get back to one thing, in an email you sent me, you said you have personas like Eminem, Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers. It's a thing for us genius black ghetto slave souls inside sexy white bodies.
Yeah. Well, you guys weren't that interested in.
Bro, imagine having a mom that's just complete lunatic.
I was interested. I'm interested.
Are you interested?
Starting off life on the back foot.
Ghetto slave soul inside, or
what part of it were you interested in?
well, sorry, you said you guys weren't that interested in.
Well, so it goes back to my talk about white supremacy and trying to explain that it's an energetic matter. It's an ideology. It's a matter of ideology.
Wait, we did want to hear it, but then you hit the no button.
Well, because it did not seem that you really wanted to understand. It seemed that you wanted to propagate a particular ideology, and that's exactly what I was trying to talk about, but I wasn't.
Was it a... Sorry.
So I'd like to explain the concept from my worldview so that you understand.
Cable donated $100. Madison, blink twice slowly if you're in danger.
So imagine from my perspective, right, that I see that there's a whirlpool and you're in a boat. And everything that goes near this whirlpool gets sucked down, okay? And I say, listen, you're in this boat, but if you go towards that whirlpool, it's going to suck you down. And you go, no, listen. From my perspective, it's not a whirlpool. It's a, I don't know, fucking zazzly baz. You call it a zazzly baz. And you go, and I think I can just sail right through it. And I go, no, stupid. It's a whirlpool, and you're going to get sucked down into it, and you're going to die. Don't do that. And you go, nope, I'm going to do it anyway, and you just go out and you get sucked down the whirlpool, right? That's how it is with ideologies, too. So when somebody says to me, they're like, it's just my ideology, therefore it's just my opinion, and so therefore you trying to say anything about it isn't correct. It's like, no, I think it is. I think it's fine to say, see that vortex there? That makes no, hang on, I'm almost done.
Okay.
Okay, so that little whirlpool or whatever that you're about to go down, right? Just trying to go, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, so you're trying to be my daddy?
No, I'm not trying to be your daddy. I would do that for a total stranger.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in being protected by you.
It's not an interest of you. It's an interest for me. Whether or not you're a person who says, I'm going to pour gasoline on myself and light a match because I want to do this, because I want to be immolated and completely cook myself, and I see you going for that match, I'll still stop you anyway.
But the damage that you did to me in the last show, if I was not such an emotionally stable person, I would have gone home and killed myself.
She's definitely,
Okay,
oh
so
my God.
the
She's
thing,
definitely
it's
not
really
emotionally
funny.
stable.
I
There's
didn't
a lot
feel
of times,
protected by you
there's a lot of, I'm
emotionally.
not there to protect you.
I thought you just said that you
you're
were.
not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm making a comparison to an ideology and saying to you that I'm not going to keep your fragile ideology intact or not destroy the fragile ideology if it's bad, because that in some way is going to be emotionally painful. That's cognitive dissonance. That's what that is. It is emotionally painful to shrug off bad ideologies. That's true. That's true. It's just like saying, okay, my leg is broken. Okay, well, it healed wrong. I got to break it again so it heals right. It's the same thing. And the more you propagate bad ideology, the more you're going to see your ideology get broken over and over and over and over and over and over and over as the leg gets reset time and time and time again. You call that emotional grape, right? I call it logic and reason.
Okay.
I got a couple questions.
Good evening.
You said that I don't want to reuse the words you precisely used. You said that you went home and wanted to harm yourself because of your experience on the show?
No, I was saying that if I was less emotionally stable, I could see how I would do that.
When you sexually assault men, couldn't that be the result of that too? Couldn't it be the result when you sexually assault men?
Did you feel in danger?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course, yes. Of course, any woman who's not my wife, who in any way tries to put sections of her body near me like that in a sexually provocative way is fucking dangerous as hell.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
horribly dangerous.
I'm just curious. Had Andrew done something similar and he like exposed himself?
Yeah, went over and just whipped it out. That would have been okay.
I would be comfortable with that.
Oh my God.
Do you think most women would?
I'm not most women.
Yeah, that much is clear.
Andrew's not like you.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. That's not passive aggressive. That is you literally showing me exactly what you're trying to do. When you use psychological tactics and emotional manipulation based off of my trauma responses, that is passive aggressive. That is then you trying to manipulate and hurt me. I would literally rather you pull down your pants and put your dick in my face. Then I know what I'm dealing with. I did not know what I was going to be dealing with in the last show.
Yeah,
so it felt like that's what I'm saying. It felt like a manipulation and an emotional rape.
Yes,
because
I can
did not
understand.
know. I thought I was literally coming on a dating podcast.
So I can understand from the perspective of saying that you'd rather see immediate action other than what you would consider to be passive aggressive or manipulative.
I would rather see put your cards on the table.
So other than manipulative tactics, right? When you're saying manipulative tactics, you're saying you would much rather see somebody be physically aggressive.
Yes.
Sure, I can understand that. That at least makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But isn't it also a form of passive aggressive manipulation to say, because I have trauma responses to perceive things, you don't know anything about me, there was no way for you to ever determine what these trauma responses would be, that me just having a normal conversation with you like I would anybody else on this show and have done 1,000 times, isn't that a form of manipulation?
Well, you had disclosed to me that you were not affected emotionally by anybody.
So
really.
did you. Same thing you said.
I'm deeply emotionally affected by people.
No, what you said to me was, you said, listen, this isn't a big deal, right? This conversation in this context doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. That's what you said.
When?
But as you said, this doesn't matter. I have no respect for you. And if I was a less emotional person, I would have gone home and off myself. I could handle it, right?
Thank you.
No, I was not saying that I had no emotion. I was saying if I had less emotional intelligence and tools to process those emotions, I could understand with this bullying that people experience, which I have not honestly experienced anything like this before. Nothing like it at all.
Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. I've never experienced a woman trying to sexually assault me.
So now at least I feel like we're on the same playing field.
Yeah, no, it's not the same playing field to physically sexually assault somebody versus your perception of guy made argument which hurt my feelings, therefore he emotionally raped me. That's
Okay.
absurd.
Okay.
That's like not in the same universe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. On tiered logic, right? It's just not the same.
You win? You want me to tell you win?
I mean, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, say Andrew.
So all I'm trying to do is literally get to the point of, do you want me to get on my knees and submit?
No. All I want you to do is engage with the arguments. That's it.
So that you can fuck with me?
No, so I can understand your worldview.
So you can monetize fucking with me?
No, so that I can understand your worldview.
You understand my worldview.
Really?
That's why you're
every
picking
time
it
I ask
apart.
you a question about it, I lead to the next, to the next, to the next, and I still don't actually get coherent answers.
Maybe that's well thought out on my part.
Oh, yeah, I stole your pen. It's well thought. So you don't want to tell me what your ideology is?
I don't want to tell my brain that you give a shit about understanding me because it's not actually true.
Yeah, listen, I would not be here if I didn't give a shit about other
False.
people's worldviews.
False.
No, it's not false.
False.
I promise you I
What's
would
your
not
job,
be here.
Andrew? What's your
I'm a
credentials?
robotics mechanic.
A robotics mechanic? What's your degrees in?
I don't have a degree.
How are you a robotics mechanic and you don't have a
Because I had
degree?
an apprenticeship, and it's a trade.
Okay, so similar to life coaching, let's say?
No, it's not similar to life coaching, let's say.
It's a trade, though.
Yeah, it's a
I better not do that again because of my mom.
So life coaching
Even
is
before
not
I
a
scare
real
her
trade?
again.
I don't know.
Do people make a living doing it?
Sure.
So what is your definition of a
Fucking
trade?
Duriel, it's always the same shit with this
So
one.
to me, a trade apprenticeship would be like an applied skill. So
life coaching isn't an applied skill?
no, I don't think it's a
So why would you
physical
have to
applied
go?
skill.
Why would you have to go to a trade school to learn how to do it then? If it's not a skill that you have to learn
I'm not sure
and
that
apply.
those are trade schools. I'm not sure.
Give me the definition of a trade. Aren't you learning how to a skill to perform a trade that you can monetize?
Yeah, but they couldn't. I mean, that would fall under anything, though, right?
Anything that you can monetize and you have to learn how to do it, I would call that a trade skill,
okay.
right?
Well, I mean, if that's your definition, I'll concede to the definition.
Okay, so I am. So you have no degrees in psychology. You have no ministry degrees. You've never been to any ministry
those
school.
are just appeals to authority.
Appeals to authority. So you
Why would that
want
matter?
so you want me to appeal to your authority, yet you literally
Not
have
asking you to
a
appeal to
a
authority.
2-year training program in how to do robotics?
No. What does that have to do with anything? Let's assume that you know what? Let's
The
assume
point
this.
is, you're arguing
Let's
with me
assume
about
I was a
psychology,
7th grade
spirituality,
Yeah.
and all of these things that I've literally at least gone to trade schools
So
for.
what?
What have you done?
What would that matter? Let's say I was a 6th grade dropout and I cleaned carpets for a living and was a coomer on the internet who had an open relationship with my wife. Let's say that was my background. In what world would it make me wrong to question the things that you say if you're wrong about them, regardless of whatever my degrees were in?
Because you are questioning my authority as a psychologist when
So?
you're not a psychologist.
Why do I need to be the thing to question the thing? It's like
If
saying you
you-
can't question the medication your doctor gives you unless you're a doctor. Like what?
Questioning is one thing, but having the condescendence to actually believe that you are right over what I am trained to be right in, that's a little crossing a line, I would say.
What's the line that you're crossing?
Your tone.
The tone? That's the wrong tone?
Because I am actually the authority in everything that you're talking about psychologically and spiritually and scholastically. So you need to get yourself in line and question me as a student of those things. Because I'm actually the teacher. You're the student.
Mr. Bulle donated $100. Communicate from the Inquisition Patriarchy. Grand Inquisitor, have you received the autographed blue-white cup with certificate of authenticity? I am performing an audit of our inventory.
Not yet.
Thank you, Mr. Boulay, but no.
Appreciate it, Mr.
I
Boulay.
don't know what that even means.
It doesn't have anything to do with this. It's like a show inside joke. But anyway, yeah, so by this metric, right, if somebody, let's say, is a boat maker, right, and they make for you a boat, and you say, hey, it doesn't fucking float, and they go, don't question me, I make boats.
So let me ask you something. Do you heal people's trauma?
I'm not so sure that you can heal anybody's trauma.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
then how come you haven't healed your own?
I literally have.
Well, then why do you keep on talking about how you're fucking traumatized all the time?
Because trauma is an ongoing thing that we continually have to process.
So you just re-traumatized every day?
Yeah, and then I have to process it every night. And that's how I don't continue it on to the next day. Remember, the Bible says don't go asleep,
So
don't fall
every
asleep
day
on your anger.
you're re-traumatized, and then every day you heal yourself of your trauma.
Yes, every night before I go to bed.
Every night.
She's
so
super
all of your
retarded.
Old traumas that you keep appealing to as
Crazy.
being problematic, right? Divorces, things like this. You've healed from all of
the
those,
bigger
right?
catastrophic traumas take a little bit more time. They're more complex. They don't take one night. But for example,
Well, how many nights do they take?
it just depends.
Okay, so
Do you want to talk about a specific trauma and how long it took me?
So how do you heal your trauma of your divorce? How would you heal that?
The divorce wasn't the trauma.
What was the trauma?
Being with the man.
Okay, how would you heal that?
It's been very hard.
So
Getting
it's not
away.
healed?
Well, it is healed in the sense that, do you really want to go into it? It's really dark.
Well, when you say healing, no, what I want to get into is this idea of healing trauma. When you say, do you heal trauma? And I go, I'm not sure you can heal trauma. You go, well, you can. And I say, well,
do you want me
if
to explain
you can,
to you?
it's like saying,
there's a protocol in my book. Do you want to talk about how it's done?
which part of your book?
Here, let me.
Just tell me the chapter.
Oh, here, I'll have to find it. Well, I need the book to look at the chapter. Oh, here, I'll use this one. Okay, I created a protocol to explain to you how to do it.
GMD Jim donated $100. This is precisely the result of the closure of asylums back in the 80s. We now embrace this stuff. Honey, you are not trained. You have been indoctrinated by other crazy people.
Welcome to...
Okay, so right here on page 57, my method, processing severe trauma. Do you want me to read you the couple pages? It's only 2 pages, it looks like.
Or you can just give me a summarization.
Well, I'd just rather read it.
Okay.
Okay, so my method, processing severe trauma. In my relentless study of anthropology, sociology, and the psychology of various individuals, I had come to realize that it was never the actual events, situations, or words spoken that traumatize people, for the most part. Rather, it was their uncontrolled, obsessive mental recalling of the situation, then the meaning they assigned to it all that really had the power to either chronically or just acutely traumatize the person. In other words, there was a reason some people were just deeply shaken and grieved by certain things, but then seemed to move on just fine, while others seemed to get stuck, severely traumatized.
Yeah, I still
for a
haven't seen it.
lifetime. It had nothing to do with how bad, quote unquote, the traumatic event was or not. It had to do with how the person felt and then handled it after the fact.
That doesn't...
As I mentioned previously, I asked the Infinite.
Method?
As I mentioned previously, I asked the Infinite to show me a way to process the loss of Steve and how to get rid of the graphic images from that night so that I wouldn't get PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, or any other long-term negative effects. Once I asked the question, I started receiving inspired thoughts that ended up being the practical step-by-step solution to this problem. I had been trying to help people recover from abuse and other traumas for years and never actually believed it was possible. Up until then, I believed the best people could do was learn to cope with their traumas so they didn't completely ruin their lives. Holding on to that belief created the reality for me by shutting my RAS off, so that's the reticular activating system, to any contradictory information, hence a confirmation bias. But now my mind was unlocked, and I was asking my higher, infinite self better questions and believing there had to be a way. This is what was downloaded into my mind from the infinite. Okay, this is the method that came through.
Okay.
Place a meaning on the event that feels good, no matter how far you must reach. Remember how I told you that the meaning we place on events is very powerful and completely within our power. I decided I would believe that everything had happened exactly as it was supposed to. With Steve, my unborn baby, my marriage, my kids, and my old life that had come to an end, I also chose to believe this about all the rest of things, including my childhood and being born to my parents in the dysfunctional family. I would believe it all happened as it was supposed to. I would believe that I was an infinite spiritual being who had chosen to incarnate into this human existence because there were things that I wanted to experience that would deepen my understanding and love for myself, for life, and for other souls.
Hang on,
I would
let's stop for a
believe that my
second.
willingness to have
we
these
stop for a second so I can go over some of
experiences
this?
and let them deepen me.
Is it just gonna be
would
a
give
fucking
me
book
gifts.
reading?
Yes, I told you that I would be able to share, and the sharing would feel really good to me.
She's just not going to stop.
These beliefs, I told you it was only
Now
2
it's a pride
pages.
thing.
These beliefs felt good and right and empowering, so I put them in my thought nursery to give them attention. And any opposing thoughts.
Okay, so Desiree, I don't know, you read the section that's pertinent to the conversation?
No, he wanted to know my process.
Yeah, but I got your process.
Okay,
Your
so-
No, you didn't. There's still more.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to move it on. You can't
Your
just-
process is you ask God and cope. That's the process.
No, it's not. It's how to
You ask
release
the
the
infinite.
trauma.
The infinite is God, and then you
No, I
cope.
just told you. You have to place a meaning on the event that feels good.
That's called cope.
It's not called
That's
cope.
cope.
It's
That's
called
literally
finding a
coping.
meaning.
That is doing everything you can.
And then you have to grab-
take the event and pretend it's something other than what the
No,
event is.
no,
That is
it's
cope.
not. It's
Yes, it is.
Agree to disagree. Grab a happy image and put it into the thought nursery. Now, if you read my book, you would know what the thought nursery is.
The thought
To
nursery.
dwell on for a few minutes. Let the better feelings associated with the happy image emerge. Breathe into these better feelings and savor them. I did this as many times a day
Bro,
as necessary. So
a
what
lot
I
of
would
people
have to
are
do
seeing
is-
the video
so
that I
image-
showed you, and they're like, "Oh, see, this proves the shooting was unjustified." What the fuck do you mean? Like, she fucking literally hit him. Like, what the fuck? Fuck off, bro. Oh, but she's turning the wheel away from him. Yeah, that's why she hits him, right? Like, fuck.
was of my
I'm not saying
friend
she's intentionally running him over. I'm saying she didn't care if she did.
dead on the table, basically blue, with intubated and everything. He died, and they made me go back and see him dead on the table, and his mom wanted me to delay the coroner from taking his body. That's the only reason I had to see him dead. I don't recommend people do that. There's no fucking point. But anyway, I had to go and see this man who died in my arms first, and then they tried to resuscitate him, obviously, intubated him. He's blue on the table. His mom,
Be freed.
I had to tell, Steve's dead. Well, I didn't tell her that, but I told her, I don't know, he's unconscious. She met me at the hospital, but on her way there, she was begging me to stall
Yeah.
the coroner from taking his body. because
Evidence,
they wanted time for the brother to come and be able to see. I don't
didn't
know
see
why
no
people
evidence.
want to traumatize themselves by doing this. Again, I don't recommend
Ridiculous.
forcing yourself to see your loved one
But
dead.
that's not necessarily trauma. That's part of the closure process.
Okay, well, for some it is, but for a lot of people, they get stuck on those images. For me, I got stuck with him blue, intubated,
Yeah, but that's
dead on
because
the
people
table.
have a
So
disconnection between what is life
do you
and
want to
what is
hear
death.
how I got over that and
Yeah,
didn't
okay.
get
Move it on,
PTSD?
Okay, yeah, we gotta move to the
I
next
gotta
point.
move
But
it on.
before we do, I'd like to stay on this point, right? So people have a huge disconnection from what is life and what is death.
Oh,
Not
God.
everybody- And by the way, people used to have to deal with death a lot more. They used to have to deal with dead bodies a lot more, things like this.
I forgot
don't
how
think
annoying
that
Sources
it's
was
ingrained
until
to
she
be
gets to high level, and then she
traumatic
just slaps.
necessarily.
But
It's something
oh,
that
to
people
get
just
there is such a
don't
pain in my
really have to
ass.
deal with very much, so it becomes not personal. It always becomes somebody else is dealing with it.
It's
You're
fucking
just dealing
annoying.
with a memory. But the thing is that when you say things like, take this thing that actually happened and put a fun, happy spin on it, so it's something that you remember fondly instead, That is an embrace of delusion. So how's that not cope?
If I can have a bit of some like extended,
Sure.
So we kind of veered off of this. I was asking how me or Andrew or the show is woman hating. I did not get an adequate response.
Because I'm a woman and I've shared a lot with you, and it's
They're always so performative, man. I'm a woman. Yeah, okay, we get it. Like, stop the fake fucking crying. Jesus Christ.
never been met with any sort of understanding or empathy. It's only been met with hostility.
These bitches
and
crazy.
with this weird commitment to not understanding me. And
Couldn't I just say the same thing to you?
sure,
No empathy, no understanding.
sure. If that's how you feel.
So can you, I mean, what's that Aristotle quote about crying? Okay, so
Crying is one of the ways that the body processes the trauma in real time. That way we don't hold on to it.
or is it a way to appeal to emotion to try to get people onto your side without actually having a strong foundation or position for what you're actually trying to say and argue?
That is a way that people who lack genuine empathy, that is a way that they use appeared emotion to manipulate others, but my emotion is actually genuine.
Okay, well, I don't see how that has anything to do with a woman hating.
I'm a healer. As women were gifted with special abilities to take
Like,
on.
this chick is actually a lunatic. Like, I'm not even like saying this like, oh, what a crazy bitch. No, she's actually fucking insane, dude.
Jim donated $100.
She's nuts, bro. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I don't think even she knows what she's talking about. She's crazy.
Okay, well, if you're not
Like, actually
comfortable
crazy.
with me crying, I'm gonna have to go because some of the things
I
we're
mean,
talking about
if you want
makes
to
me
cry, if that's fine. I'm still just trying to understand, aside from how you felt,
I don't.
if there's something you can point
I don't
to.
think.
I don't know what to play, dude. Like,
Anything.
fuck.
I think that
I'm not
you're
really in the mood
trying
for this.
to get a point across. So just say what your point is that you would like to prove, and then I can just submit.
I guess we'll continue playing Battletech. I just, the fucking missions is driving me up the wall, man. I gotta get past this little bit so I can actually start the damn game.
Or woman hating. The show is woman hating. So I'm asking you to point to something specific.
I keep doing it, and you don't want to accept it. So I don't see the point in continuing the conversation. I told you that I am a woman, and I didn't feel safe, and I don't feel safe in your presence. Hence, woman hating, because I am a representative of woman.
Well, so if I'm a man and I feel uncomfortable in your presence, does that mean you're a man hater?
You can say that if that's how you feel.
Does it make it true? Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
That I am a man hater?
Because I feel unsafe in your presence.
I would validate if that's how I made you feel. At least.
But would it make you a man hater? Or would you be like, no, I'm not a man hater?
Possibly.
Because of how I made you feel.
If man is taking your form, then
I
yes.
am male.
If,
I am a male.
If man is taking your form, then yes, there is hatred there, because it's not you as a soul, it's you as an ideology coming at me and not inviting me
Just
to feel
the way
safe in
she
your
sounds alone, you already know this bitch
Didn't you
crazy.
just- so me and Andrew were sitting here. We were sitting down. We were just talking.
Like, not even what
At
she's
moments, it
saying,
was a
just
lively
how she
conversation, but we were
how she sounds
remaining in our
alone is like,
seats.
hmm.
Was it Andrew or was it me or was it
Interesting.
you who got out of their seat, came all the way over here, got into our physical space, and I mean Andrew's sitting to my left, Who was that? Was that us or was it you?
It was me invoked by you. You invited me to.
I invited you
Yes.
to
Yes.
walk over.
Yeah,
and
she
get into
sexually
our physical
assaulted
space.
Andrew Wilson, by the
How
way.
did I? So you're saying we consented?
Literally.
To that?
I am saying that you didn't give a shit about my personal space emotionally, so I didn't
What?
give a shit
Hold on.
about your physical space. And
that
so
doesn't make any sense.
I.
Remember, this crazy witch is allowed to vote. Just remember that.
Gave you a taste of your own medicine, and you didn't like it.
So what was the point you were trying to prove?
Give you a taste of your own medicine,
What
and
was
so
the medicine which we were dispensing?
you could feel what it feels like to be
What was the
disrespected.
medicine you claim we were dispensing?
Disrespect.
This conversation, while we disagree, has actually been fairly. I mean, there were times where it got a bit heated, but it's otherwise been fairly.
And times
calm.
where there was sexual assault. Let's not forget that.
I like
In any
Celsius,
case, so when it comes to your safety, and this being evidence of woman hating,
Yeah.
we've remained here. While you might disagree with what we say, you got out of your chair,
Yeah.
walked around the table. We didn't know if you were going to strike us or what you were going to do.
You were scared? Did I scare you?
Why are you smiling when you say that? That's interesting.
Because it makes me feel more safe to know that maybe I have some sort of power in your presence.
You do realize women have capacity for violence?
I'm not a fighter, you could say.
Well, hold on. We don't know that. Like,
Well,
you could have come over here, smacked Andrew in
Ulysses
the
the
face.
Pagan donated $100. What did you think coming on a podcast debate meant? A debate is adversarial in nature. When you tone police, it equates to you have nothing to say and the purpose to derail the conversation.
So, I mean, can I ask you a question? So, going back to you felt unsafe in the emotional
$100,
space.
they didn't even acknowledge it.
So you, as retribution, you wanted to make us feel unsafe in the physical space.
Correct.
And that's why you got out of your chair,
Correct.
walked all the way
Correct.
over here. And I mean, we didn't know if you were going to try to strike Andrew.
Correct.
He's closer.
Correct.
But you essentially pulled up your
Yes.
dress.
Yes.
And put
Yes.
your ass right in his
Yes.
space.
Yes. So I wanted you to
On the move.
understand the
I'm walking here.
height of how
I'm there.
you guys affect me emotionally and spiritually. It was like that.
So do you think
Copy
other
that.
forms of let's
I would rather you beat me. I would literally rather you
Copy that,
punch me in the
Commander.
face.
I'm not interested in doing that. So hold on. Would you say that even if I don't categorize what you did specifically as a violent act, using
Wilson's underscore wife donated $100. Wow, that was quite a journey. We've been through vibrations, colonialism, feminism, scam, black slave souls locked in sexy white bodies, spores, oh spores, tears,
Standing
showing
by.
us, riding Jesus D1CK.
All right, Wilson's wife, thank you, appreciate it. If somebody is making you feel unsafe in your mental
Confirmed.
or emotional space, saying even not categorizing what you did as violence, is violence justified
Confirmed.
as retribution if somebody makes you feel unsafe, physical violence, makes you feel unsafe in the emotional or psychological space?
Yeah, it's called eye for an eye. You reap what you sow.
So, just so I understand this correctly, you would have also been justified to.
So let me translate the crazy witch, right? She said, because you said something that challenged me and made me feel assaulted, I stood up, walked around the table, pulled my dress up, and tried to put my ass in your face. Can we put these people in jail already? Before they do something really, really fucking bad?
For example, like try to physically assault Andrew in that moment also.
I believe I would, yes.
Right. Would you have been legally justified?
Negative
Yeah, I
damage.
believe I could
Repeat.
get away with it.
Negative damage.
Megadeth 188 donated $100. This is what she does.
I'm
She
going.
is the first to attack people personally, then she cries to gain sympathy.
Yeah.
She is a manipulator. That's why
Welcome
he told
to
you
my
to
house.
harm herself.
Before you get up,
Sympathy and manipulation.
Ladder doesn't work.
Okay. All right.
Light damage, Commander.
So.
Like, she should at the very least be admitted to a
This
hospital.
would be a good moment to.
A mental one, obviously.
Wait, Maddie, put the button. This would be a good moment to shout out debateuniversity.com if you want to become a master debater, like Andrew 100% of the time, and like sometimes I'm at like my 99, like when I'm parsing and like, you know, I'm parsing pretty good sometimes.
Targeted for an alpha strike.
You can also like, you know, I have my moments too, you know. I know
Target destroyed.
I'm just ad-libbing this fucking... Guys, debateuniversity.com, verbal combat is the course. We have a... By the way, also, we're going to have a debate tomorrow. She'll be back. She's coming back. She just had to use the restroom. We have a debate scheduled for tomorrow around... We're going to try to go live at 4 p.m. Once again, sorry for our delay in starting today. We will be going live 4 p.m. tomorrow. That's going to be another good one. Be sure to tune in 4 p.m. tomorrow. Debate with Andrew. And but yeah, check out the course, debateuniversity.com. Also go to our Twitch. If you have one, guys, it's been 14 minutes since we last got a Prime help.
Oh.
Say it louder, man.
I'm here.
Help.
There you go. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drops a follow. Drops a Prime sub. This conversation is on. This conversation is.
It was never on the rails to begin with. Let's make that very clear.
I have the video from security camera behind me. Should I post it on the Discord? No. Or
We'll talk later.
You don't think so? You don't want that out there? Or? I mean, I think people should see what
Fire it.
happened. Or do you just not want it? You don't want it out there?
Turret destroyed, Commander.
We'll talk about it. Okay, we'll talk it after the show. Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Huh?
Nothing.
On my way.
So Maddie, how about them bears?
Give them everything you got.
Big scary bears.
I think he meant the football team.
Maddie, would you rather be in a force alone with a man or a bear?
Onward.
A man.
Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. What are some of the other things we need to get into on this show?
Standing by.
Over 80 videos, by the way. Over 80 videos.
Over 80 videos on debate.
Poured a lot into
Ready
that. I
for
hope you guys enjoy it. I think you will. I think you'll enjoy it a lot.
Are you returning, Desiree, or?
Hit him hard.
Okay.
I'm receiving you.
Well. So, anyways, where was I?
Maybe we can wrap it up on a good note. Maybe the last part we can wrap it on potentially a good note. What do you think?
I think we can do that.
Affirmative.
I think that can be achieved. It'll be achieved. So.
Standing by.
I don't know where these guys land.
How's Rachel doing? How's Rachel? She good?
If they already
She's
landed.
She's doing well?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Doing well. Just kicking ass. Just goes to the gym non-stop. Doing a great job.
Nice. That's good.
Hey there. Confirmed.
Desiree, can you return to the
You've got hostile contacts inbound.
Oh, I suppose that's a good...
Did you guys ever do the debate with those girls from the last show or no?
We're gonna have that's gonna happen soon.
Commander?
Oh, okay.
We're gonna get that scheduled. You're gonna go? You sure you don't want to just say goodbye?
I'll say goodbye.
Yeah, she straight up leaves. What a loser, bro.
Is it? It's kind of overcast today. It's a bit overcast. You know, it's overcast. Is it? It's because I asked about the woman hating stuff.
And I have a really important job in the world.
My life is now devoid of meaning.
You weren't respected. How was?
Yes, Commander.
Wait, you didn't really say goodbye though. Do you at least want to sit down briefly and just say goodbye to the?
Yeah, you can have the last word.
Confirmed.
Do you want to say goodbye?
Standing by.
Into the camera or into the mic, I guess. Or we can. I think we can reconcile this.
Goodbye.
Firing all weapons.
Quick reconciliation. Okay.
What a loser, bro.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault, guys.
Okay. Do you at least want to announce the lawsuit, Desiree?
I thought I didn't say all those words.
Lawsuit? You can. What would it be about? You mean not? I'm talking about the class action lawsuit that you want to. What words on YouTube? Okay. Well, oh yeah, probably
My
should.
internals, Mech Warriors. Show them what you got. I
Sure.
await your command.
So,
How are you feeling, Andrew? I know you had a shot earlier. Do you feel like poisoned or anything?
no, I'm good.
Okay. Just making sure.
So far, so good.
She's pressing
Acknowledge.
the no button.
She's pressing the no button.
Well, guys, an hour and 50.
That fucking broad needs to put the cuckoo back in the clock.
Minimal damage on that hit.
Even the other lady is like, she's
Sorry you had to
fucking
see
nuts.
that, Rachel.
I'm here.
Rachel
Fucking
doesn't give a shit.
hilarious.
Yeah.
All weapons are go.
Is it? What? What happened? Okay.
Nick, did you
Get him banged up pretty good.
Whoa.
Waiting for orders.
Wow. Okay, that was an interesting one.
Didn't have SA by Lunatic on my bingo card this morning, right?
I don't even know where to. Honestly, so guys, we didn't even really get into it because we were gonna get into. She sends like DMs upon DMs upon DMs of like her positions, legal threats. I mean, you kind of got a glimpse into the madness and chaos. We'll, you guys want to stick around for a bit. We'll go through the DMs. Nick, were you able to just double check and make sure they're all everything's
Let's
all
get
clean?
this done, team.
Okay,
I'm ready.
That's fine. Well, now you'll have a little time. We can talk for a little bit. I'm surprised though that it was me that I
Locked
think
on for physical attack.
precipitated the rage quit.
No.
It wasn't. Well, when I asked her about the woman hating, Andrew was off having a smoke, and she started crying when I asked her about the woman hating. And then that's when she. I mean, look, there's stuff that happened before that, but I'm surprised that that's kind of what broke the camel, the straw
Standing
that
by.
broke the camel's back.
Copy that.
I feel like you were extremely calm.
I thought we were super calm.
Yeah.
Mech Warriors. Show them what you got.
So.
Whatever.
Well, for her, it was control.
It was
She made
emotional
it.
grape.
Yeah, she made it very clear
That's
that
crazy.
Armor breach.
the whole thing has to do
Internal
with control. So.
Well, did you hear the part about how I said that she felt like violence in this scenario, in response to our conduct, would have been justified?
Yeah, she said that.
Yeah, she said, yeah, because I mean, I said, well.
And she could have gotten away with it. That's what she said. She would have gotten away with it.
Legally.
Yeah,
she
legally.
has no understanding of the.
Yeah.
So, guys, stick around. We're going to pull up the DMs. These are. Let's do that because
My God, man, this thing is like holding out, dude. Fuck.
The DMs we've received from this woman are insane. We do have footage. I know we kind of, when she tried to attack Andrew,
I lost the weapon.
That sort of way.
More under the breach.
We have security camera footage of it. Just for the stream, though, we had to like go to our intro screen just because we didn't know if she was gonna, what she was gonna do. So we do have it. I don't know.
I'm your spaniel.
I'd have to think a little bit about posting it, but if we did post it, we'd put it on my Discord. In any case, I can tell you a little bit about what the DMs say. She's all over the place. She wants to threaten. She's been threatening me with
Lots of
lawsuits
armor.
because of the
I'm here.
emotional toll the podcast took on her. But she's also simultaneously been flirting with me, sending me nudes, unrequested. Sending me nudes. She's been saying she wanted to like do things to me and Andrew sexually. Very strange, very peculiar. So one day she'll be threatening to sue me and that we psychologically tortured her, and the next she is admitting she has a crush on me, essentially, and wants to do things near and around my penis.
It's go time.
Groom Crazed Panda donated $100. This lunatic's book is only good for shit tickets. PS tears are fake news.
Guys, stick around. Check that email one first. Make sure there's nothing. Yeah, let me just double check.
I'm making some in-studio demands.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come do more of these in person because they're even more fun in person than on video. But if you don't get rid of these fucking seltzers and put some beer in that fridge, Brian. If you don't put some fucking beer in that fridge.
No, this is
damn excited now.
Oh god,
there's no alcohol in it.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
It's
There's
energy drink, Andrew.
There's the ices in there from the last.
Oh yeah, we do have some beer in there, yeah.
It's
There's
not
beer?
It's
Oh.
like juice, vodka juice.
Okay, we'll pull up the email. Maddie, I'm gonna have you read it.
Gotcha.
Good speaking voice. Can you see it, or does it need to be bigger?
Just a little bit bigger.
Should we ask the see if those two
Yes, Commander.
women can come?
Do you want me to text them, or if
Yeah.
you have their?
Can you read?
I will accept your offer with several added stipulations.
Let me just interrupt really quickly. This is to
Location confirmed.
This was like our offer to get her back on the show. So it's basically like, so this is her counter offer. Go ahead, you can read it.
Number 1, you will sign the consent form I bring you stating you understand I am a mandatory reporter and am by law required to report any and all criminally suspicious activity to the proper authorities immediately following the show. 2, you and Andrew will genuinely apologize to me on air before we start the conversation for not properly studying me and then grossly misrepresenting, slandering my expertise in the most misunderstood areas of life and society.
Completely
Because that could
batshit.
have potentially cost countless lives if people were deceived into thinking I was just a mentally ill old whore, when in fact I have made it my life's passionate mission to end human suffering as an actual expert in all necessary fields of study, and I finally have the master plan for global restitution, which is nothing to fuck with. 3, you provide me with a meal by the 5th hour on set. I'm allowed to have snacks and drinks with me at any time I want while there. Number 3, part 2, $300 payment is to be rendered as a booking fee at least 24 hours before my scheduled appearance, and it's not. Andrew just dropped the glass. Payment options available upon request. Number 4, I'm free to be done talking and excuse myself to go home at any point. I choose after 8 p.m. She chose after 8 p.m. What time is it? It's 6:19 and she left. Okay, anyway. Number 5, I will keep my phone with me during the show. Number 6, I get to ask you guys as many questions as I want, and you can't get mad or scold or shame me for it. There's never a dumb question in my book. Number 7, if we make $100,000 from that one episode, we have to promise the fans that you and I will run for president and vice president for this year. Give Minnie and Mickey a run for their money. Number 8. We have to shout each girl out who was on the panel with me last time and give their platforms all a tag so people can get in touch with them. And we will let the girls know that you are willing to pay them whatever they say is fair for their time on the show in any amount up to $300. This is crazy. Number 9. We play Truth or Dare either like 30 minutes stint at whatever point you want, or we just tell people they can pay $1.99 to Truth or Dare any of us at any point. Number 10, we offer people 30-minute video chats with me if they donate $500 or more. Scheduling will obviously be done off air. Number 11, $5K or more gets a date with me. Number 12, $100,000 gets them a you pick the activities with me date. Number 13, $199 for you and I to kiss, closed mouth. 14, $500 for you and I to French kiss. What the fuck? 15. After this pilot episode, I will get 20% of the profits from each episode and join you on in person or intellectual property with my ideas and concepts. I can't read the rest of 15.
Could you scroll it down? Yep. Sorry guys, we're cleaning up back here a little bit.
Yeah, we're cleaning.
Let's also get the vacuum too. Once it's dry, I guess. Right.
Wait, Nick, I can't. Nick, I can't. You know what I'm talking about?
Like that?
Yeah, that's fine. Go left.
You guys just take care of that. I'll show.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry.
And concepts being brought up and discussed. Basically, if my name is brought up on any show moving forward,
She's
I
coming
get the
back, by the way.
royalty.
She's coming back, boys.
Enforced
Stay
legally.
tuned.
Oh wait.
Keep going.
She's coming back right now?
Yeah, she said if we apologize, she'll come back.
Bruh. After 90 days of successful collaboration, we rebrand the show and add my name in whatever way you want. An example is whatever Des wants with hosts, Brian A. Fix whatever with Brian and Des. Doing whatever with Des. Something like that. Doesn't even have to have my name, but rather.
The actual title of the video is Crazy Desiree Attacks Andrew Wilson and Brian Flashes? Unhinged Rage Quit? That's the actual title.
Should simply represent the new vibe of the show with me added into the mix.
Hilarious.
You can agree to all these things and promise to keep your word. I am yours.
What was the one about kissing? Something about kissing me?
It was $199 for you and her to kiss, closed mouth. $500 for you guys to kiss, French kiss. She's coming back.
So she's gonna come back, so long as
this bitch crazy.
me and Andrew apologize.
Noah donated
We'll bring her back.
$100. Bring back insane asylums.
So I don't know if she peed on the couch or it was just a spill.
Couch?
Should I send? I'm gonna send the photo.
She had a bunch of like liquids with her. She had.
I don't know,
a
the couch.
bottle.
There's like a wet spot on the couch.
Do you smell it?
Me and Andrew, she is gonna come back, but the stipulation is that we have to apologize.
Did you smell it? No.
We are going to say sorry.
What are you guys apologizing for?
For being colonialist, white supremacist, woman-hating.
And then you're gonna go through all these videos with her.
What?
And then you're gonna go through all the stuff with her.
Yeah, you know. Let's see what she says.
Say what you want, it's great
She said she's in the
content.
stairs. Oh, maybe she. Hold on. Let me think about how we're gonna. So.
So.
We need this cleaned up though before.
Do you want me to do it?
Can you get the vacuum? Yeah.
I probably am better at cleaning. Not
It's
gonna lie.
madness in the studio today. Just hang tight, guys.
Sorry.
We're gonna get it.
Commander?
Yeah.
Do you want me to clean it?
I made a mess so that Maddie could clean it up because
Yeah.
I wanted her to feel like
It
a
was
woman
my
today.
fault.
I wanted her to feel like a woman today.
Honestly, I haven't felt like a woman today too much, so.
Get the vacuum though. We need that glass.
It's better to.
Dude, why did he start in the middle of the base? Oh my god.
Is she coming right now?
Standing by.
I don't know. We need to redo our security.
I'm kind of concerned that she's gonna do something crazy.
I live to serve.
Take it away, Andrew.
Like
Okay.
stick in the building.
So,
What?
This chick, fucking crazy. I did notice in the
Got it, Commander.
there was like a little exchange. I just happened to glance over Brian doing this exchange, and I saw in her text message that she said that she shouldn't have to talk to me because I have absolutely no education.
Given that from today, I'm sure you didn't agree to all of those things, right? How did you get her to come back?
Oh, I mean, I said no to almost all of those.
Yeah, and then what?
And then
what
we
did-
came to a determination.
Which?
So,
Wait,
sorry guys,
were
hold
you-
tight,
were
hold
you in
tight.
studio
She's
last
coming
time
back,
with her,
but
or-
hold
No,
tight.
that was video call.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ready for orders. Copy that.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm
Is
waiting
everybody
on the messages.
everybody just spooked that Desiree is gonna
Yes,
just pop
Commander.
out like a
Jorge
fucking
donated
groundhog?
100
Just-
dollars. Check her for weapons.
Confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah, we will.
Yeah, I don't want to get pepper sprayed today. That sounds awful.
Ready
It's
for
never a
orders.
good time.
Do you want to help clean up back
Yeah.
there? Sorry, I apologize for the momentary delay here, guys. She is going to come back. We're just
Target acquired.
dealing with some other stuff, so let's get that vacuumed up, though. That's the easiest
Bad
way.
underscore BTCH2 donated $100. If lawsuit fails, we can probably expect Bad
Showing
Beyond
minor damage.
TCH2 continuation. That list Maddie's just read will be included in the book as a special supplementary appendix.
I mean, off the table.
Yeah, off the table.
I don't want
I mean,
to.
on the
How's it
table.
going?
God, none of these
By the way,
mix
the
can
book is so
move, bro.
short that I
Fuck.
was able to read it in about, well, most of it.
We're about to hear the vacuum. I'm sorry, guys, but
In about 30 minutes, I was able to read
Maddie's
most
going to
of it.
be doing her domestic duties. Maddie is
Missed a spot. Yeah. Okay.
All right, there she. W whatever podcast. All right, let's color commentate this. All right, there she is. Look at the technique. Solid. You're out of frame. Keep going. Just keep going. We're commentating. Ooh. A bit of a fail there, letting the wire drag. A true, look, she's a little flustered with the vacuuming, but she's doing great. Look at the technique. As you can see, she's right-handed. Oh, she's double fisting it. Double fisting the vacuum and the broom. Let's see what she can do. Great job moving the chair away under the couch. Urinated on the
Right
couch.
foot, a little caught up on that chair, Brian.
Urinated the couch. The couch was urinated on. Who knows what happened? Look at that. Great technique.
That
doing
that
a
cord
great job.
technique. She really doesn't have that cord wrap, Brian. I think she needs to do something about that cord wrap.
You know, the great thing though is due to her height, she's closer to the ground, so she's at the velocity of the vacuum. It's really good. You know, unfortunately, this vacuum is not the top of the line.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying not one of the top players in the field, Brian. Most certainly one of the top players. But not perfect. Not perfect technique. I've seen better.
Why is this so funny? Dude's
Another camera. Oh, there's
narrating a girl
okay,
fucking
all right.
vacuuming.
Nick's cutting it off. She's went over on her time for the. I would give that a 7.5 out of 10.
I'm going to
Andrew,
go
what
with
do
a
you- what do you
6. I
say?
really think you're being a little bit too charitable.
Oh, she's back at it. She won't take no for an answer. She's back at the vacuuming, folks. Look at the technique. Fantastic.
Well, I'm going to have to reappraise now that
I don't know why this is so funny.
More determination going on here, Brian.
I don't think we.
I'm receiving you. I.
Well, there she is. How do you color commentate vacuuming?
I feel like
Hard
we
hit
did it.
there.
We did pretty good.
I feel like we did it, yeah.
Now, Matt
Nailed it.
does tend to prefer the back and forth
Commander?
technique. I'm more, I find the
Notice too, the real pros can do this in such a way where it's just one sweep and done. I
Location
noticed she did
confirmed.
go over certain areas that really cost her a lot of time, Brian.
You know, it did, but sometimes the way she was doing it, it can be a bit more effective. You know,
One
just
left
going
target.
over one spot over and over again instead of kind of doing, I have.
The greatest so I gotta go back and forth, you know.
Player excuse making, Brian.
Yeah. Can you sweep a bit too, Maddie? Now we're moving into the sweeping. What are the terms for them?
Yes, Commander.
I hate these makes, man. Fucking. I'm creating my own traffic jam. I don't know why this guy started at the base, but it's screwing me over. This guy's dead, guaranteed.
So hot on the last part of the sweep up. That's really bad form. Usually, angles.
100% dead.
Wait, I feel like we gotta be positive. All right. Now, she absolutely demolished the regional competition when she was competing in the sweepathon and the vacuum pro. And there's Nick there with the
armor breach. Internal
there
damage.
He is. Look at that. Strong technique. Double. He uses the 2-finger on the spray bottle. That's really good. Then we got Maddie over there. She's just kind of taking a break, not really doing anything, not really helping, of course.
I noticed that Nick is using the patented Rachel Wilson technique, where you get right down and scrub the entire floor surface.
All right, folks, let's get this done.
It was well done.
It was great.
It was well done. Yes, well done.
Look, it's her first participation in the domestic duties competition here in the Whatever podcast, but I think for her first showing, she really did put on quite a show. I think she, many years to come, she'll be, this is an annual event.
She can only improve from here, Brian.
Only improve from here, so we do want to bow our fedoras to her and just, sorry, I'm not good at this. Cleaning Olympics, folks.
Let's get this done.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. Maddie will make
I'm
a
here.
great housewife with a little practice. Brian, your cable management is making my eyes twitch.
Hey.
W's for Andrew doing zero housework, as it should be.
But I do comment on how well others can do housework.
Wait, I should have probably been checking on Desiree here. Guys, she's coming back. She's coming back. Let's see.
Robert donated $100. Where did Gustavo go?
Firing all weapons.
Exorcism live on air. Desiree needs one. She's totally possessed.
Dude, I'm still on the other side of the goddamn map.
Waiting for orders.
I swear I hate these missions.
Yeah. I think she's still in the stairwell.
Commander, I'm wounded. I lost a weapon.
Okay, boys. All right. Well, I'm glad to see a lot of you have stayed. I know that
Damage
we
minimal.
had the cleaning Olympics there, but so we will see them coming back through here in just a moment.
Very typical show intermission,
Commander.
Brian. Very typical.
Let me do this for a sec. 1 sec.
It's just me alone with Kiki. That's it. Me alone with Kiki in the chat. What's going on in Whatever chat? How you doing?
Hell yeah.
Nice to see all of you again. Still here for some
I'm
epic
receiving
debates
you.
all week. Going into next week, will be on the
10-4.
Sunday and then Tuesday show, and then finally heading back home.
It
Gotta do
sucks.
that good Crucible content. But I do appreciate all of you guys turning out for these episodes. They've been a lot of fun. Gotta admit, that last
Moving to
one, that
position.
last Tuesday show was a fucking great show. That was a great show. A lot of fun to do.
Locked on target.
Jeff, Robert, Gustavo. He's just no longer. I think he moved. Or
Look how far I am still, dude. This is
Not
fucking
working with us.
ridiculous, man. This mission is ridiculous.
Wish him the best. Let me see if there's any chats here I can pull up. In the meantime, we had Bikini
Standing by.
Vacuum. It'd be interesting to do like a. Would you ever do like a pool? Like if we did the Whatever dating talk show, but it was like a pool edition?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No. I don't really want to be around. You know, I am happily married. Don't really want to be around.
What if they're in burkinis?
What the hell is a burkini?
You don't know what a burkini is?
Like one pieces?
No,
I
it's
don't know.
Like, you know what a burqa is?
It's bad enough at the fucking table, dude. Some of them come in already, like just. Yeah, I don't know. I have some thresholds, you know.
That's fair.
Have some thresholds.
That's fair. I was like trying to kind of like offer up the burkini stream, but it's okay. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Sorry, they're, I guess, we're getting Desiree back in.
This guy's like, it's not about you, Andrew. It's true. Look, he can do those streams. That's fine.
Acknowledge.
I'm not upset about it. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Cable donated $100. Real-time proof that men are also better than women at cleaning. W. Nick. Madison, I expected your commitment to at least match Nick's. 3 out of 10.
Location
Be
confirmed.
better.
He honestly did do a lot better than I did.
Hit him hard.
Standing by.
I'm gonna take it back.
I need to reset.
You had to come back anyway because you left your cup.
10-4.
It's draw. I mean, I don't want to go in there on my own. Then just gonna get killed.
How's the focus looking, Nick? Is it okay, or does it need to be readjusted?
Bro, of course the title of her book is Bad Bitch.
Hello?
God, dude. People are fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Yes, Commander.
Focus looks okay. I'll come back and check it once Maddie's here. Okay, so as promised, I'm
get this
sorry
done,
I
team.
made you feel that way.
Waiting for the right move.
Made me feel what way?
Whatever way you felt.
Unsafe in your psychological space. Is that?
Roger that.
To be
Standing by.
honest, I don't care that much about myself. I just...
Oh my god! Immediately starts trying to cry.
No, I am who I am. If you can't handle the crying, I can go. I understand. It's not a guy's thing. I get it. But I have...
Notice how she
spent my
immediately
whole
turned it
life
off as well.
studying
Fucking fake ass
a
shit.
very particular part of life, and it's trauma healing, and it's very important to me, and I'm not willing to let my platform be degraded by somebody who doesn't even have a degree in psychology or anything he's talking about. So at least promote yourself as not an expert, and me as an expert, at least in this one field that I actually am an expert in. And if I can't be respected as the expert in a particular field, which I will shrink down to trauma healing. Trauma healing. That's what I'm an expert at. Trauma healing.
Okay.
If I can be respected as an expert in extreme trauma healing.
Okay.
And you're not.
Okay.
If I can be respected as that, at least, then we might be able to have conversations.
Okay, can
Do
I have
it?
you elaborate on what a trauma healer
To be
is?
fair, the
Yes.
percentage was really low.
I can help people
Guess his was higher.
take the most extreme traumas, and I know how to help them transform it into something good and release it from their body in the sense that it no longer causes them suffering.
Okay.
I'm here.
Is, and I just want to be clear on this so I understand. The idea of assisting people with what you're calling well, first let's start with.
I wasn't
let's start
looking
with
for
what
this. I was
is-
looking for an apology that you exerted yourself as any sort of expert in the field that I literally
Confirmed.
the way that you are using your linguistics is very degrading.
Yeah, but that's an emotional state, right?
It doesn't matter if it's emotional or not. Literally, people are making their choices based off of emotion.
I think how Desiree
Not-
goes
not
from crying to
psychopaths.
normal in 0.025
Waiting for
seconds,
orders.
but claims to be genuine. Also, coming
Roger
from a
that.
professional in psychology, you do more harm than good. All you learned was manipulation.
Well, let's just. Why don't we just? You want to just do the apology, and then I can get back into my.
It just goes like this, Andrew. I'm sorry, Desiree. You know a lot more in the subject of trauma healing than I do, and I will submit to that. Now let's move on to a different fucking subject that's actually entertaining to people, because we've been having the same conversation.
Well, it's pretty entertaining to people, just at your
in
expense.
different ways, and I'm fucking done with it.
Sorry.
So let's move on to geopolitics or something else.
Okay, we can move on to geopolitics.
I think Andrew will give you the apology. There's a bit extra asks there. I'm not sure he's going to be able to give.
Look, I'll give you the apology. I'm sorry you feel this way.
That's not an apology.
What do you mean? Yes, it is.
You didn't repair the damage.
Lol
You
Paladins
did.
donated $100. The Vectors stopped as fast as they started. Evil manipulator.
Reporting critical
Sociopath.
hit.
Stay strong, men. Don't white knight overcome your genetic programming.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry that you have an inability to have any emotional control while we have a conversation. I'm sorry that you're psychotic and a lunatic.
Wait, no.
I'm sorry that you're about as wise as, you know. Okay. So anyway, I'm sorry you feel that way. So there we go.
I should have shot the other guy just to take it out.
If I'm going to apologize, you got to look me in the eyes. That's fair, right? If I apologize, will you look me? I apologize. I'm sorry. Is that?
All weapons go.
Pegasus 25 donated $100. Being a paid prostitute isn't degrading to this piece of shit. By the way, the email proves that you're mentally ill and your children need to be rescued. You are not a mental health expert.
Okay.
Imagine the hubris of somebody who sexually batters you and then demands you apologize to them. Can you imagine the hubris of a person like that? And I'm the psychopath.
Hold on, Desiree. Hold on.
No, I'll walk out. I'll walk over there and let you guys.
Let me have a little convo. Andrew's gonna take a break. It's okay. Me and Desiree.
Move order received.
Are you my Caucasian? Desiree. Are we homies?
Are you gonna protect me?
You want me to smack Andrew around a bit? Is that?
Yes, I do. He's really inappropriate.
Well, he's also my Caucasian. I can't smack him around, but
you can. You actually can.
I'm not at liberty to do that, and also.
You can. Are you a man?
I identify as a man.
Okay, so your job is literally to protect me.
No.
But I need to protect Andrew too.
Why? He can't protect himself? He clearly can.
Look,
I can't. I literally can't.
Andrew has a very strong handshake. If I were to, he might.
Don't bullshit me. I literally cannot. I cannot protect myself emotionally from this man. It would be your responsibility to protect me.
Well, she's like 5 years old, man. She never progressed past 5 years old. She has the mentality of a toddler, bro.
If you're not gonna do it, I can't stay.
Crazy bitch.
Okay, so are you going to keep protecting me?
Yes.
Do you promise? Do I have your word that you will keep protecting me?
I'll try my best.
Commander.
That's all.
I have shared a lot of personal information about myself. I think you know what is important to me at this point. It's not that hard to say, will you protect the things that are important to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
But we need to establish boundaries for everybody. So when it came to the it went immediately and attacked Andrew. And the thing is,
because you're making me, because you're not protecting me.
Oh my god. I attacked this person because you made me. What do you mean? You stood up and you put his fucking face. What the fuck? Bro, again, I want to point out, and this is, I know I say this a lot, but this is true. These people are allowed to vote.
You need to protect me from the ridiculous things that this man is saying to innocent minds. We have a responsibility, Brian. There are innocent minds watching this. We
We cannot allow this man.
There's a couple Coomers.
I understand. I understand. There's some idiots.
$100.
There's a couple Coomers.
Chill.
Yeah, Maddie's like pretty strong. Like, Anif. Maddie, are you said you're Hmong and Thai?
Just Mom.
Oh, just Hmong? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways. So,
Oh, hey, it's one of those
I need to
those
feel
can be very
protected.
annoying to deal with.
It's very important.
Did you see how I called
Yes,
him off?
and I appreciate that.
I was protecting you.
Concealed man donated
waited
$100.
until I literally felt so
I don't know
unsafe
why
I had
you
to
guys
leave.
have to go through this again. It's obvious that she has made a mistake. It's ironic that she calls herself trauma healer while causing the same trauma herself. She's sick.
So anyways, can we go back? I did want to go back. In the email you sent me, you said you have personas like Eminem, Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers. And you said it's a thing for us, like the personas thing. It's a thing for us, genius, black ghetto slave souls inside sexy white bodies.
Damage is minor, Commander. Give them everything you got.
What do you want to know about it?
I was just like, do you identify as black?
I identify as very complex and very misunderstood because of my external appearance.
No, I know, but like, do you identify as a black?
No.
Native American.
I identify more with a Native American construct, yes.
Just because in the email you said black ghetto slave soul
I'm under heavy fire.
inside sexy white body.
Well, if you want to go into how I was raised to be a sex slave.
Well, that's, hold on. But I'm more focused on the black.
Brian, to be honest with you, you don't have the depth of understanding for me to go into that. So let's just skip over that and let's just go to something else.
I agree. I think we should move on.
This bitch crazy.
In some emails, there was you for a $200 TTS you wanted to kiss.
Copy.
I was trying to come up with playful games that we could play things more light and connecting, because those things create a sense of safety for me, and as if we are, even though we might be, disagreeing with each other and having, those are the types of things that help me feel safe with men. So it's more of a playful thing. Like, I have no problem, having this energy of intellect or competitiveness or egos or things like that, the back and forth banter. But I need to feel like it's a playful thing.
There's another one.
If I don't feel like it's playful, then I take it as a malicious attack. And again, I'm gonna repeat, it's not so much about protecting me, it's about protecting my platform that I've worked literally my entire life to master a particular, very particular area.
You know I have to.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it.
You know I had to.
I was just, you said for a $200 TTS that we would kiss closed mouth, but $500 we would French kiss.
Why are you bringing this up, Brian?
Are
you planning on doing it?
No.
Then why are you bringing it up? Then why are you bringing it up?
No, just trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Receiving you.
I'll do it for a Bitcoin.
One?
A Bitcoin.
That costs like $2? So you went from $200?
Bitcoin's like 60K.
A Bitcoin? Okay.
60K.
I'm thinking of something else then. All right.
Like, I'll do it. Like, I have to.
Okay.
I get the Bitcoin.
Okay. I get it.
I'll like like one Ethereum. That's like 2 or 3K right now.
I don't know what that means.
So I mean, like
Got
if
your
we
weapon
were,
out?
Neck warrior.
somebody
Show 'em what
might
you
do
got.
it.
Send a
Waiting for
Bitcoin.
orders.
Send a Bitcoin. I give her an Ethereum.
What's an Ethereum? I don't even
It's
know what that
cryptocurrency.
is. Okay.
For the, I need 2 Bitcoin for like French kiss though.
All right.
Definitely two Bitcoin for. I'll do closed mouth kiss though for 1 Bitcoin. Anyways,
Beat-In Cheeks donated $99.99. What type of misogynistic podcast did I just tune into? Brian, Andrew, why can you not be also, Carmela 2024.
Waiting for
America is
orders.
ready for her. Hashtag trans women are women.
hey, what? Hey Cheeks, yeah, it's thank you, man. Appreciate it. Kamala 2024.
Man, I can't get this fucking answer to die, bro. Oh my god, there's so much damage,
Fight
dude.
the man.
Reporting minimal damage.
I'm feeling unsafe.
I feel unsafe
It's
around
go
you.
time.
You weapons instructor, you.
I'm receiving you.
You.
This is MAGA country.
Okay, here, should we do a hand comparison? Okay.
Affirmative.
All right.
Ugh, come on, people. Let's make it happen.
Let's get.
Mech destroyed.
Now you sent us some interesting DMs. I just
Good to
wanted to
go.
like get into the DMs, I guess, because they were kind of interesting.
That's a
There's a
kill.
lot. I hope we can get through all of them.
I'm not really interested in discussing our private conversations. Let's move on to social media or other things like that.
Well, I think the DMs are.
I lost a weapon.
It's personal information.
Well, I mean, you were also threatening me with filing a lawsuit.
It wasn't a threat. It was a court-mediated process that I have to take.
No, you said you would go file a class action lawsuit against me.
Because I have to. If this wasn't going to be a restitution show, because I'm now in a custody situation because of the last show.
Yeah, but you said you got 100% custody because of it.
Well, I had to take 100% custody because after that situation, my ex escalated in his...
Yeah, but didn't that work out well for you?
No, because...
Locking in. All weapons. Hit 'em hard.
Jesus.
You really didn't, though.
Crazy.
Standing
Andrew,
by.
please call up the Santa Barbara PD and
Acknowledged.
report the SA charge. Giant shout to the University of Irvine.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that if you apologize
Apologize for what?
for the sexual battery.
I'm sorry
Sorry for what?
that I made you feel sexually battered.
Oh, so, I mean, if that's the apology,
It's the same apology that you gave me.
but you said that was an unacceptable apology.
Well, you reap what you sow, so I'm not going to give you a
Well, then if we're
apology
doing
that
you
you
reap
gave
as
me.
you sow, and you don't want me to move over to Christian ethics, where
Orders.
I usually don't do eye for an eye, and I'm usually a pretty forgiving person, just let things go. Right.
In your lap.
Ugh.
Give 'em everything you got.
I'm really sorry that that made you uncomfortable.
Chris donated
Waiting for orders.
$100.
Nick,
Please
can you
call
leave the door
CPS and take
Copy
her
that.
children away from her. They should play this entire podcast to the judge when
Affirmative.
deciding custody. I just left you a 1-star review on Amazon for her book.
Critical hit,
Everyone do
Commander.
it.
No, we're not gonna do shit like that. So the thing is, that's remarkably actually unhelpful in all ways. The thing is I would like to get into you in a social theory that I have, and I'd like to explain it to you and get your takes because you are the expert. Have you ever heard of what's called magic pussy theory?
No.
Magic pussy theory goes like this. This is considered a highly chauvinistic, I suppose, theory. I don't think it is. But essentially, if a woman cannot control you through sexuality, they move to manipulation. If they can't control you through manipulation, they move over to empathy. So these are mechanisms of control for...
That would be a mechanism of a sociopathic female, yes.
But haven't you demonstrated all of those traits today?
I would say I had to cycle through the toxic version of those things, and I arrived back on a genuine presentation of femininity.
But you started.
I have
She literally
just
just
been
says
simply responding
nonsense.
to your toxic masculinity that you've been putting on me. So I've been trauma responding with toxic femininity. Yes, it's a protective measure.
So then you were acting in a way which you consider to be sociopathic?
No, because I wasn't being manipulative with my emotions, but I will admit to intentional aggression against you, yes. But my crying and when you touched points of me that made me cry, I wasn't trying to invoke any sort of empathy in you, as clearly you don't have any, and you've stated that many times, and you don't care how I feel.
At least we get some money out of this
So
shit.
that was not for you. That
Finally,
was just
the
me trying to
month-long
literally,
fucking contract's
in
over.
real time, process my own trauma so I could move forward with the conversation.
Well, you can agree that, and I would agree with you too, that empathy is important. But you would have to agree with me that sometimes people will utilize empathy as a weapon in order to get you to respond a certain way through manipulation. So when you say, well, wait a second, Andrew, respond to me this way, right? And I'm going to present myself this way, which looks very manipulative, and then say, well, wait a second, you're not responding with empathy, so therefore you're a sociopath, something like this. Isn't that kind of textbook manipulation?
Andrew, it can be whatever you need me to say to move along with the conversation. I consent so we can move along.
Okay, so you're just going to admit then that you've been being extremely manipulative this entire time?
Well, that's what you want, correct?
Well, I mean, I want you to tell the truth. That's what I want.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I don't agree with you.
Well, I mean, so you can read my mind? I really do. This would have been a really productive conversation. You should go back and look at all of the debates I've done on here, one-on-one. They've always been super respectful, and they've really gone places which are good places to go. This one has just literally been a fucking.
Then why are you still here? Why are you still here talking
Because
to me?
I still think perhaps I can get to some kind of worldview which we can discuss. I can still hope that, whether we will or not. But if you're just going to obstruct every time we get somewhere, which is productive because you might have to take responsibility, that's no good.
Command interface
So
initiated.
I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't.
No, you're just
because
damned if you don't. If you're damned if you refuse to engage, right?
Jorge donated $100. Let's be clear. She didn't win custody of her kids. She's holding them hostage from their dad.
Okay. Anyway. So yeah, that's I just, I want to get into the aspects because you're kind of a master, right? Doesn't it even stand to reason that if you're a master in psychology and you are an expert in psychology, that you would also be an expert in employing manipulation tactics and psychological tricks in order to get people to empathize?
That better been a 5.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, if that's true, there's no reason for me to assume
It was a temper. What the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
Not even artillery. Oh, that's
Well,
the
I
rat's
suppose
rough.
Also, to Andrew's point, there's been multiple times throughout the conversation where we were talking about the white supremacy stuff. We were talking about your accusations of woman hating, and instead of engaging, you would just be like, "Nope, I'm not talking about it. Don't want to talk about it." So I think that's what he's talking about.
I'm trying to keep my nervous system regulated so I can keep having a conversation without crying.
Okay. All right. Well,
what is the? I know that you can't always explain this, but what is the motivation behind the crime? Is it because you feel bad?
It's because my heart feels broken in certain moments, and that's all I know how to move forward from that position, is to release it. If I try to hold on to it, it turns into something ugly. So crying is actually a protective measure to keep me from attacking you in a way that would be mean and malicious. I would rather just take in the pain, release it, and then see if I can regather myself to continue the conversation, or see if it's just done and I just need to leave.
Well, I think we can continue the conversation. Maybe we can get in a place where both of us have some common ground. Right? I have kids, just like you. With my kids.
Biological?
Yeah.
Biological. How old are they?
Jesus, this thumper is fucking me up.
Well, I don't even want to get into their ages, and there's reasons why, but because I have people who are not good people who will weaponize.
So you know how it feels.
Do all sorts of. Yeah, I've never weaponized your kids against you ever.
No, I'm saying though, but that is what happened because of the last show, and that's why I'm in a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't.
Because my kids got weaponized because of the show.
But I can't. I'm not responsible.
I'm not saying that you are, but I am saying that the places that you're leading me are subjecting me and thus my mothering to
Well, I'm not.
things that are very traumatic for my children.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to do that. That wasn't the example.
And I see the allowance of comments coming in still about my children, about CPS, about child abuse, about me being an abuser, and I explicitly asked.
I get the same comments.
I understand that, but I am actually in a active case because of this exact thing.
I've had my house swatted 4 times.
Okay, I get it.
No, you don't get it. I've had my house swatted 4 times.
I've had my house swatted too.
Had the police called on me multiple times.
Same.
All for expressing an opinion just like you. We're in the same boat. If you're going to be a public figure, you're going to risk offense. And if you risk offense, sometimes crazy people are going to do bad things to you.
That's not my criticism. My criticism is that
I'm so glad this is me. I take one more shot, I'm dead.
Into when I came to the last show. I did not know that that's what I was getting myself into. I genuinely didn't. I was under the impression that I was coming to a dating podcast just to discuss amongst other people like what's going on in the dating world. That's literally all I thought.
Why would you assume that people would be less likely to have strong emotional opinions about dating than they do anything else?
I guess I was sheltered. I didn't.
Yeah, people have strong emotional opinions about everything from politics to dating to interpersonal relationships. They have strong opinions about circumcision. They have strong opinions about everything. And if you don't have right things, there's always going to be people who disagree with you and are going to try to do bad things.
I feel as if the explicit animosity towards me as a mother and my children was very extreme. But you're the ones that allow the comments or not. You remind people that there's certain trigger things and things that are so toxic.
Oh my god, dude. Can you not just take it to... Okay, thank you.
Yet you're still letting these comments come in. So there's no
I was basically dead.
So what happens is keywords which would affect the algorithm get censored. That's what he's talking about with toxic comments. So if somebody, so you notice how comments are coming through that have particular slurs which are quite vicious towards women, those get filtered out. But saying generalized statements like, oh, I think this woman is a bad mother, you can't really do much about those. If you're going to put yourself on the internet at all and put yourself as a public figure, you are going to risk offending people.
Give it
and
again.
They are going to
but not the ammo.
Have bad actors who will do horrible things.
Wonderful.
I tend to try my hardest to ignore that myself because I've had people do fucking horrible things to me. Horrible. And the thing is I don't hold, even my haters, I don't even hold them responsible because most of my haters aren't so insane that they would take it to that level.
Jessica Reloaded donated $100. You are responsible for yourself and what happened on the last show. Take accountability for yourself. Why come back if you felt unsafe? Did you not research the show before you came on the first time?
I didn't. That's correct.
Well, hold on there. Nick, could you pull up layer 6? So this is your very first message to us requesting to be on the show back May 30th of 2024. You're gonna have to put this in the corner. That's fine. Go ahead. If you want to read it, you can. You can read it back to yourself.
I don't have my glasses. I can go get my glasses.
Okay.
I can't see it.
Maddie, can you read it?
Yeah. A friend referred me to you guys to join your podcast for a very interesting episode on how I basically solved all of world problems simply by flipping the script of the patriarchy and going back to a system where women do the choosing. I am a savant, social scientist, OnlyFans model, and a good old American-made single mom of 3 trying to get my bills paid out here in a man's world. I could really use some exposure to bring in money, and it's just a super interesting topic that I could go on about as it's near and dear to my heart.
I mean, so you reached out to us.
So that's what I thought that I would be discussing.
You did discuss that.
But, I mean, the show...
I thought it would be respected.
What would be respected?
My views.
Her cockamamie ideas.
We have a panel of people who will provide pre-show notes, some of the topics that they request to speak on. If it's pertinent to the theme of our show, we'll bring it up.
Everything is so expensive. Fuck.
Quite a bit of some of the things you discussed. Were you under the impression it was going to be a one-on-one interview?
Yeah.
That's not possible.
I didn't know that it was a panel show.
I mean, every single clip.
I didn't watch any of the clips. I honestly didn't know anything about the show, and I do take responsibility.
That's entirely on you.
I know, I understand.
On the very Instagram that you sent us a DM to requesting to be on the show, there are clips on that Instagram. We don't post a bunch. There are clips indicating that it's a panel show. There's multiple people on the panel.
I take responsibility.
You can watch full live streams.
I take responsibility. I literally didn't.
We don't hide anything with this show. Anybody can just click the first link. Hold on, you gotta stop interrupting. Anybody can click the first link, go directly to the YouTube channel. At the very top, it's going to show the full live streams.
I didn't do it.
That's on you.
I know.
If I'm going on the show, I'm going to do research.
I get it. I'm saying it's on me. That was my bad.
Right, but you cannot then blame.
I wouldn't.
You cannot shift the blame on us that you felt like you didn't know what you're getting into. You didn't see one clip?
No. I didn't. Not my thing.
Well, I mean, you okay? I mean, I don't remember it was a 7 or 8 hour show. I don't remember everything that was talked about. We talked about various things dating related.
Well, she was able to. You did bring up the idea of patriarchy, the reversal, how you're living in a man's world. You brought up a ton of very interesting psychological ideas. You brought up a lot. It just seems to me like every time you were challenged on them. So what it looks like from my perspective is that I don't mind talking about these ideas. I think that it's fun to talk about ideas like that. But I have noticed this trend and pattern of women who, if their ideas get challenged,
I'm calling it here soon in the morning.
Upset to the point where they begin to think that they are personally being attacked rather than the idea they're espousing, and they can't make the delineation between the two. The idea which I'm saying and the me, which
that
one
bitch
is
crazy
being attacked here. And I think it's fine to attack ideas.
That's what I'm saying off with. Peace the fuck out. See you guys tomorrow.
Do you understand
that bitch crazy?